The proceeding will start shortly. 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 The proceeding will start shortly.
My Lords, it is my sad duty to report to the House the death of my noble friend Lord Waddington. Lord Waddington was one of the leading political figures of his generation. He arrived in this House as its leader in 1990. By then, he had already had a long and distinguished record of service, both as an MP and at the highest levels of government, as Chief Whip in the House of Commons and then as Mrs Thatcher's last Home Secretary. And after his time of leader of this House, he continued to serve his country as Governor of Bermuda. On this day last week, many noble lords may have had occasion to think of Lord Waddington. His maiden speech as leader of this House was the last occasion on which the Prime Minister, then Sir John Major, sat on the steps of the throne. That fact only hints at the legacy left by a great parliamentarian and a man who never abandoned his Lancastrian roots, retaining always a directness of approach, clarity of thought and plainness of speech, which enabled him to cut through political complexity with enviable success, and many of us wish we had that skill ourselves. His service to this House, following his period of leader, continued to show him at his best, a man of principle and grit, a tenacious and committed servant to the British public who effected real change, leading the charge from the backbenches on major legislation, such as the amendment he carried to the Criminal Justice and Immigration Bill in 2008. A man who always thought of others before himself. It was typical of Lord Waddington that in 2015 he was one of the first members to retire under the House of Lords Reform Act 2014. My Lords, at this sad time, we send the good wishes of the House and these benches to his wife, Gilly, to whom he was a devoted husband, and their children and grandchildren. We can only share in their sense of loss. But we can also take this moment to reflect on a career and a life of outstanding public service. Lord Waddington set a standard for dedication and integrity to which we can all aspire, and he will be missed by us all.
Yeah.
My Lords, the noble Lord Waddington, as we've heard, had a long and distinguished career as a lawyer and a politician, and as Dean of Government Bermuda, and as we've heard, as Leader of this House and Lord Privy Seal. And many noble Lords in your Lordship's House today will know him well from his service in the other place as an elected MP and a Government Minister, and know he was a man of strong conviction. And, my Lords, I think he would have relished the description I read of him yesterday of being a no-nonsense politician. Despite his very strong loyalty to Margaret Thatcher and his long distinguished service as Minister, he was surprised to find himself appointed as Home Secretary, having himself recommended the then Norman Fowler, now the noble Lord Fowler, our Speaker, for the position. And as the noble lady said, I was quite surprised that we now have something in common, quite unusual. In his case, it was his maiden speech here in this House that Prime Minister John Major listened from the throne steps. My Lords, like many noble Lords, Lord Waddington's dedication and affection to his Ribble Valley constituency continued long after his elevation to your Lordship's House. And there is no doubt that he missed being the MP, given that deep commitment he had. In some ways, he wrote his own obituary when, in an interview in the House magazine some years ago, he said, with disarming self-deprecation, and I think he was having a joke, but I would like to be remembered as a decent local buffer who wasn't all that clever, but in his own way tried to do his best. My Lords, what more can any of us ask than to try to do our best? My Lords, on behalf of these benches, we offer our sincere condolences to his wife Gilly, his family, his colleagues and his friends.
My Lords, unlike many members of your Lordship's House, I didn't know David Waddington personally, although I do recall a number of notable speeches he made from the opposite benches during my time in your Lordship's House. I think it's fair to say that he wasn't one of life's natural Liberal Democrats. But my colleagues did cheer when, as Home Secretary, he referred the case of the Birmingham Six to the Court of Appeal, where, of course, their convictions were eventually quashed. The only thing that I really can claim to have in common with the noble lord is that we were both Northerners and both proud Northerners. He couldn't help being a Lancastrian, but he certainly made the most of it. And was, as others have said, plain speaking and with the characteristics of straightforward behaviour which Northerners like to think they share. My Lords, it's typical of the noble lord that he is having his memorial service, I believe, in Clitheroe rather than across the road. And that speaks a lot for where his priorities lay and those of his family. My Lords, like my noble colleagues earlier, I do wish to pass on our good wishes and condolences to the noble lord's wife and family.
My Lords, wishing to associate myself with all the remarks that have been made by those who have spoken before me, I'm conscious that, like them, I was not in the House when he was serving here as leader, although I was here when he returned from Bermuda in 1997. Time marches on, and it's a reflection that I have brought to mind that only 20 of the current membership of the crossbenchers were actually in the House when he was leader, and that suggests that there's quite a bit of distance between us and that time. Furthermore, as far as the convener was concerned, the predecessor who was in office at that time was Lady Hilton Foster, and the office that I hold now was very much in its infancy. So I don't think that my predecessor had quite the same warm working relationship that I have with today's leader. My Lords, I do have one advantage, however, because I remember attending a debate and sitting just below the bar, at which he was certainly present. It was a debate on the future of the legal profession, a matter in which I'm quite sure, as a former lawyer, he took a very close interest. And the government's policy, I think it's fair to say, was not universally welcomed by the profession. It's worth recalling that the Lord Chancellor, who was sitting on the woolsack at that time, was the noble and learned Lord Mackay of Clashfern. And that reminds us of two things. First, that the Lord Chancellor sat in this House, and secondly, that the leader was not the only member of the Cabinet, only member of this House to sit at the Cabinet table. Two things that we have lost, and two things that I'm quite sure that Lord Waddington would have valued very much. My Lords, when I passed through Gray's Inn this morning on my way to the House, the inn's flag was flying at half-mast. That was in a very fitting tribute to Lord Waddington, as he was a bencher of that inn. One of his sons, who followed his father to the bar, is a member of that inn as well. So to him and all the other members of the family, I would like, on behalf of all those on these benches, to extend our condolences at their sad loss.
My Lords, I would like to be associated with the comments already made about the late Lord Waddington and to add a few words of tribute on behalf of these benches. Although I came to the House shortly after Lord Waddington retired, I know that his Christian faith was a source of great comfort and inspiration to him. The Waddington Amendment that bears his name was prompted by his concern that those who sincerely hold traditional Bible-based views on relationships should be able to speak freely under the law. Hansard records that in 1998, Lord Waddington asked ministers that those responsible for the Church's forms of worship should not lightly tinker with the language of prayers which millions have learnt in childhood and from which they still find comfort at times of distress and grief. I like to think that this morning's choice of Psalm 46 for prayers would therefore have been appreciated, not least as a line from this psalm, "God is our refuge and courage," features in the late Lord Waddington's own coat of arms. Future worshippers at St John the Evangelist Reading Whaley will benefit from a new stained glass window, kindly donated by Lord Waddington, which will be a long-standing and fitting memorial of his care and concern for that community and to his devotion to public service. I offer my condolences to his wife, children, family and friends. May he rest in peace.
Baroness Prosser.
I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, we have published a green paper that invites people and organisations across the country to contribute to our industrial strategy. The Government is also committed to strengthening the worker voice in the boardroom. The Government's green paper on corporate governance reform explores a range of options. The Government will publish its response in due course after analysing responses it has received.
Noble Lord the Minister for that response. The 10 pillars of the industrial strategy cover the processes required to establish the structure against which the strategy's progress will be measured. There is, however, no mention of the human interaction needed to successfully implement those processes. There is a well-established link between employee engagement and productivity, which in this country lags behind that of France, Germany and the United States. What is the Government's plan to ensure that companies have in place appropriate training for all levels of management so that inclusion and employee voice are present and the effective delivery of the industrial strategy can be measured? I note also the Noble Lord mentioned workers on boards, which a policy which we support, but which does not deal with employee voice at all levels of the company. Thank you.
My Lords, the Noble Lady is absolutely right. The link between employee engagement and performance, however you measure it, whether you measure it in productivity or quality, is absolutely is proven, and so engagement is extremely important. But I don't believe that just having someone on the board of the company is necessarily the right way of getting that engagement, as the Noble Lady mentioned in her question. So engagement is much deeper than that, and I think this is predominantly the responsibility of individual companies to do that, and you can see the performance that results when they get it right.
I've just come from a meeting of the Institution of Engineering and Technology at which they launched their report, Skills and Demand in Industry, and the one thing that they were pointing out to everybody was that only 9% of technology and engineering staff are women. And yet we graduate from our engineering schools 15%, and in my own University of Cambridge over 20%. Now, what is the government doing to ensure that more women become engineers in industry and participate, especially perhaps through the apprentice route?
Oh, it is interesting that it is only 15% of women who graduate. I mean, in the case of medicine, for example, it is now well over 50%, nearly 60%. I think it's a very good question. I went to Rolls-Royce last week, interestingly, and met a number of the apprentices there, some of whom are doing degree-level apprentices, and that may be one way of increasing the number of women going into industry. It has been a problem for many, many years, and we are only in the foothills of cracking it.
Lords, does the noble Lord, the Minister, agree that share ownership can provide the motivation that will help employees and managers deliver both for their company and, of course, deliver the industrial strategy? And if he does, what more can the government do to promote such share ownership?
Well, share ownership, it can be a part of it, but I mean, actually, engagement of people in their workplaces and where they work is much deeper and much more of a day-to-day than share ownership or board directors and the like. So I think that, I mean, John Lewis and the mutuals have demonstrated the value of mutuality, of ownership. So it does have a part to play, but it's only part of a much bigger picture.
Lords, would my noble friend, I declare my interest as chairman of a public company, will my noble friend look at the practice, the widespread practice amongst fund managers and large shareholders of contracting out their responsibilities for corporate governance to outside organisations and encourage them to directly engage with companies concerned on the matters which concern the government, executive pay and other matters?
Right, the noble Lord may have seen the letter that BlackRock sent round to all FTSE 100 companies, in which they talk very strongly about the need for long-term sustainable improvements before, in considering remuneration. I was pretty staggered to see that the average take-home pay of FTSE 100 chief executive between 1998 and 2015 has gone up from £1 million to over £4 million. That in 1998 that represented 47 times the average salary of an employee. Now it is over 128 times. I think remuneration is a very serious issue, and we need to. And if we want to live in a fair society, we need to address this issue.
Or perhaps have a look at a private member's bill that was moved here twice previously by the now deceased Lord Gavran, who was very prescient in seeing the difficulties arising in the growth in salaries between CEOs and between their employees. It was supported all around the House, and it would be well worth his while to look at him. He mentions that he does not want the government to interfere with the deals between employers and employees in the private sector. But of course the government has responsibility in a very substantial part of the country's employment in the public service. Could you say what the strategy is and what the targets are to improve productivity within the public service?
Well, the noble Lord makes, I think, a very good point, actually, that the industrial relations, employee engagement, call it what you will, is much better by and large in the private sector than it is in the public sector. I mean, we are not good employers, if we're honest. I think a number of noble lords in this House, like me, were staggered that the junior doctors, for example, were forced into taking strike action. These are people who are vocationally committed, and yet somehow we create an environment in the public sector which is far from satisfactory.
On behalf of the government, have a word with the Speaker, the Senior Deputy Speaker and the Clerk of the Parliament, and ask them to consider how the employees of this place might be involved more in decisions regarding its running.
My Lords, well, a number of our leading companies have taken very innovative ways of engaging people in their business. For example, Google and other companies like that have installed table tennis tables. I was wondering whether the noble Lord Fowler might consider making way for a table tennis table in this place.
My Lords, would my noble friend concede that turning earners into owners and expanding employee share ownership in various forms can be, in certain circumstances, immensely beneficial and a great promotion for industrial competitiveness and effectiveness? And would you bear in mind particularly the case of the National Freight Corporation, where a major share ownership by all employees had an enormous effect in improving productivity, a project which was carried forward with great vigour by none less than the noble Lord Fowler, now the Lord Speaker of this House, and myself as successive Secretaries of State for Transport in the 1980s.
I would agree with my noble friend that employee ownership can be very beneficial, and the mutuals is another sort of model that can be very beneficial. I mean, but it doesn't guarantee success. You know, there are many other aspects of corporate life which are very important. I mean, the cooperative bank is an example of an organisation which has not been a conspicuous success in recent years. So it can be very important, but it's not the whole answer.
The Earl of Clancarty.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, through our careful management of the economy, we have protected the core schools budget in real terms. This means that in 27-18, schools will have more funding than ever before for children's education, totalling over £40 billion. We are also committed to ensuring that all pupils receive a broad and balanced curriculum which includes both an academic core and additional subjects that reflect their individual interests, strengths and characteristics, including art subjects.
My Lords, is not the Minister alarmed by the recent comments of the head teacher of a school in Cheshire, who said that if further cuts, and they are cuts according to the National Audit Office, go ahead, then all non-EBAC subjects could be removed from the curriculum, meaning no art, no music, no drama, no design and technology. And arts departments across the country are already bearing the brunt of the current cuts, such as those to specialist teachers, to provision of materials and ICT. Will the Minister accept that there is simply not enough of a funding cake to go round?
Well, I'm alarmed by the comments because it's quite clear that those schools that do perform well in art subjects also perform particularly well in the EBAC. But as the NAO itself has said, by comparing efficient schools with others, there is plenty of money in the system, and we have a number of tools in the department to enable schools to run themselves more efficiently, and those that do, as I say, have sufficient resources, particularly for the classroom and for their curriculum.
It must be the case that these cuts will fall disproportionately on non-EBAC subjects, as schools encourage pupils to take more EBAC subjects to boost their results. To avoid a ticking time bomb for the creative industries pipeline, will the noble Lord the Minister say whether the government will consider including design and technology as well as computer science to be part of the EBAC, as proposed by his colleagues in the other place?
Well, there is in fact no evidence that the take-up in GCS art subjects has declined as a result of the EBAC. In fact, the NSN New School Network found that the number of art GCSEs taken by pupils has gone up since the introduction of the EBAC. And of course we've got to remember always, Noble Lords, where we started. In 2010, sadly, only 1 in 5 pupils in state schools were studying a core suite of academic subjects. And that's why we focused on the EBAC, and that's why we've doubled the number of pupils who have these academic subjects, which are particularly important for pupils from disadvantaged backgrounds.
The Minister says that he has, or his government, have protected the main core school budget. Would he not accept that on costs which schools have to pay, national insurance, etc., have ensured that schools have not got the money? And in fact, the IFS today, or yesterday, reported that for the first time there is a real cut in school budgets. Would this account for the fact that there has been a 10.6% decrease in the number of hours that are given over to creative art teaching?
That's actually pointed out that over the 20 years from 2000 to 2020, schools will have a 50% per pupil increase in real terms. And as I've said, we believe there's considerable scope for savings in schools' efficiency. We're already on course to save £250 million by next year in academies with our RPA scheme substituting insurance costs alone. And our buying strategy, we believe, can save £1 out of £10 billion a year of non-staff spending.
Lords, the noble Earl Lord Clancarty mentioned or quoted a head teacher. I'd like to do the same, because last week the head teacher of the Forest School in Winners, Berkshire, resigned her post because of the increasing amount of cuts facing her school. And in a letter to parents, pupils and staff, she said this: "The situation with regard to schools funding both nationally and locally is bleak. In common with other head teachers, I did not enter the teaching profession to make cuts that narrow the curriculum or to reduce the number of teachers and increase class sizes. Yet my hand has been forced and I see no immediate ease of the situation. Consequently, and this impacts directly upon the question, I feel unable to deliver the quality of education the boys at the Forest so clearly deserve." My Lords, the National Association of Head Teachers says that's a situation that's increasingly the case across England. Not surprisingly, since the National Audit Office has reported that there will have to be 8% real cuts in the school's budget over the years up till 2020. And this, it should be said, by a party that in the 2015 election manifesto pledged to protect the school's budget. My Lords, the government says the new funding formula is about fairness. I am not surprised that members opposite are unhappy about this, because it's unpalatable. The government's new funding formula, they say it's about fairness. My Lords, how can there be fair funding when it's not sufficient?
Well, I don't think time will permit me to respond to that speech, but I can only repeat what I said, that schools that run themselves efficiently have ample resources to have a broad curriculum. I invite the noble lord to go on the department's website and see a clip by Sir Mike Wilkins of Outward Grange about their curriculum-led financial planning. This is one of the most successful academically maths, and they are also one of our most efficient multi-academy trusts financially.
Will not the introduction of a national funding formula really assist the progress of our education system in a substantial manner?
Entirely with my noble friend. This is long overdue. Previous governments haven't done this, and this will enable a much fairer system from which 54% of schools will benefit, and schools can only lose 3% of their costs.
With Professor Brian Cox, when I asked him about the fetishisation of the science in the school curriculum, and he said to me, physics has taught us that the world had a beginning and will most probably have an end, but the arts will teach us how to live in the vast expanse of time in between.
Well, I agree entirely with the noble lady that the importance of arts, but of course we all know that STEM is very important. It's encouraging to see that the STEM intake at A-level is up so substantially in recent years. But as I say, there's plenty of room in the curriculum. EBAC only takes 5 subjects, and most students take an average 9, and many take 10 or 11, so there's plenty of room in the curriculum for art subjects.
Lord West of Spithead.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask a question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, the Ministry of Defence is actively involved in the cross-government work on industrial strategy. Many of the themes in this apply to defence, and we don't plan a separate defence industrial strategy. We already have a substantial amount of work underway to encourage the growth and competitiveness of UK industry, including as part of the commitment in the Strategic Defence and Security Review to refresh defence industrial policy.
My Lords, whilst I like the cut of the noble Earl's jib, and not surprising considering his naval pedigree, I'm disappointed by the answer. There is really a complete absence of analysis of the defence industrial base. There is no proper study of its real costs. These were identified in the King's College study that was instigated by the noble Lord Stirling. and nothing seems to be done to focus on these. We know very well the value for this nation in terms of things like the agile supply cycle and things like that, but also in terms of jobs, not having to pay welfare payments, not having to pay unemployment benefit, all of these benefits, and yet we do a simple calculation of costs, and it doesn't make sense. Could I ask the Noble Earl, the Minister, does he not agree with me that we have to look very closely at what the real cost of equipment and weapons are before we make this calculation of buying from abroad, with loss of jobs here, loss of agility, loss of ability to keep running our systems here, and that we really must get this balance right, rather than a simplistic way of saying this costs £4 there and it costs £5 here.
I do agree with the central thrust of the Noble Lord's proposition. As I said, many of the industrial strategy themes, particularly around removing barriers for UK companies to do business with government, are well aligned with the refresh that we're doing of defence industrial policy. It is all about updating our terms of trade with industry to continue to deliver the best equipment for the armed forces at the best value for money, but in a way which supports UK industry to grow and compete successfully. And that, I think, is the balance we're trying to strike.
Declare my interest as Chairman of General Dynamics in the UK. Many years ago now, I was given the task of unscrambling a defence industrial policy which was centred on so-called national champions. This policy had resulted in significant cost overruns and delay in delivery of equipment badly needed by our armed forces. Will the Noble Lord the Minister please confirm that the Government has no intention of reverting to that policy and remains committed to the policy of competitive procurement which has served the nation well?
My Lords, I can reassure the Noble Lord in that regard. The Government remains committed to the principles that we set out in our 2012 White Paper called National Security Through Technology, including that on promoting open competition. We will be refreshing our defence industrial policy very much within that framework.
I totally agree with Lord West's comments. And there's a big difference between cost, which this country's got so used to using as a measure, as against value for money. What has been lacking for many, many years, and I know that Lord Levine feels very strongly about this as well, is there's no long-term relationships with industry. You can't expect people to employ engineers, get thousands of subcontractors involved, universities involved, without long-term relationships. I would like to ask the Minister whether he would agree that that is a way forward. And after all, when you think about it, the United States of America, Russia and China all have huge sovereign industry, and it certainly seems to fare them well. Thank you.
My Lords, I do agree with my noble friend that part of the work we have to do and are doing is looking to see how we can optimise the strategic interaction between the Ministry of Defence and industry, including how we can make defence a more attractive customer for people who don't traditionally supply to the MOD, such as small and medium-sized enterprises. It's about creating simpler processes. It's about creating a more competitive UK supply chain. Of course, we would like to source from companies and organisations within this country, but we have to make it as easy as possible for them to deal with us.
My Lords, last Tuesday, Labour's shadow defence team, together with my noble friend Lord West of Spithead, held a workshop with representatives of some 20 defence companies. And the clear message from that event was that a defence strategy was the best way to streamline procurement and give a clear vision for the future to the defence sector. Can the noble the Minister say if the Government has had similar discussions with industry experts on the need for such a strategy? And if they haven't, might I suggest they do? They may learn something.
My Lords, I don't think we need to get too hung up on the word strategy as opposed to policy. The key questions, it seems to me, are how we can make UK industry more competitive, how we can drive innovation, how we can drive skills, and as I've said, how best to ensure that industry can engage productively with government and that government itself is a more intelligent customer. These are the questions we should address, and I'm sure they're the ones that industry wants us to address.
Why don't...
My Lords, would the Minister tell the House what are the considerations when making decisions about the maintenance and growth of the supply chain, particularly of issues such as the availability of British skilled workers, the current defence industrial locations within the UK, and the impact on local economies of buying overseas?
I can tell the noble Baroness that in our industry consultation that we carried out, a number of areas were highlighted, and all of which we're looking at the refresh exercise, including how we make our processes more straightforward for non-traditional suppliers, improved use of early market engagement, communicating our approach more clearly to industry at an early stage. These are things which I think will all play into the issues that the noble Baroness recited.
Baroness Afshar.
Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order papers.
My Lords, we gained assurances that measures enacted by President Trump's executive order of 27 January did not affect British passport holders irrespective of their country of birth or whether they hold another passport. We are closely monitoring any changes and would consider intervening with relevant authorities if necessary. Standard US policy is that visitors who are denied entry to the US are returned to the country from which they have travelled.
I thank the noble Lord the Minister and would like to ask what measures have the government taken to ensure that at the point of entry into this country, the passport controls focus on the legitimate passports of individuals and not ascribe and assume identity to visitors in terms of their dress code, their assumed nationality or religion?
My Lord, so with regard to visitors to this country, I can give the noble lady that assurance. I can also say that with regard to the access of visitors to the United States, it is a fact that their guidance says that those same factors should not determine the decision that is made. It is a decision that is made on an equality basis.
I welcome the comments the noble lady, the Minister, made, but can she reassure the House that, unlike the last executive order, the one that we expect either this week or next week, the Department will be prepared with proper advice immediately, and that the Foreign Secretary won't waste any time in seeking urgent clarification, unlike the last time?
My Lord's right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, did seek urgent advice the last time. The difficulty was, of course, there was some confusion in the United States systems, as was evident from the changing nature of their travel advice online. Therefore, my Lords, it was the early engagement by this country, by the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and by my right honourable friend the Prime Minister, which meant that we were able to get very much the earliest advice to British passport holders that they would not be adversely affected.
Flag the astonishing position where the noble lady Baroness Afshar, born in Iran, former professor of politics at York and much else besides, might herself be at risk in Iran and not welcome in the United States. Does the noble lady agree that we should never go down this road and that both countries are missing out potentially on an absolute treasure?
Yes and yes.
May I ask my noble friend, the Minister, what steps Her Majesty's Government is taking to ensure that British Iranian nationals are recognised as such by the Iranian Government?
My Lords, that is an extremely important question because, of course, we have discussed over the last 6 to 7 months the problems that ensue when one country does not recognise the validity of dual nationality. Iran is just such a country. My Lords, we do continue to have discussions at ministerial and ambassadorial level with Iran to try to resolve some of the consequences of their refusal to accept that one can ever revoke one's own Iranian nationality. But, my lords, Iran is not the only country so involved, and we do continue those negotiations with other countries too.
Noble Baroness, the Minister, what representations her department, the Foreign Office, is making to the American Embassy on cases such as Mr. Meir, the maths teacher born in Swansea, who was accompanying his class to go to the United States and was blocked in Reykjavik from boarding a plane on no other reason, it seems, that he is a Muslim. He was denied entry, and then he was humiliated and, to quote what he said, felt like a criminal. Are these sorts of cases being monitored? Are they being followed up? And what representation is being made on this outrage?
With regard to the particular case of Mr. Meir, who was removed from a flight to New York in Reykjavik, my lords, it is a case that he has not been given a reason for the entry refusal by the US authorities. My lords, with regard to the wider question, naturally, when we were advised by Mr. Meir of his position, we gave consular assistance in position, in Iceland. But more broadly than that, my lords, there is a really important issue underlying the Noble Lady's question. That is, we are not always notified when somebody holding a British passport is denied entry or indeed is detained upon entry. It's only if they notify us that we can be sure of knowing, because with regard to the US, they do not commonly hold those records, and there is no international rule that any country must do so.
Message from the Commons that they have passed the Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence Ratification of Convention Bill, to which they desire the agreement of your Lordships.
My Lords, a Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence Ratification of Convention Bill. I beg to move that this bill is now read a first time.
The question is that this bill be now read a first time. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content, the contents have it.
Business of the House, the Lord Privy Seal.
I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content, the contents have it.
Bereavement Support Payment Regulations 2017, Lord Headley.
My Lords, with the leave of the House, I beg to move the three motions standing in my name on the order paper en bloc.
The question is that the three motions in the name of Lord Henley be agreed to en bloc. As many as that opinion will say content. The contrary not content, the contents have it.
Pension Schemes Act 2015, Judicial Pensions Consequential Provision Regulations 2017, Baroness Buscombe.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content, the contents have it.
House to be in Committee on the European Union Notification of Withdrawal Bill, Lord Bridges of Headley.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now resolve itself into a committee upon the bill.
The question is that the House do now resolve itself into a committee upon the bill. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content, the contents have it. In Clause 1, Amendment 1, Lord Lee of Crondall.
My Lord, one of the themes of the 2 days this week on the committee stage of this bill will, I think, be that there are no easy answers to the dilemmas we all now face in the United Kingdom. There are upsides and downsides to every option for Brexit and the country's future, and that includes membership of the European Economic Area. Perhaps I may remind the House that we can retain our membership of the single market without membership of the EU, but only through maintaining a membership, which we have already, of course, of the EEA, the European Economic Area, which, to spell it out, requires membership of one or the other. membership either of the EU or of EFTA. So that is why I need to say a little bit more about how we would work within EFTA, which itself currently comprises 3 countries, Norway, Iceland and the Duchy of Liechtenstein. We cannot, my lords, as we sometimes seem to be doing, rule out all of the options before us, and certainly not rule them out prematurely, but look at the pros and cons of each, as has been done in the outstanding report of our European Select Committee Joint Subcommittee on Brexit and Trade Options, chaired by my noble friend Lord Whitty. We were, of course, members of EFTA from its inception in 1960 until we joined the EEC in 1973. I declare a sort of retrospective interest, having chaired the last meeting of the EFTA Consultative Committee, which is made up of national employers and trade union organisations, in consultation with the Council Presidency, the meeting held in Vienna in December 1972. The EEA has a 2-pillar structure. The EU on the one side and EFTA on the other. They meet together in the EEA Council at government level, and there are various joint committees on particular points, and there is a joint parliamentary committee and the EEA Consultative Committee. As regards the substance of consultations with the EU, this of course depends to some extent on the weight of the member states involved, but I am told by contacts in Norway that these are not without value, and I think something like this was also the burden of the message by Norwegians who had given evidence to parliamentary committees in both Lords and Commons. On the objection to this approach, there is, of course, the constant complaint that Plan B or Plan C or Plan D falls because, quote, we would not be at the table, unquote. Well, of course, I have to point out that the famous 52% asserted, or supposedly asserted, if they knew what they were doing, which we assume they did, that without equivocation, they did not want us to be at the table. So that can hardly be a drawback to where we go from here. End of story, full stop. Surely we can all agree that we have to balance influence on the one hand and freedom of action on the other. EFTA has its own court of adjudication on issues such as interpreting the EFTA Treaty and its application of rules of origin, technical standards, etc. So we will be bound by the rules of EFTA consequent on the relationship with the single market, but there is obviously a great deal of legal alignment with the EU. The 4 freedoms can themselves be interpreted in different ways. For their part, the Commons Select Committee noted in their report in paragraph 122 that the Secretary of State for Brexit had indicated on December 1 last year that the government were giving very high priority to tariff-free access, quote, which may or may not include membership of the single market, unquote. Our own Lords Committee stated in paragraph 82 that in trade terms, becoming a non-EU member of the EEA would be the least disruptive option, providing free access to the single market in services and partial access to its in goods. The trade agreements are often negotiated advantageously by EFTA itself. I believe there are a score of such agreements rather than individual member states. Turning to freedom of movement and border controls and work permits, etc., every facet of this debate has now been opened up more than it has been for many years. And by open, I mean open, not closed down in advance. There is a considerable degree of variety amongst EU countries on how free movement is interpreted. In Belgium, for example, there is a need for a job to go to. It is necessary to pay the rate for the job. no advertisements can be placed just in Eastern Europe without being placed in Belgium, etc. Our Secretary of State now seems to have come up with a new form of words about the guarantees for people already resident and working in this country, and I would simply say that this is an area where we all know that constructive thinking needs to go ahead on a bipartisan basis. As regards attitudes in Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, which have to be thought about, attitudes towards an application for us to become members once again, it's fair to say, I think, that we have very close relations. The possible question mark in the case of Norway about something which happened 1,000 years ago. But today, noticeably, because of the North Sea energy fields from Shetlands through to Aberdeen and further south, particularly in the northeast of England, down to the east coast in particular. And this, of course, is true for the UK as a whole in a great variety of ways, including through the activities of the Norwegians' well-managed, energy-based sovereign wealth fund, now worth £250 billion. A lot of investment of which is deployed via London, as we were told in a recent briefing by this fund. Without being presumptuous, and whilst recognising that EFTA would change its internal dynamics and to some degree its character and profile, the advice generally is that one would not expect hostility in Norway, the largest of the three, to any hypothetical application from the UK to rejoin the association. There would also be positives arising from all this for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland in particular, as compared with the alternatives. And we notice that this is becoming more and more obvious as the weeks go by. In paragraph 58 of the Lords Committee report, we observed that, quotes, various studies have shown that from the EU's perspective, the EEA is the most preferred model of association for third countries, not a consideration to be underestimated. And it may be a consideration which may well influence attitudes amongst the EU 27 countries as well. These options for trade, investment, tariffs, etc., have to be the subject not just of theoretical argument, but of practical experience, such as was given by Mr. Emerson, pointing out in evidence reported in paragraph 70 of the Lord's report. The advantage of the EEA option is, inter alia, quote, it is a system that exists, comma, offers legal clarity, and actually works. It is closest amongst the options to the status quo in economic terms, and it would avoid uncertainty and therefore minimise damage to the UK as a destination for foreign investment aimed at the UK market. My Lords, these are among the reasons why it would be counterproductive to leave the EEA, certainly prematurely. I know that going down this particular route, which I am advocating, that this would entail ministers eating some words. But I am sure the digestive systems will be up to it once they've all run a few times around St James's Park. I beg to move.
Amendment proposed, page 1, line 3, at the end insert the words as printed on the Marshall list.
My Lords, I rise briefly to support the amendment which has been moved by my noble friend as a way to probe aspects of the government's approach to our future trading relationship with the European Union. The EEA was created when the UK and Denmark and Ireland changed from being members of EFTA to members of the EU, but the scale of their commercial relations with the other EFTA countries made it necessary to abolish custom barriers between the two groups of countries. And I would submit that a similar imperative is going to operate in the current situation as far as the UK market is concerned, given the scale of our trading with the EU. Obviously, in many ways, the EEA would not be my preferred option because I would prefer to be in the single market and indeed prefer to remain in the EU. But given where we are after the referendum, I certainly think that it is worth the government considering and also responding to the points that have been made. My noble friend referred to the excellent report which has been done by the European Union Committee on Brexit, the options for trade, and the fact that in paragraph 5 of the conclusions it does say that EEA membership would be the least disruptive option for UK-EU trade, not least because it would maintain membership of the single market for services. And I specifically wanted to ask the Minister whether or not this paragraph of the report, highlighting the importance of services to our economy and the way that that can be handled within an EFTA-type solution, has been discussed with the City of London, and what kind of response has been made by the City to the point that has been made in the report. Obviously, we will have a further chance to look at this report when it is discussed in this House on Thursday, but it is very germane to the discussions that we're having this afternoon, both on the EEA and on the single market, and therefore I think it is quite right to highlight it today and take this opportunity to do so. Certainly, as the point has been made many times that whatever people voted for in the referendum, we're all pretty sure that they did not vote to make themselves poorer. And as a result of that, exploring the best deal possible in looking at all the possible options is going to be vital. And I believe that the government needs to take this amendment and the report very seriously.
My Lords, I agree very much with my two noble friends who've set out very well, I think, the purpose of this particular amendment. I, like them, feel that it is really a disaster for our country to leave the European Union in any circumstances, and that the economic costs have not been begun to be properly assessed in this country, though as every week goes by we begin to become more aware of some of them. But I think it's common ground, even of those who think that we should leave the European Union and who've voted for that and who campaigned for that, that there are economic costs, and I think even they would accept that the economic costs are very serious. And the economic costs essentially affect manufacturing, particularly areas like automotive and aerospace, where there's a large amount of supply chains in the European Union going across countries with parts and components and so forth going back and forth more or less the whole time. And that business is very, very severely affected by our leaving the customs union and by our leaving the single market, particularly where we had to pay tariffs, as we would do in the case of motor cars, for example. And the other area is financial services, which accounts for 10% of the gross national product of this country, as we all know. And the City at the moment is the financial capital of the European Union, but it was likely to cease to be that if we left the European Union. It's very difficult to imagine how it could continue to be that unless we had some way of remaining in the internal financial market. And the great thing about the EEA is it is a way, in fact, of avoiding, not I think all the economic costs, because there would be a loss of investment in many areas, and as time went by there might be threats to our competitivity as a country, both in services and in some of the manufacturing areas I've mentioned. But nevertheless, it would mitigate and very much reduce the economic costs. And everybody's agreed there are considerable, serious economic costs. So it seems extraordinary that the government have not even bothered to consider or to negotiate the possibility of our remaining in the single market by virtue of becoming again a member of EFTA or otherwise. The government very reluctantly conceded that there should be some parliamentary process in this whole procedure of leaving the European Union. And they very reluctantly conceded that they should report to us at least as much as the European Commission does the European Parliament on the progress of negotiations. They very, very reluctantly exposed to us some of their thinking on some of these points. It's been drawn out of them and dragged out of them in different ways. We're going to have to go on doing that. But as we begin to get a clearer sight of what the government are doing, it becomes more and more curious because we observe that they're actually breaching some of what one would always thought of the golden rules of negotiation. They're behaving in a way which is clearly irrational. No normal person gives up an option unless he or she gets to the point when they have to. There's no point in giving up an option in advance. So why did the government state in advance they weren't interested in becoming a part of EFTA and remaining in the single market on that basis?
Secondly, the government has said that their priority is to prevent freedom of movement or stop freedom of movement in future so far as this country is concerned. Well, we now hear from Mr Davis he doesn't actually expect there to be any very significant reduction in immigration from the rest of the EU or indeed anywhere else for the next few years. So in other words, the benefit for which we are apparently prepared, or the government is apparently prepared to pay this enormous economic cost, is actually much less than it was always made out to be. That's a very yes, I give way to the Noble Lord, of course.
Noble Lord, on the subject of giving away something, an option in advance, is my memory playing a trick on me in recalling that the Noble Lord and others on the Remain side of the argument during the referendum campaign argued that membership of the EEA would be the worst possible option because we'd be bound by all the rules but have no say?
The Noble Lord is uncharacteristically inaccurate. He normally does his homework before he intervenes in this sort of way. He's quite right that myself and many of us on the Remain side of the argument argued against the EEA being the right solution. But he's quite wrong in suggesting that any of us argued that it was the worst solution. On the contrary, right throughout the campaign, I always said it was the least bad solution. It was a very bad solution, but it was the least bad of all the various solutions on offer. And I'm on the record as saying that. I'm not even sure I might not have said that in debates in which the Noble Lord was taking part. I think probably did. And that indeed is my view today, very strongly so. And that's the case I'm now arguing. I wish we could stay in the EU, period, as the Americans say, just full stop. If we can't stay in the EU, we need to try to mitigate the enormous damage. That's the argument I've been making. And the way of doing it is to try and find a way to stay in the single market. And the way we could certainly stay in the single market would be to rejoin EFTA in the way that my Noble Lord, Lord Lee, has set out. And so it's very extraordinary that the government have excluded that possibility. But I'll come on to the government's extraordinary behaviour, because not only have they now revealed that actually the benefit for which they're prepared to pay this high cost is not anything like as great as it was always made out to be, but they've not even considered negotiating on the single market regime provided by the EEA and using that as a basis for trying to get some, perhaps, concessions on the freedom of movement aspect. Indeed, my two noble friends have suggested a way forward which might be possible. I don't think we on this side of the House are going to be able to take over these negotiations, but we do want to know, it's very important, I think everybody knows, it's very important the whole country knows, why it is that the government haven't even thought it worthwhile to sit down with our European Union partners and say we'd like to stay in the single market, but we'd also like to curb freedom of movement to some extent at least, and have a negotiation on that basis. I give way to my noble friend.
Could you just remind the House, refresh the House's memory on what success the previous Prime Minister had in having this as an objective in his renegotiation of our terms of membership of the European Union?
I think the previous Prime Minister was a completely incompetent negotiator. And the way to make progress in the European Union is extraordinary after all these years, decades, that the Tory party hasn't learnt this. The way to make progress in European affairs is to adopt a communautaire approach, to adopt the language of one's partners, to say what one's seeking to do is to do something in the interest of everybody, not purely in the selfish interest of this country, and certainly not just to get a good headline in the Daily Express or the Daily Mail, but that actually that we share the long-term objectives of our neighbours and partners for the future of Western civilization, as well as for prosperity and competitivity and employment and these very important economic, but ultimately perhaps subsidiary objectives. And then to say, pragmatically, we have a reputation historically of being pragmatically, wouldn't it be a good idea to do X, Y and Z, which would actually strengthen our common purposes and take further forward our common ambitions? That's the way to make progress, and it's the opposite of the confrontational approach which the last Prime Minister adopted. And it's not surprising that he didn't get very far. And I'm very glad that my noble friend has intervened, made this particular intervention, because it enables me to say that I'm extremely worried, and I don't think I'm alone in this country that I'm being worried, that the Tory party has actually learnt nothing at all from this experience or from any other experience over the last 40 years of the European Union, and they're going to make the same mistake again. They're going to make the same mistake again, and they're going to find themselves not achieving what they ought to try to be achieving in the national interest in these negotiations. It's going to be a disaster. And it's going to be very largely an avoidable disaster, but precisely because the Tory government have not learned the obvious lessons of the past, which my noble friend was kind enough to give me the opportunity to remind them of this afternoon. Now, my lords, if you have somebody negotiating on your behalf, it might be a solicitor, it might be an accountant, it might be some representative or agent or trustee or whoever, and you're watching very carefully what they're doing, and they do something which goes quite counter to normal human common sense, you're entitled to get worried. And I think I've just pointed out 3 ways in which the government are behaving in an extremely irrational fashion. I'll just repeat what they are, so the Minister's got the questions in my mind, and perhaps he can address them, and he sums up. One is, why are we pursuing this particular objective with the same kind of intensity and passion when we've acknowledged that the objective we're trying to achieve, what we're trying to obtain in exchange for the high price of giving up our membership of the single market is not anything like as great as was previously made out to be? The second thing is, why have we not decided to negotiate on the basis of what the available option which we know exists, on the basis of our potential membership of the EEA, and see if we can perhaps do a little bit better and achieve some additional concessions and so well, we haven't even tried. Why haven't we tried to do this? And the third thing is, why are we proceeding in this negotiation by giving up in advance options before we've even explored them, before we've even started the negotiation? A very extraordinary thing to do.
My Lords, I wonder if the Labour Party could find room in their debate for others. My Lords, even if the noble Lord Lee was right that we did not have to go through a process of joining EFTA and the EEA, which I think he's not, actually, being a member of the EEA means accepting EU laws, as my noble friend Lord Forsyth has said, without any political representation or influence over them. This would, of course, result in less control for the UK over its destiny rather than more. That is not what people voted for in the referendum. My Lords, I oppose this amendment for these reasons and because it directly is inconsistent with the White Paper.
I also say that since only leaving the EU was on the ballot paper, it's legitimate to argue that people did not vote to leave the single market or the customs union. They are wrong, but we will deal with that in Group 4. But those same people also argue that we can join the EEA and benefit from it while still leaving the EU. My Lords, I believe that too is wrong and misguided. But please don't take my word for it. Let me quote from the EEA website. After it describes what is the EEA, who are the contracting parties, and when it was agreed, it goes on to say in point 4 in the EEA's own website what is included in the EEA agreement. The EEA agreement provides for the inclusion of EU legislation in all policy areas of the single market. This covers the 4 freedoms, that is, freedom of movement of goods, services, persons and capital, as well as competition and state aid rules, but also the following horizontal policies: consumer protection, company law, environment, social policy, statistics. In addition, the EEA agreement provides for cooperation in several flanking policies, such as research and technological development, education, training and youth, employment, tourism, culture, civil protection, enterprise, entrepreneurship, and small and medium-sized companies. The EEA agreement guarantees equal rights and obligations within the single market for citizens of economic operators in the EEA. Through Article 6 of the agreement, the case law of the Court of Justice of the European Union is also of relevance to the EEA agreement, as the provisions of the EEA agreement shall be interpreted in conformity with the relevant rulings of the Court, given prior to the date of signature, that is May 1992. And quote. Thus, my Lords, if we join the EEA, we are in effect still in the EU to all intents and purposes, with, I think, the exception of agriculture, fishing, justice and home affairs. But all the rest of it, we've got it lock, stock and barrel. My Lords, we would not have control of our borders, our laws, our courts, or much of our money. We would thus betray the people who voted to leave the EU, and that is why we should reject this amendment.
Very good.
Sorry, can you...
May I make 4 very brief points? Will the Minister assure the House that this amendment is actually within the scope of the bill? The bill is about notifying withdrawal. This seems to me, as with many other amendments, to be about something completely different. Secondly, it is not within our unilateral gift, even if the Prime Minister is instructed to remain a member of the EEA on our behalf. She cannot necessarily achieve this on her own. Thirdly, it's not a good idea to tie her hands in that fashion. And fourthly, even if this amendment succeeded, and the same is true of many others, and it becomes a part of this bill, as a 2 years unroll, It may be that this amendment, if passed and others, proves to be inconvenient and an obstacle, and there is nothing to stop the government simply repealing or bringing forward measures to repeal this particular clause were it to be added to the bill.
Surely the problem with the EEA is this is actually a waiting room for people who want to join the EU. This wasn't ever designed for people who wanted to leave it. And I don't quite understand why we have to sit here saying we must take one of the options that is on offer from the EU. We are the third biggest economy in the EU. I'll give way in a minute. We're the third biggest economy in the EU. They sell 50% more to us than we do to them. Why can't we have a unique free trade agreement with the EU? Why do we have to go along with any of these things that are on offer from the EU? I'll give way to...
Perhaps I may be permitted just to correct the noble lord, whom I know is a considerable expert on these matters and normally gets his facts absolutely right, and we've sat on European Union committees for quite a long time together. But he's wrong about the EEA being a waiting room for applicants for the EU. Norway actually had a referendum which decided against their joining the EU. They decided not to be members of the EU, but they did decide to be a member of the single market and to join EFTA on that basis. So for them, it is not an anti-room, it is an alternative, and that it could be so for us if we so wished.
I mean, I accept that, but it was designed originally to be a waiting room for those who wanted to join it, and that's why it's been put in place. That's why you have to comply with all the regulations of the EU. But it comes back to my point, really, that if we do join the EEA, we don't join the customs union, so we have all the problems of the customs regulations. It does enable us to do free trade deals with others, but it has many disadvantages, and I still don't really understand why we can't have our own unique arrangement with the EU, and I'm sure that's the ambition of the government, and that's why this amendment should be opposed.
Declaring an interest, and it's really my only qualification for joining in this short debate as a Norwegian and a half Norwegian, I would advise the Minister to test the noble Lord assertion that the Norwegians are broadly content with their situation. Conversations I've had over the years with relatives and friends suggest that they see in it all the disadvantages that my noble friend Lord Forsyth so forcibly expressed 5 minutes ago.
One of the major difficulties that might stem from membership of the EEA is its implications for freedom of movement. May I ask the noble Lord the Minister, when he responds, to give the government's assessment of what will be the implications for freedom of movement to the UK of membership of the EEA?
My Lords, I think the House has heard quite enough from me, so I'm not going to speak on this one other than to say that this will actually come up, of course, under the single market, and our comments on this I will reserve till then. Though I think the House would know probably that we would not be supporting this particular amendment.
My Lords, I thank noble Lords for the amendment concerning the European Economic Area, which seeks to ensure that the UK remains a member of the EEA. Well, not yet, no. My Lords, whilst I understand the issue raised and agree with the desire to debate it in this House, I cannot accept this amendment. I wonder if the noble Lord would allow me to make a little progress before he launches into the water. This bill is about the process of our leaving the European Union. It is not about the government's approach. Now, I will happily debate these matters with your lordships, and I'm sure that there will be other occasions on which to do so over the coming months and indeed years. But as the other place has shown, this bill is not the place to put constraints on the government's approach.
What is it the Minister... I'm obliged to the Minister for giving way. I wonder, since this is the first opportunity we've heard from a Minister on this subject since the weekend, I wonder if he would care... I wonder if he would care to comment on one of the most significant happenings. a very distinguished member of this House, who sat through the whole of the second reading almost on Monday and Tuesday, the former Deputy Prime Minister, for whom we all have the greatest of respect, has said that he is going to oppose his own government on this, that he is completely against Brexit. What is the reaction to the government? Are they not going to take account of the views of someone so distinguished, of someone with such a great experience of government, with someone with such great experience of the European Union? Would the Minister care to respond?
Yes, of course. The noble lord to whom you refer is not in the House today.
And very rarely.
It is my intention to make some progress with this matter. Now, the Prime Minister clearly set out her vision for the future of the United Kingdom post-exit in her speech on 17th January, and this included our future trading relationship with the EU. She was clear that we do not seek membership of the single market. Instead, we seek the greatest possible access to it through a new, comprehensive, bold and ambitious free trade agreement. We want the United Kingdom to have the freest possible trade in goods and services with the EU's member states, but also to be able to negotiate our own trade agreements. As the noble Lord Hamilton of Epsom observed, it is a bespoke deal, it is our own deal that we seek. The United Kingdom has always been a leading voice for free trade, not only in the European Union, but globally. And we've been consistently clear that we want the maximum possible freedom to trade for businesses in both Britain and Europe. But we also want to take back control of our laws and control immigration to Britain from Europe. Being a member of the EEA would mean complying with the EU's rules and regulations that implement the four freedoms: capital, goods, services and people, without having a vote on what those rules and regulations are. It would mean accepting a role for the European Court of Justice that would see it still having direct legal authority in our country. It would mean not having control over immigration. EU leaders and the other 27 states have been clear as to their belief in the indivisible nature of the four freedoms, and of course we respect that. The people of the United Kingdom voted to leave the EU, not to maintain partial membership of its bodies or institutions. When the people of the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union institutions, they did not intend that we should leave by the front door and rush back and attempt entry by the back door. As set out in the White Paper, we recognise that we will require alternative forms of dispute resolution, for example, once we leave the EU and are no longer subject to the European Court of Justice. But again, these are mechanisms common to both EU and third country agreements and in international agreements to which we, the United Kingdom, are also parties. And there are many examples of that. And, my Lords, once we leave the EU, the EEA agreement will no longer be relevant for the United Kingdom. It will have no practical effect. It will be an empty vessel. That is because the agreement is defined as covering all EU members and those three EFTA states, Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway, which have chosen to join the EEA. As we are leaving the EU, we will automatically be outside of this definition as found in Article 126 of the EEA. And so there is actually no choice open to us to leave the EU and remain a member of the EEA. That would require a separate negotiation with the EU and three of the EFTA states that I've just mentioned. So, for example, Switzerland, which is also a member of EFTA, has a separate bilateral agreement with the EU, even though it's not in the EEA. And, of course, EFTA membership itself is not the same as EEA membership. Though it will have no practical effect after the EU exit, we are, of course, considering what steps might be taken formally to terminate the EEA agreement as a matter of law, as we will remain a signatory on the face of the agreement. And this could be done through Article 127 of the EEA agreement on giving 12 months' notice, or by some other means, but no decision has yet been taken on that. But we have laid out in the White Paper the relationship we are seeking, a new strategic partnership which includes a new customs agreement and an ambitious and comprehensive free trade agreement. And we are seeking the greatest possible access to the single market as part of this. The noble Lord Lee of Crondall referred to the fact that we would not be at the table. And that is absolutely right. And that is not what 52% of our population voted for when they voted leave. It is one thing to have power without responsibility. It's another thing to have responsibility without power. And that is what we would have in these circumstances. As regards freedom of movement, it was suggested that it could be open to a variety of interpretations. That is not the view in Europe. It is open to only one interpretation, and it is one which we have been under for a number of years. The noble lady Baroness Quinn referred to the report of the House of Lords Committee, and I can reassure her that we take the terms of that report very seriously indeed, and will be taking forward our consideration of it in due course. The noble Lord Davies of Stamford referred to the suggestion that somehow we could keep our options open so far as the EEA is concerned. But that is not the case. EEA membership is not an option that is simply open to us if we leave the EU. As I said before, it becomes an empty vessel. And we have to face up to the indivisibility of the four freedoms as insisted upon. So it is not a case of going into Europe and saying we would like to negotiate out of one of the four freedoms. We are told repeatedly that they are indivisible, and we have to take that into account. At the end of the day, we cannot embrace membership of the EEA any more than we can embrace membership of the EU without freedom of movement in Europe. I would therefore, in these circumstances, invite noble lords to withdraw this amendment, understanding that we cannot retain membership of the EEA for the reasons I've sought to set out.
It's down. There is one issue that's very important in the national interest on this question. When the noble Lord Bridges came to the Select Committee to answer questions about the government's negotiating strategy, I asked him whether, as part of a transitional arrangement, the government had ruled out membership of the single market or membership of the EEA, and he said it hadn't. Now, can the Minister give us clarity about the government's current position? Most observers, whatever the front bench opposite think, most observers think that it will be impossible to negotiate a comprehensive trade agreement within the practical 15 months of negotiation that are actually going to be allowed after the German elections, are going to be available after the German elections. So the implementation phase that the Prime Minister talks about, which is in fact a transition, is the government saying, under no circumstances would we consider being members of the EEA, or under no circumstances members of the single market? Because if they are, we are facing the most horrendous cliff edge as an economy.
Well, with respect to the noble Lord, Lord Little, I don't accept that we face a cliff edge. Indeed, there is no cliff and therefore no edge. We fully intend to negotiate a suitable settlement within the period set out in Article 50. And that is the course of action upon which we are setting out at this time. And can I take up a point that was made by the noble Lady Baroness Deach? She questioned whether this amendment was within the scope of the bill. That is a question for others, but clearly it is not related to the purpose of this bill. This bill is concerned with process, and if we lose sight of that, we're liable to become rudderless in very difficult waters.
Will you give me an answer to the question? It is a reasonable question on such a vital matter of national importance Is this ruled out in a transitional arrangement or not?
Your question, with respect, noble Lord, proceeds upon a supposition that I do not accept.
My Lords, on that last point, could I just point out that the government is very good at demolishing everything that is put up as possible hypotheses. But at some point, it will have to look at them constructively. It will have to look at the report, as we've just heard on Thursday. But it will also have to look at the costs and benefits of each of them. So, at the moment, what seems to be happening is that one after the other, various ideas are put up in debate, which is what we're here for, and the government produces a tremendous round of artillery to blow up that particular bridge or that particular idea, but never has laid out how the white paper, the Lancaster House speech, which is a couple of sentences, is actually going to work. We are opening up ourselves to the vulnerability of saying exactly what we think might be an option. And I do think it behoves the government very soon, in the national interest, to start to look at what might work rather than what might not work. And we will have to return to these matters and look at the pros and cons of this option and all of the other options. So instead of just saying what is ruled out, it would be good to hear a little bit more about what is ruled in. And instead of concluding, sounds a bit like Mrs. Thatcher, there is no alternative. There are several alternatives to just walking away. We have not heard anything about these in any detail, and we're getting to the ridiculous position where we're going to have a so-called Great Repeal Bill. We're going to have this bill on the statute book. No detailed prospectus at all on the flimsy grounds that it would give the game away about our negotiating position. This is not going to bode well for us coming back with a satisfactory solution to the very serious challenges facing the country. However, so far as we can take it today, and I beg leave to withdraw the motion.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure the amendment be withdrawn? The amendment is by leave withdrawn. Amendment 2, the Lord Hayne.
My Lords, I wish to speak to Amendment 2 in my name and that of my noble friends Lord Alderdice and Lord Murphy of Torvine. My Lords, it will be noted that this is a cross-party amendment by two former Secretaries of State for Northern Ireland and a former Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly. In a few days, the people of Northern Ireland will go to the polls for the second time in 8 months, at a moment when Northern Ireland's self-government is in a political cul-de-sac and unresolved legacy issues and the past, including prosecutions of long-retired British soldiers, continue to haunt everyone. The settlement in Northern Ireland is built on the delicate balance of the three strands of the Good Friday Agreement: relationships within Northern Ireland, between Belfast and Dublin and London. Brexit will test each of these relationships, and if the government pursues a hard Brexit, it could do profound damage to all three. When I was Secretary of State in 2005, I flew many miles by army helicopter from east to west along the mountains and fields of South Armagh that mark the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic. Knowing what had afflicted that area over so many years, it seemed to me that it had what Yeats called, in a different but related context, a terrible beauty. Frankly, the border was, even at the height of the Troubles, with security controls, impossible to police. Then it was dubbed Bandit Country. Along the entire 300-mile Irish border, it is estimated that there are up to 300 crossings and countless additional paths, with 35,000 people crossing each day, and each month 177,000 crossings by lorries, 208,000 by vans, and 1.85 million by cars. And since family farms straddle the border, goodness knows how many animals on the move, from domestic pets to livestock, conceivably being forced to carry ID tags if they strayed either way in the future. All because the border will become the customs frontier of the European Union. Bertie Ahern, who served 3 terms as Taoiseach between 1997 and 2008, and who was a central player in helping secure the Good Friday Agreement and deliver power sharing, was reported in The Observer recently as saying that the establishment of an Irish land border could have devastating results, putting Northern Ireland's peace process in jeopardy. I worry far more about what's going to happen with that, he said. It will take away the calming effects of an open border. Any attempt to try to start putting down border posts or to man it in a physical sense, as used to be the case, would be very hard to maintain and would create a lot of bad feeling. I would suggest, my lords, that bad feeling is an understatement. Bertie Ahern added, any kind of physical border in any shape is bad for the peace process. It psychologically feeds badly into the nationalist communities. People have said that this could have the same impact on the nationalist community as the seismic shock of the 1985 Anglo-Irish Agreement on Unionists, and I agree with that. For the nationalist community in Northern Ireland, the Good Friday Agreement was about removing barriers, integrating across the island, working democratically in the absence of violence and intimidation. And if you take that away, as the Brexit vote does, that has a destabilising effect. That's what Bertie Ahern said. I agree with him, and I'm particularly aware that the consequences of a hard customs border between Northern Ireland and the Republic are potentially immense and are not addressed at all in the government's white paper. Frankly, I'm not convinced the government has even begun to grasp the political significance of it. I, like Tony Blair and my predecessors, my noble friends Lord Murphy, Lord Reid and Lord Mandelson, was utterly non-partisan when dealing with the Northern Ireland parties, even though in the space of 2 meetings we'd be accused of one of being for a united Ireland and by the other of being rabidly pro-union. But I built as close a relationship with Ian Paisley as I did with Gerry Adams, with Peter Robinson as with Martin McGuinness. I remain unaligned today, and that allows me to talk, I hope, bluntly, and some might say even inappropriately, about the politics of Irish republicanism and nationalism. For them, an entirely open border of the kind which has operated without security or hindrance of any kind for many years now is politically totemic. It marks an everyday reality to all Republicans that progress, albeit in their terms slow progress, has been made and is being made towards their aspirations for a united Ireland. It's been as if the border no longer matters. Citizens resident on either side can and do take advantage of the health and educational services nearest to where they live on a cross-border basis. Northern Ireland businesses invest without hindrance in the Republic, and the same occurs for businesses in reverse. The two economies are being steadily integrated. Even the level of corporation tax in Northern Ireland is planned to be cut to synchronise with the low rate in the Republic. Of course, the island of Ireland has not been united politically or constitutionally. To do so would properly require endorsement by referendum, and the principle of consent is one of the cornerstones of the Good Friday Agreement. But it is almost daily becoming united in everyday life, and that is something welcomed by unionists as well, secure in the knowledge that there can be no change in the constitutional position without their consent. Above all, it's a symbol of the normalisation of relations between the two parts of the island. The government disturbs that at everyone's great and grim peril. And those who maintain that, because the Prime Minister said she does not want to return to a hard border, then it won't happen, should be aware that the Irish government, which doesn't want a hard border either, has nevertheless, as a contingency measure, begun identifying possible locations for checkpoints along the border with Northern Ireland in the event of a hard Brexit. The Northern Ireland peace and stability process is very far from over. The current disturbing breakdown and impasse in the Northern Ireland Assembly and its executive is a manifestation of the extent of unfinished business. I don't say that we'll go back to the murder and mayhem of the Troubles, but I do insist that the process could so easily unravel. It requires continuous forward momentum, and a reimposed border with restrictions in any way, is the very reverse of that. If the referendum means Brexit at any price, it may well be at a dangerously high cost for the Northern Ireland peace process. And apart from the politics, the post-Brexit border issue is fraught with practical problems. The excellent House of Lords report Brexit, UK-Irish relations stated on page 65, the only way to retain the current open border in its entirety would be either for the UK to remain in the customs union or for EU partners to agree to a bilateral UK-Irish agreement on trade and customs. Yet, given the EU's exclusive competence to negotiate trade agreements with third countries, the latter option is not currently available. The report added, short of the introduction of full immigration controls on the Irish land border, the solution would either be the acceptance of a low level of cross-border movement by EU workers, or allowing Northern Ireland to reach its own settlement on the rights of EU citizens to live and work there, which would require an adjustment to the devolution settlement. In evidence to the House of Commons Northern Ireland Affairs Committee on the 1st of February, international trade lawyer Michael Lux dismissed the government's commitments to an open border as nice words and warned that Britain's departure from the customs union would require a significant enforcement infrastructure on the Irish side, possibly including cameras and helicopters. Lux calls for what he calls a special status for Northern Ireland. In subsequent testimony to the committee, Irish Ambassador Dan Mulhall said, "I just don't think it's remotely possible to think in terms of having a border that would really control every movement of goods and people." He also warned that it was essential that Brexit does not affect the Good Friday Agreement and that the people of Northern Ireland can have confidence that this will be the case. Experienced customs officials from both sides of the border have questioned the practicality of reimposing controls. Former UK Customs Officer Jerry Temple told the BBC, and I quote, "The border runs through many properties, and it would be impossible for customs to check what comes in the southern side and goes out the northern side. The reopening of the unapproved roads has changed everything and made the task for customs impossible." The Police Federation of Northern Ireland has also expressed concern about the consequences of a hard border. We are still operating under what the government says is a severe threat, which means an attack on our members could happen at any time and is highly likely, PFNI Chairman Mark Lindsay told The Guardian. He added, "If we're saying in the future that police officers could be deployed to customs posts and other fixed points on a hardened border, then they would become static targets. They would in effect become sitting ducks for the terrorists." I'm assuming he's talking about the dissident IRA groups. The outgoing leader of the Alliance Party and former Northern Ireland Justice Minister David Ford MLA observed that the issue of the common travel area is not dealt with by people simply saying the CTA has existed since 1923, because it had never existed with one jurisdiction when one jurisdiction was outside the EU and the other within it. Your Lordship's European Union Committee has already highlighted the danger of exacerbating an existing smuggling problem on the border, a judgment that reflects testimony from Northern Ireland's Justice Minister and Police Service, among others. A hard Brexit risks a double windfall for paramilitaries from increased opportunities for fraud alongside growing political tensions. One wheeze, apparently emanating from the government, is to have electronic controls of some sort. "I haven't found anyone who can tell me what technology can actually manage this," Bertie Ahern said. David Ford MLA observed that it was, and I quote, "utterly meaningless to talk about electronic controls as a preventative tool against cross-border smuggling." He noted that there was already evasion of the different excise duties on either side of the border. The leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, Mike Nesbitt, MLA, agreed that electronic monitoring of the movement of goods, and I quote, just will not cut it. We need maintenance of the common travel area, the right of free movement within it for UK and Irish citizens, and their right to reside and work in both countries. We need the retention of the right to Irish and therefore EU citizenship for the people of Northern Ireland. We need a customs and trade arrangement between the UK and Ireland if the UK leaves the customs union. We need reaffirmation by both governments of their commitment to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and continued support for cross-border cooperation. One suggestion is to negotiate for Northern Ireland as a special zone with exceptional status, justified by its turbulent history within the UK and the EU, within both. An authoritative paper by Professor David Finnemore of Queen's University, Belfast, illustrated the complexities. He identifies what he terms the reverse Greenland option, which draws its inspiration from the departure of Greenland, which is part of Denmark, from the then European communities in 1985. The idea of a reverse Greenland envisages the UK remaining in the EU, but not all its constituent parts doing so. Scotland and Northern Ireland, as constituent elements of the UK, who voted Remain, would, as was the case with Denmark, remain in the EU, while England and Wales, following Greenland's example, would leave. I close quotes. Gibraltar is another fraught problem altogether. It's 95.9% of the votes cast in the referendum for Remain, and they might also fall into such a category. Finnemore explains, and I quote, such an arrangement would require agreement within the context of a post-Brexit UK-EU relationship for the free movement of people to extend beyond the border of the EU into, but not across the entire territory of a non-member state. This would be unprecedented, but it would not be unprecedented for special or bespoke integration and cooperation arrangements to be put in place for particular regions or territories of non-member states. Svalbard enjoys special status within the context of Norway's participation in the EEA. The EU has also granted some restricted concessions to the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad, which is situated between the two EU member states, Lithuania and Poland. I close quotes from Professor Finnemore. A special status might mean a hard border with Wales, Scotland and England, but at least these would be at ports and airports which are in any event already monitored and sometimes policed. Travellers now present passports or driving licence to board aircraft, for example. Would similar arrangements for the Liverpool ferry be so much of a problem? If these kind of checks were on arrival in Great Britain, would Unionists see that as a de facto border between Great Britain and Northern Ireland for the sake of free movement within Ireland and object? Alternatively, would the Irish be prepared to increase controls at their ports and airports, with any extra security presumably paid for by Britain, rather like we do in Calais? I wonder. Creative lateral solutions will certainly be needed, but a solution there has to be with give and take on all sides. The free movement of people, goods and services on the island of Ireland is absolutely critical to continued momentum and deepening of the peace process. Cross-border trade and tourism have increased on the back of the peace process, so has business activity and investment. Today, crossing the border between Strabane and Lifford, or Derry, Londonderry and Letterkenny, or between Newry and Dundalk, is just as simple as crossing the border between Wales and England. In fact, it's easier in this case of South Wales because there's no Severn Bridge type toll. I don't really mind how an open border is achieved, my lords, but it must be, which is what this amendment insists upon. Ours is not a wrecking amendment. It does not obstruct Brexit. It's not tying the government's negotiating hand. All it is doing is insisting that, as Article 50 is triggered, it is only on the basis that the government negotiates to secure what it already says it wants, an open border in line with the Good Friday Agreement. I trust, my lords, we never have to confront the stark choice between delivering on the Brexit referendum and deepening hard-won stability and peace on the island of Ireland.
Yeah. Amendment proposed, page 1, line 3. At end, insert the words "as printed on the Marshall list."
have always been a fervent European. It's an emotional thing as much as an intellectual thing. In my own family, there are people from outside of the UK. My wife and I make our home not just in Northern Ireland, but in continental Europe. Politically, as a former Vice President of the European Liberal Democrat Party and someone always committed to Europe, it's part of me politically. And intellectually, the principles behind the European project have been a driving force in my way of understanding a better way of doing politics, but particularly, of course, in my own part of the world, in Northern Ireland. The border wasn't the cause of our problems. It reflected problems that were there before that, but it did exacerbate the problems as well. And the European project, in the way that it was working for many years, provided us with an inspiration and a model to change relationships within Northern Ireland, between North and South, and between Britain and Ireland. But, my Lords, for me it was sadly neither entirely a shock nor a surprise when the referendum went the way it did. For some years, as some noble lords will know, I have been warning that unless those with influence in Brussels and those of us who are pro-European were to influence our colleagues across Europe to change the way the European project was developing, we were going to find those opposed to the European Union increasing in numbers and in fervour, and it would not be good for the project. Indeed, it was destined for disaster if there was not a change. I said so in your Lordship's House on more than one occasion, my Lords. But there was not a preparedness to listen. For me, the European project was essentially a peace project. It was not about the euro. It was not about the single market. It was not about providing a space at the top table of global affairs for presidents and prime ministers of smaller European countries. It was a peace project. It was to try to make sure that Germany and France in particular, but that the rest of Europe did not go to war again. It was a peace project. And now, my Lords, it has itself become the focus of division within Europe. So those of us who are pro-European should have been looking at why things were going wrong for a long time. My Lords, if a couple divorce after 40 and more years, and the one who leaves isn't going for another partner, then the one that's left needs to ask themselves some serious questions as to why there was such a motivation for divorce after such a long time. It is because the European Union was not developed on liberal principles of freedom, flexibility, organic growth and development, sensitivity to differences of identity and culture right across Europe, and particularly between Northern Europe and Southern Europe. Instead, it was centralising, it was focused on itself and on the interests and concerns and preoccupations and beliefs of the elites. And the result is that many ordinary people find themselves becoming disenchanted. This, my Lords, is a disaster. It's a disaster. We know what happens when Europe becomes divided, but divided it has become. And our job now is to try to find a way of bringing it together. In this amendment, we refer to Her Majesty's Government. But before coming to that, I want to refer to our colleagues in Brussels, because it's not a one-sided business. Relationships require movement from both sides. Immediately after the referendum, Mr. Juncker came out and demanded that Britain implement Article 50 immediately. It was a requirement. It wasn't a requirement, but it was an extremely unhelpful intervention because it gave all the impressions of Brussels talking down to everybody that it had produced precisely the problems. So I need to say, through the medium of this intervention in your Lordship's House, to our friends in Brussels and across the European Union, understand that relationships are a two-way affair. You have got to be prepared to be flexible too if there is going to be change for the better. It may be too late to do other than have a relationship with the United Kingdom that is outside the European Union. And it may almost be too late for some of the other countries, because this is not just a question of Britain. Many other countries are asking themselves these questions, have deeply dissatisfied populations, and this year in particular is likely to see developments of a thoroughly untoward order. So when it comes to the question of the border in Ireland,
I do hope that people in Brussels understand that it is in their interests to start being flexible about the question and not simply saying, well, take it or leave it. If you want to do Brexit, here are the consequences. But rather to say, first of all, this is a relationship. Secondly, we're a peace project. We're not about disrupting a peace project that was painfully put together in Ireland. And thirdly, if there ever was trouble again in Ireland, it would be trouble within the European Union, even if Northern Ireland isn't there, because the trouble would be north and south of the border as it was before. But of course, my lords, the amendment is particularly addressed to Her Majesty's government. And I appreciated the fact that the Prime Minister, almost as one of her first initiatives, contacted the Taoiseach, Enda Kenny, and expressed her appreciation of his positive regard and relationship. And I know that despite the difficulties he is in, he or any successor would be able to have useful and positive contact with the Prime Minister. However, it's not just a question of what we do and say. It's a question of our impulses. And I remember in 2013, when the Crime and Courts Bill was being debated, one of the first things that I did when I realised problems were emerging in Northern Ireland over the question of whether there would be a legislative consent motion in the Assembly was to go and meet with the Noble Lord Taylor of Holbeach, who was responsible for the bill in your Lordship's House, and to say to him, has the Right Honourable Theresa May, who at that stage was Home Secretary, had a consultation with the Minister of Justice in the Republic of Ireland? Because the NCA, which is going to be created by this bill, has as one of its fundamental requirements border security. It's one of the things it's about. The only land border we have in the United Kingdom is with the Republic of Ireland. We have a British-Irish Council. We have a whole series of international agreements. We have meetings of ministers in every context. Has the Home Secretary consulted with the Minister of Justice in the Republic of Ireland about this question? The Noble Lord Taylor of Holbeach is a very honest and open man, not given to dissembling. He was clear. It hadn't even entered their minds to have such a conversation. It hadn't even entered their minds. It wasn't nasty. It wasn't malevolent. It wasn't a snub or a dismissal. It just hadn't even entered their minds. My lords, my fear is that now that she is Prime Minister, she is bringing to the office of the Prime Minister many of the attitudes, the people, the approaches of the Home Office. And if that is the case in relationships with Ireland North and South, it will create problems for her and for all of us. And so my appeal is to understand that being the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is not just about being the Prime Minister of England and a few add-on bits. It is about Scotland. It is about Wales. It is about Northern Ireland. And it is about many parts of England that don't necessarily feel themselves entirely at home with the approaches that are taken here in London. And that will be a stretching of imagination and political creativity, and it will mean engaging with people, and it won't be entirely easy. But, my lords, it is absolutely necessary if we are going to create the kind of environment we need within this United Kingdom and in our other relationships, and there will be many, I hope, not just in the EU, but outside the EU. Indeed, goodness knows what kind of EU, if any kind of EU, still exists by the time we come to March 2019. We have no idea. The world is changing dramatically before our eyes. However, there are some things that we know do cause trouble, even if we're not sure what things cause good to happen. And one of the things that will cause trouble is if people in the nationalist and Republican community feel that the progress that was made in relationships and in understanding and in sensitivity are being rubbished because there's no longer the threat of violence. And that is why, although I have not put my name to it, and I do have some questions about the detailed drafting of it, I have great sympathy with the amendment put down in the name of the Noble Lord Murphy, which really reflects something that was said by the Taoiseach Enda Kenny. And that is that in the engagement with Brussels, there needs to be an appreciation that if, as is the case under the Good Friday Agreement, if the people of Northern Ireland give their consent and show their wish to leave the United Kingdom, not something I expect in my lifetime at all, but were it to happen, that it would effectively mean that they would be they would become part of an Ireland which in total would then be part of the European Union if the European Union still existed in the same way. My Lords, it doesn't seem to me that's in any way in contravention of the Good Friday Agreement or any of the other agreements. It certainly isn't talking about promoting a united Ireland. It's entirely different from the situation in Scotland, because Scotland itself would be leaving to be a separate country and then apply, whereas the situation with Northern Ireland would be becoming part of a country that was already part of the European Union, albeit expanded one. So it doesn't affect other things, but, my Lords, it may well be one of those things which can give sufficient comfort to people in the Republican and Nationalist community as to enable us to negotiate in the way we desperately need to do. My Lords, it's not about us proposing solutions, but rather insisting on the maintenance of relationships which can get us through the very difficult period that stands up ahead.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the Noble Lord, and I must say I find his description of the difficulties that he saw arising within the European Union and the way in which the European Union has not been governed very intelligently by the people in Brussels. I thought those were quite seriously meant, serious proposals, and I hope everyone will reflect largely on them. But will you forgive me if I go back to the amendment that is here? Because I have to say, on looking at this amendment, it is unnecessary. What does the amendment say? The amendment is asking the Prime Minister to support the maintenance of the open border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. The Prime Minister does that. As of now, it's in the White Paper. It's not necessary for this amendment to be put for that reason. So that's just, as it were, a technical answer to this amendment, but I want to also move on to the general discussion, because it's a discussion of the common travel area. Now, as was mentioned in the debate, common travel area has existed since 1923. From about the mid-20s onwards, tariff differences existed because there were tariffs charged on the Irish border, and those continued right up until our entry into the European Union. So going back to having tariffs is not a new thing for us. Having to have regard to the movement of persons is not, again, a new thing. And I should add to this, because members may not be fully aware of it, the impact of common travel area on the free movement of people is not general. It just applies to citizens of the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland. It does not apply to other citizens. And so, with regard to others, there has to be regard for this. I remember hearing a news bulletin several months ago that the Irish police had intercepted a car which had just come down, crossed over the border, the unmarked border, crossed over the border, and they then stopped this vehicle a short time into it in order to remove from it half a dozen persons who were travelling to work within the Republic of Ireland but had no right to do so. So the movement of persons is monitored. That was an example, to the extent that it is monitored. How effective that monitoring is another matter, and whether that monitoring can be done in a more effective way, again, is open. So there should not be any insuperable difference on the question of the free movement of persons, provided that there is serious cooperation between the British and Irish governments. And without knowing the detail, my understanding is that there is very active discussion going on at the moment between the British and Irish governments about how this could be handled. If there is a serious problem, it comes on the issue of tariffs. The tariffs that were charged in the period from the mid-20s up to the 70s were enough, actually, to stimulate smuggling. But that's a local cottage industry, particularly in South Armagh. And if the tariffs come back, and there are significant tariffs, it's going to create, the Noble Lord Head touched on this, it's going to create another line of activity for the boys down there, and they'll profit from it. They might complain about it, but they'll certainly profit from it and enjoy the profit, and maybe not be too keen if someone took the profit away. So one has to, there's more than one side of this. The problem, however, if there's serious tariffs, there will be difficulties, but the difficulties will exist mainly for the Irish government, rather than for ourselves. And it's noticeable that the paper that the Noble Lord Hayne quoted, or one of the courses he quoted, Mr. Luck, I think, if I heard the name correctly. He was talking about installations on the Irish side of the border. That's where they'll be, because it is under EU law. There is an obligation on governments which have part of the EU's external border there for there to be installations on the border. So if installations exist, they'll certainly exist south of the border. Whether they exist north of the border, I'm not sure, and that's a matter for our government to consider. But bear that in mind. The difficulties are going to be there. When it's the difficulties for the Irish government, it's not just the installations, it's also the trade. While the Irish have tried to develop their trade in other ways, they are still their largest market is the United Kingdom, and for them to have a tariff between the Republic of Ireland and the United Kingdom is going to have very serious implications for them. Their second largest market, incidentally, is the United States. Almost all their trade is done with Anglophone countries, and they have very little trade with the rest of the European Union. That actually points the way of a solution. When we joined the European Union in 1972, the Republic of Ireland joined on the same day, and it did so for the economic factors that I've mentioned. Those economic factors are still there, and the Republic of Ireland are going to have to think very seriously in a couple of years' time about their future and where their prosperity will lie. At the moment, the Irish government, I think, is probably doing what it can to educate people in Brussels about the problems that they will face and about the desirability of having tariff-free access. And that is the objective of our government too. It wants tariff-free access. And if it achieves tariff-free access, then there is no problem. But I do bear in mind what the noble Lord Lawson said in last week's debate, that as things stand at the moment, it doesn't look as though there's much practice of getting agreement on the absence of tariffs. But if we do get that, there isn't a problem. If we don't get it, then I say the Irish government has a problem, and we, of course, want to be as sympathetic as we can in that and do what we can to mitigate matters. But at the same time, it's not something that we need as a major element in this debate. There's one final point I want to make, and I'm looking at the amendment itself, and it talks about open border as set out under the provisions of the Belfast Agreement. Look at the agreement. What provisions? I don't see any provisions in the agreement. OK, the Common Travel Area was part of the background at the time we were there discussing this. But to say that this is something mandated by or based on the agreement is actually not correct. And it's just a way of hyping up the argument. Just in the same way, too, that some people suggest that the current peace might be threatened by what is happening here. Again, that is the equivalent of shroud raping, and not something I think we should be too concerned about.
When the Minister replies to this debate, he has a choice. He can either focus upon the amendment and explain why the amendment is unnecessary, and he can do so probably fairly easily. If he does that, and does no more than that, then the government will be losing a very important opportunity, because the opportunity is to reply to the noble Lord Hayne in his remarkable speech and to seek to reassure the inhabitants of Ireland, north and south, about the very real concerns that have been expressed by the noble Lord Hayne and by Lord Alderdice and by Lord Trimble, among others who have spoken. My Lords, I am not Irish. There are times when I wish that I were, but I'm not Irish. But I have lived as a privileged guest of the nation in Ireland for 44 years. And I'm a member of the Bar of Northern Ireland and of the Republic. And I've been frequently to the north as well as living in the Republic. And I can say to the Minister, if he doesn't know it already, that the concerns expressed by Lord Hayne are not debating points. They are very real. Ireland, as Lord Trimble has said, Ireland joined the European community when we did, and they did so. I think they were always more European than we were. They saw John Bull's island as between them and Europe, and they saw their destiny in Europe. And Ireland has benefited enormously from its membership of the European Union, as have we. The troubles that Lord Hayne has mentioned are acute, and I am very concerned, whatever happens to this amendment, which I regard as trivial compared with this, I am very concerned that in the second reading debate and in the White Paper, the government showed disregard for the seriousness of the issues affecting Ireland as a whole. And I would urge the Minister, even if he doesn't do it today, then to do it as soon as he possibly can, to make sure that full reassurance is given to the people of Ireland, north and south, about the concerns that have been expressed by Lord Hayne. That, to me, is far more important than the fate of this amendment.
Well done. Very good. Very good.
I declare to interest as the last surviving member of the Whiteclaw mission, which led to the Sunningdale Agreement in the 1970s, and also as a long-standing fan of the noble Lord Alderdice, who I believe in his resume and his assessment of the situation in the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland speaks for nearly all of us. Of course, the only question of today is what has this got to do with the bill before us, and why now is this amendment necessary? If we're asked, as noble Lord Leicester has just suggested, for reassurance, I think we can give it. The common travel area, as the noble Lord Trimble said, has been there since 1923. The trade interests of the Republic of Ireland with the United Kingdom are overwhelming and growing very fast, not only in goods and agriculture in this area, but obviously in services as well. And it seems to be largely overlooked that actually the service element in international trade is riding much faster than the goods element, leading more and more to the earnings of the Republic, for the whole United Kingdom, being expressed in through digital and data transformation. Indeed, McKinsey say this is more than half the total earnings of international trade. So the whole pattern of trade has changed radically in the last 10 or 15 years with digitalization. And this comes into every assessment of the new relationship. Lord Alderdice, of course, is totally right. The problem lies with the European Union. Are they going to be able to, first of all, accept the common travel area? They must do it. It was there long before before the economic community was formed. And are they going to be able to accept that concessions are needed for bilateral arrangements of the kind which can perfectly well now be organised between the Republic and the United Kingdom, of which Northern Ireland is a part? I think we can reassure very strongly that in this low-tariff world we're moving into, indeed a zero-tariff world generally, and 80% of all industrial goods are not covered by a tariff. People talk as though tariffs were a war. They're not. I think we can be assured that a practical solution is perfectly possible. It will, of course, be discussed, has already been discussed by ministers, I imagine, and by many officials and by many people in Dublin and in Belfast and in London. I'm absolutely sure that there are various elements of gluing together the situation which can develop. One, I can't resist adding, is that Dublin shows an enormous interest in association with the Commonwealth. And indeed, one of the most lively branches of the Royal Commonwealth Society, and I declare an interest as its president, is in Dublin. And it attracts a very great interest indeed, because more and more the Republic sees that its future lies, obviously in working within the reforming European system, which is going to be very difficult because, as we know, the European Union is undergoing vast political, economic and social changes, but also in its relations with the rest of the British Isles. So I see very little problem, but I don't say there's no problem. No, Lord Hayne speaks with authority, but I see that it can be resolved by goodwill on all sides. I see the goodwill being there, and I see absolutely no necessity at all for bringing this issue or this amendment into the present bill.
My Lords, I often think that Northern Ireland, from our perspective here, is the forgotten part of the UK. It rarely gets a mention in this House, and it gets very little media coverage in the London-based, England-based press. But I am worried about Northern Ireland, and 2-3 years answering for the government on Northern Ireland issues taught me that politics in Northern Ireland is not as solved as people from in this country, in England, often assume it to be. I'm worried about Northern Ireland because clearly it's a difficult time with the breakdown of power sharing there and the imminent election. There are clearly difficulties in personal relations that have not always existed in recent years. I'm also worried because the political parties here seem to have abandoned the position of carefully balanced neutrality on Northern Ireland politics. Theresa May relies on the DUP support in the House of Commons, and the Labour Leader's Office has members who are openly sympathetic to Sinn Féin. And that is a situation that has not existed in recent years. It's been more balanced than that. So UK political credibility in Northern Ireland is at a low ebb. And to be honest, it's an even lower ebb in the Republic, where the Brexit vote has already done damage and will continue to do more economic damage in the future. Now, the big conundrum, and the reason why I added my name to this amendment, because I couldn't see a way out of this issue, is that whatever the Prime Minister really wants to happen about the border, it seems a pretty insoluble problem. And that was pointed out very effectively in the report by the EU Committee of this House. Now, symbols are important in Ireland, and the powerful symbolism of a return to border posts would be hugely damaging. In contrast, the current open border is a powerful symbol of the peace process. And I would say to the noble Lord Trimble, the border may not have been mentioned specifically in the Belfast process, but the whole thing was predicated on the concept of the open border and took that for granted. Now, nowadays, people more or less ignore the border. They cross it on a daily basis to shop, to go to the pub, to go to university, to visit relatives. They don't notice it is there. And that daily natural integration is a powerful lever for peace. Of course, in order to maintain an open border, there has to be tariff-free trade with the Republic, and that is pointed out in the report of the EU Committee. It's been suggested that there could be an electronic system rather than physical border posts. Now, I believe that would be deeply distrusted. The idea that people are being tracked across the border would not be appealing in Northern Ireland. And the third alternative is giving Northern Ireland, as my noble friend suggested, special status in the EU and moving the border so that it lies between parts of Northern Ireland and Wales, essentially. And that would clearly have a major adverse effect on trade and an impact on Wales in terms of its economy. So my support for this amendment is based on my concern that none of those three options are anything like ideal. Today we hear of government plans for a preemptive strike against EU citizens who are living here or planning to do so. This has come despite assurances from the Prime Minister that she wants to continue to welcome EU citizens, but cannot do so until the EU makes a reciprocal agreement. Now, that news today surely undermines the idea that we can rely on the assurances that the Prime Minister gave about the Northern Ireland-Southern Ireland border. If we have no consistency from the Prime Minister on EU citizens, then surely we cannot rely on consistency in her assurances on the border. This amendment, my Lords, would ensure that the island of Ireland is not forgotten, that Northern Ireland is just for once not an afterthought. Any deterioration in the peace process would be a very high price to pay for Brexit.
To speak in general support of the issues raised by this group. I have not put my name to any of the particular amendments, but I do feel that the issues raised demand proper debate. This is the first time that I've spoken in any of the Brexit debates in this House. And I do have a personal interest. My mother came over from Ireland after the war and made this country her home. Due to a long-standing personal commitment, I made the start of the second reading debate, but was not able to take up my speaking slot. So before coming to the specific issues here, I would like to say a very few words about my overall position on this bill. My Lords, I voted Remain in the referendum. This did not make me a cheerleader for the EU. I could see its current difficulties and challenges all too clearly. Indeed, anyone involved in negotiations on EU structural funds would have been in no doubt about those challenges. But on balance, I believe that it was clearly in the interest of this country to remain. If you like, a realistic rather than a reluctant Remainer. The referendum result answered one question, whether or not this country wished to remain in the EU. But as others have said, it left a whole lot of other questions unanswered. It is these questions, should we remain in the single market? How can we best secure the future of the United Kingdom? Something I feel very passionately about. What should our approach be to EU and EEA citizens? Just 3 examples be that we should be debating in these amendments. And to want to debate these issues is not the same as wanting to block or delay this bill. Reviewing, scrutinising and proposing amendments to legislation is, after all, what we are here to do. Now, much has been said about the ardent Remainers, if I can call them that, being in denial of the referendum result. I have to say, my Lords, that I have no doubt there are some, maybe even some in this chamber, who fit that description. However, my biggest concern is for the ardent Leavers, who seem to be in denial of the enormous risks that a badly handled Brexit will have for our economic, social and political interests. Or indeed, how much are we going to have to give up in order to secure Brexit on the terms currently being envisaged? We cannot simply hope for the best and leave these issues to the outcome of the negotiations. The likely result of that approach is that we will be left with Hobson's choice. Vote for a deal that we are deeply unhappy about, or face being bundled out of the EU without an agreement. It is much better, in my view, to discuss, debate and, where necessary, vote on the issues now. Turning to the amendments in front of us in this group, the government's Brexit White Paper sets out 12 principles, one of which is protecting our strong historic ties with Ireland and maintaining the common travel area. It rightly highlights the extensive movement of goods, services and people across the border, and says that the government will work with the Irish government and the Northern Ireland Executive to find a practical solution. What is much less clear in the plan, however, is how this principle will be reconciled with the other principles in the plan, and if they cannot be reconciled, which principle will take precedence. Paragraph 4.4 of the White Paper says that when the UK leaves the EU, we aim to have as seamless and frictionless a border as possible. So there will be a border. Like much of the White Paper, the clear headline principle at the start of the chapter is undermined by the text. The question is not whether we have a border, it's how seamless it is. Now, as many have said this afternoon, the issues here go well beyond free trade and free movement. The report of the EU Committee made clear that the implications of Brexit for Ireland were more profound than for any other member state. And indeed, in my own discussions with the Republic of Ireland, when I was head of the civil service, the prospect of Britain exiting from the EU and its potential consequences was by far their biggest concern. This fear has now become a reality, and it seems clear that the harder the Brexit, the harder the border. It will, in effect, become an external customs border of the EU. And whilst, of course, there may be some shroud raising, we cannot ignore the Irish Taoiseach Bertie Ahern's comments, who, after all, was instrumental to the Good Friday Agreement, expressing his concerns that Brexit might put the peace process in jeopardy. Surely, my lords, there can be no circumstances in which we could contemplate that happening. Of course, the EU commissioners and their negotiators will have an important role here. I recognise that. But in the end, this will come down to the choices we make in the negotiations. What negotiating goal finds priority over another? In my view, our commitment to both the letter and the spirit of the Good Friday Agreement must stand above most, if not all, of our other ambitions. I sincerely hope the Minister will confirm this in his response.
Thank you. My Lords, about 25 years ago, I was a member of the Independent Afshar Commission on the future of Northern Ireland. And through that, I learnt a lot about the economic and social problems faced in Northern Ireland, and also became very aware, acutely aware, of how in Britain these problems, and Northern Ireland generally, was pretty much ignored, other than through the lens of the Troubles. Plus ça change, my lords, as the noble Baroness Lady Randerson has already noted. And the noble Lord Kerslake quoted from the EU Committee report on UK-Irish relations that the implications of Brexit for Ireland are more profound than they are for any other member states. But it also went on to say that these profound issues raised for the island of Ireland are often overlooked on the British side of the Irish Sea. And that's why I very much welcome these amendments and believe there is a role for us to be debating them in the context of this bill, because they should not be overlooked by your Lordship's House. And it would be a tragedy if Brexit undermined the Good Friday Agreement and the continuing peace process, as many fear, despite what the noble Lord Trimble said earlier. At second reading, my lords, I spoke on some of the human rights implications of Brexit, and they are especially profound for Northern Ireland, as the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission have both underlined. And I have just had brought to my attention a very important speech, I think, by a member of the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission, which raises important questions for the Article 50 negotiations. And she asked whether the human rights and equality could be mainstreamed into the European Council guidelines for a withdrawal agreement. pointing out that the EU is founded in its governing treaties on the stated values, including equality and human rights. And she asked, what could this mean in relation to the concrete content of the negotiating guidelines and the withdrawal agreement, but we don't know. Questions that have been asked in the European Parliament in relation to the peace process and Brexit have been met with stock answers pending the triggering of Article 50. But she said it might be important to remember the primordial status of human rights and equality when it comes to questions such as how human rights can be protected for all rights holders in Northern Ireland, including those holding Irish or dual citizenship under GFA, and what consideration is to be given to provision for cross-border rights in relation to free movement, welfare rights and mobility, etc. Following from Articles 2, 6 and 21, the principles of human rights and equality should, she said, be included as core in the negotiating guidelines. So this is important for this bill when we consider it. And it is vital that the withdrawal agreement expressly protects the Good Friday Agreement. She points out that the EC Treaty itself is a peace agreement, which in its origins in the 1957 treaty resolved to strengthen the safeguards of peace, as the noble Lord Alderdice said so eloquently earlier. And it can't be overstated that the exit agreement to be concluded between the EU and the UK must not now undermine the peace that has been achieved in Northern Ireland with such difficulty, perseverance and commitment on all sides. The GFA is founded on a golden thread of respect for human rights and equality. And the EU's external action is a binding commitment to preserve peace and prevent conflicts, and the withdrawal agreement must honour this. My Lord, I think those are very important words, and I would welcome the Minister's observations on these crucial points regarding human rights generally and the Good Friday Agreement in particular.
I wonder if I could raise a point that the noble Lord Hayne didn't raise, but which was very much on my mind as someone who was closely involved with the negotiations over Protocol 36, under which the United Kingdom withdrew from a large number of justice and home affairs legislation and then opted back into the 35 most important ones. Now, this point has been raised both in the second reading by my noble friend Lord Blair and in the debate we had on the EU Select Committee's report on justice and home affairs. And the relevance for this matter we're discussing today is very real, because those of us who took evidence on that matter know perfectly well that the underpinning of the Belfast Agreement, the open border and everything else depends on the strengthening of law enforcement cooperation, which has taken place in recent years under EU legislation. The European arrest warrant, the exchange of criminal record information, Europol, all these great raft of things, they underpin, and above all, they have helped to achieve the depoliticisation of these law enforcement issues between Northern Ireland and the Republic. Now, all those bits of EU legislation are now at risk. There is no doubt about that. The Prime Minister herself, after all, who is very well aware of the problems in this area and who negotiated very effectively in the case of Protocol 36, knows it extremely well. But she has said that no deal is better than a bad deal. And no deal means we go over the cliff as far as all this law enforcement legislation is concerned. So I would like to hear from the noble Lord, the Minister, when he replies to this amendment, which I am speaking in favour of, just how the government intends to avoid that situation. Because if they don't have a better story to tell than they have hitherto, and frankly the story is thin and threadbare so far, it is a statement of assertions and desires and wishes, but of absolutely no sense of direction of how to get there. So I would like the noble Lord the Minister, if he could, when he responds to this debate, to address this issue along with all the other ones that other noble lords, and particularly Lord Hayne, addressed. It is an important one, and there is no plan B in this case. If we go over the cliff, there isn't the WTO trade rules which we can fall back on. There is just nothing.
Ciro's not dead, but I wish to associate myself with the amendments so ably moved by Lord Hayne, and in particular, as I say, the way in which he moved it. But I intend to raise an issue about the problems that beset certain industries in Northern Ireland, in particular the largest economic provider in terms of employment and revenue, the agro-food sector. And I declare an interest at this point because I served in the 70s as a minister in the Callaghan administration, and in particular, namely agriculture, which they experienced enormous problems galore, as a result of the complexities of the common agricultural farm, as it affected the north adversely from the south. My Lords, one recognises the government, at least on paper, is committed to do its level best to secure the best possible arrangements for a smooth transition for a cross-border solution between North and South of Ireland during negotiations, and will work closely with the Republic of Ireland in so doing. However, these could be soft words. Unless meaningful action is taken, it does not appear that any meaningful indications have emerged in any positive proposals of a practical nature over the course of the debates in the other place. And so I hope that during the course of our endeavours, the Minister in this House will cover some of those positive suggestions that were made in the other place and give us an indication as to how the government's going to meet up with them, which some of the problems which indeed certainly will emerge in the coming weeks and months ahead, so indeed in the next 2 years. I intend at a later stage to mention at least one or two of the problems facing the Ulster Farmers Union. In the pretext of the White Paper, the government stated its intention to have a seamless and frictionless attempts of discussing the border issue as a possible Northern Ireland and Republic, but it's not clear, certainly I don't find it clear, that this means anything particularly, something which we can pin down to. Once Northern Ireland and the Republic are no longer members of the European Union, the question certainly, of course, is a border inevitable? There are concerns among politicians in both the North and the South that the return of a border, even a light custom border, would bring about bad memories of a troubled past. My Lords, Northern Ireland is distinctly different from Scotland and Wales in that it faces significant challenges from Brexit. The Irish border is a major factor for Northern Ireland. Its high dependence on the Republic therefore has to be seen and understood by our negotiators. It therefore has to be seen and understood and be armed with the kind of ammunition necessary to fight their corner during these almost certainly difficult tasks that it faces them. Although Northern Ireland has overall a high dependence on the EU, recent figures show that unlike any other country in the UK, over 50% of Northern Ireland exports go to the EU countries and almost 40% to the Republic in particular. From that it's clear that the barriers were erected, the situation in both the north, if it were, the barriers in both the north and the south would be detrimental to both and therefore should trade barriers be erected, the agriculture and the related industries are likely to suffer without question.
Could I give my
noble
friend a practical example of what he's just said? At European Committee B, we recently received evidence that the milk in Baileys cream crosses the border during manufacturing 6 times.
I was coming to that, but not as well put as my noble friend. My lords, it's understandable that farmers in the Irish agri-food sector are concerned their fears will not be heard during these negotiations. They're clearly worried, especially the smaller producers. This is where I come to the point. Smaller producers and traders, small fisheries, dairy farmers, meat producers, for example, some of them cross the border daily in order to trade. And it's of the utmost importance that we work to maintain existing trade connections between the North and the South during the negotiations before we consider withdrawing from the European Union. In both the South and the North, agriculture and the agri-food industries are highly significant to both economies. It's estimated by the Northern Ireland Food and Drink Association that the number of jobs in 2010 in the agriculture and agri-food industries were 92,000, including direct employees, farmers, and those in the supply chain. The situation, I suspect, has not changed very much since then. Following the Brexit negotiations, both the Ministerial Council in Dublin and the Irish Government, and hopefully the Northern Ireland Executive, have agreed that they will work together to ensure that the importance of the North-South cooperative is fully protected. So therefore, without setting up any new structures to existing frameworks, the current North-South Ministerial Council could continue to be the forum, although it may have to be strengthened, of course, in changing circumstances. The overriding aim, my lords, must surely be that the sharing of information and cooperation between both sides of the divide is protected. This will prove essential for the smooth-running Brexit. Now, having served, as I said earlier, as a minister in the Callaghan government, with my primary responsibility that of agriculture, as I have already stated, that there are particular difficulties insofar as at that time the South had a massive advantage over the North. My throat is playing tricks with me, so with those words, I would merely say that I agree with this amendment, and I hope that the Minister, when the Minister replies, will recognise some of the important issues facing the agricultural industry in Northern Ireland.
A short intervention. It's many years since I was happily debating hour after hour the Northern Ireland Police Bill, and it's very heartening to see so many members of your Lordship's House show such an interest in Northern Ireland matters. As a recently retired member of the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly, I want to warmly support this amendment. I know how much concern there is about the effect Brexit will have on both Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. The foundations of the peace process are built on an open and accessible island of Ireland, and it's welcome that the government has committed to ensuring a frictionless border between the North and South. But they haven't said how this might be achieved. So can the noble Lord the Minister enlighten us, perhaps? We must have more clarity from ministers on the practical implications of Brexit for the 35,000 people estimated to cross the border every day. So can the government guarantee freedom of movement on the island of Ireland? I'd like to think that they could. Your Lordships also need to know, this has been touched on by the noble Lord Hayne, that the police service of Northern Ireland are on record stating the security risks posed to police officers and border control officers are of great concern. The officers are still acting under severe threat, meaning that an attack from dissidents could happen at any time, and there have been recent attempts on the lives of officers in North Belfast and in Londonderry. And if police officers could be deployed to customs posts on a fixed border, as the noble Lord said, they would become sitting targets. What extra measures is the government taking to ensure these concerns are being addressed? And also that the incredibly brave and dedicated officers and staff of the PSNI will be consulted on any future changes to their functions.
Intervene on Irish matters, but no one has spoken to Amendment 30 or explained the thinking behind Amendment 30, which is grouped with these amendments. And I rise to speak to it because it seems to me to have extraordinary implications for Scotland. As I understand what it says that it should be a priority in the negotiations for the Prime Minister to seek terms that would not give rise to any external impediment to the ability of the people of the islands of Ireland to exercise the right on the basis of the consent of the people of the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland to bring about a united Ireland to be treated as a European Union member state. Now, assuming, contrary to his position, that the noble Lord Hayne accepts the view that if people vote in a referendum, that should be taken as the consent of the people. What this does seem to be suggesting is that, as the noble Lord Allardyce pointed out, that it should be part of the government's negotiations to secure the right of Northern Ireland, if it voted in a referendum to become part of a united Ireland, to automatically become part of the European Union. And I have to say, I find it difficult to understand why, if the government was to embark upon such a negotiation, that would not enable the Scottish nationalists to argue what's good for the goose is good for the gander, or is it the other way around? Now, Lord Allardyce said, well, it's completely different because this is a part of the United Kingdom joining a state that is a member of the European Union and not the other way around. I venture to suggest I very much doubt if Nicola Sturgeon and Alex Salmond would present that in this way. But I mean, the main point I want to make is that this is a bill about starting the starting gun for Article 50. There are many, many issues, and of course there's great sympathy in the House for the position of Northern Ireland. The Prime Minister has said in the clearest possible terms what the government's policy is. And some of these amendments and some of the speeches, frankly, do not seem to be prepared to take yes for an answer. And the idea that we have to amend the bill in order to hold the government's feet to the fire for their policy on something as important as this, I think is pretty extraordinary. And of course we go back to the fundamental point. The President of the Commission, the Leader of the Opposition, the then Prime Minister all wanted to implement Article 50 immediately. The Prime Minister is anxious to get on with the negotiations. These issues will have to be considered. Now, the noble Baroness Lord Harris said, well, we accept that, but we want to know how you're going to do it. Well, the very worst thing you can do in any negotiation is announce in advance how you're going to do it, because then you are committed to that position and the people on the other side will make it very difficult for you. So I do worry about Amendment 30 in particular, and I think it does illustrate how foolish it would be to seek to amend this bill, which is, after all, starting the process. And I've no doubt there will be many happy hours for us to discuss those issues of the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic in the future, and the implications for Scotland and the EEA and everything else. But I venture to suggest this is not the bill in which to do so.
I shall be very brief. I'm sorry I wasn't able to speak in the second reading debate, but I had a commitment which would have prevented me getting back for the winding-up speeches. My Lords, I remember at the time of the negotiations leading up to the agreement in Belfast that the EU was there in the forefront, being supportive, and indeed the EU financed a lot of cross-border projects and played a significant part in the process. I want to make just 2 points. Whatever we think, the Irish government, we know, is deeply concerned about this issue. And we are belittling the concerns of the Irish government by saying, oh, that's all right, we don't need to bother about this amendment, it's okay, it'll be all right in the end. The Irish government, we all know, are very concerned, from the previous Taoiseach, the present Taoiseach, and other people. And we at least owe it to them to show that we are concerned about it. But my key point is this. I believe it would be right to have this amendment on the face of the bill, if for no other reason than it will send a signal to Brussels. It's all right saying the Prime Minister will do her best in the negotiations. I'd have thought in the Prime Minister's position she'd be much better off if we had this amendment on the face of the bill. It would strengthen her resolve, and she could say the British Parliament is so concerned about it, we've put it on the face of the bill. I think that's the reason why we should move forward with this amendment.
I noticed that in the amendments have been signed by what is virtually a who's who of people who've been playing a very high profile in Northern Ireland affairs over many years, and therefore for that reason alone one has to take very seriously what has been put before us. But the truth is, my Lords, we've been really having a second reading debate today, this afternoon, and not a debate on the amendments, and therefore I suppose in the absence of a speaker to slap us down, we'll all be tempted probably onto that turf. However, my Lords, there are a couple of things I want to say at the outset. There is I have heard no one, absolutely no one, in any political party, in any government, say that they want or wish to see a hard border. The closest we came to somebody saying that you had to have one was that official to whom I think Lord Hayne may have referred. But nobody wants it. British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly, of which quite a number of us are associated, are working to ensure that it doesn't happen. Both our governments are working to that effect. Brussels has openly said that they've got the message. And I believe that with that sort of momentum, I believe we will find means. I do disagree with Lord Hayne to this extent, that I would rule out nothing, whether it's electronic, technical or any form of technology at this stage. We do not need to paint ourselves into a corner. It may have a part to play. I'm quite sure that already it has a part to play in everyday life, in tracking criminals and so on. We should not, therefore, rule out what could be a contributing factor to finding a non-concrete and barbed wire solution, which is what we all want. So why should we rule out, at the very outset, one possible contributing factor? But, my Lords, the House is greatly adorned by many senior legal figures who have demonstrated their robustness and capability in recent months. And not being a lawyer, and I'm absolving myself of any responsibility in advance, we have had two recent cases that I wish to refer to. Because my fundamental disagreement with Lord Hayne's amendment is that we're making a mistake, in my belief, in linking the Belfast Agreement with triggering Article 50. There are two totally separate things, and that's just not me talking. Let's refer to the two cases against Brexit that were brought to the Belfast High Court last September. One by a well-known victims campaigner and the other by a group of human rights organisations and Stormont politicians, including the leaders of the SDLP, the Greens, the Alliance, plus a Sinn Féin former minister. A premise of each case was that taking Northern Ireland out of the EU would breach the Belfast Agreement. The High Court heard both cases together and rejected them on every point. It is worth a quick run through those points to demonstrate how comprehensively a breach has been debunked. The plaintiffs claimed the constitutional status of Northern Ireland has been changed without the population's permission, contrary to the consent principle underpinning the entire peace process. They said the 9 mentions of the EU in the agreement mean membership is inextricably woven into the law enacting it. However, the court came to the situation to a conclusion, and that it found that the agreement, references to the European Union in the agreement, are incidental. That was the word of the judge. Now, the Northern Ireland Attorney General John Larkin decided to refer all of this, or some aspects of this, to the Supreme Court, because he wanted to make sure, he felt that there was no link, but he wanted to make absolutely certain that there was clarity at the highest possible level. When the Supreme Court produced its decision in the Miller case, which was a split decision, albeit a substantial majority, but on the issue that is specific to the Northern Ireland case, it was unanimous in its decision, and it said this is not a breach, and that was without any caveat whatsoever. So we have here the highest court in the land, and the important thing, and it comes on to other treaty issues, such as the treaty between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland that deals with the border poll and issues surrounding that, which are obviously very linked into this group of amendments. So the court added that nothing about Northern Ireland's removal from the EU breaches any law, treaty or part of the Constitution. Now, my Lords, I have to say that given the fact that we were all horrified when the headline "Screaming Enemies of the People" was produced in front of us some months ago, and when the Gina Miller case came to conclusion, everybody was saying we must respect the views of the court. We must accept that a decision has been made. And here we have, my Lords, the clearest of clear decisions that the treaty, there is no breach of any treaty, act or the Constitution as a result of the decision to leave the European Union, whatever we happen to think of that. So I would contend, my Lords, that the amendment is defective insofar as it tries to put on the face of the bill an agreement which actually is not relevant, and also one where there is no offence or violence done to the Constitution of the United Kingdom. The other issue I would say to colleagues is this. Lord Hayne mentioned possibly one action would be to devolve immigration powers to Stormont. My Lords, you would need to get a pass to go from County Antrim to County Down under those circumstances, I can assure you. And the last thing we need is to devolve immigration powers to Stormont. They can't agree to a budget, they can't agree anything at the present moment, and sadly the place has fallen in on itself again. So the idea that you would put an immigration power in there, I think, is fanciful, would be extremely dangerous. The other thing that was being mentioned is this concept of special status. That term, my Lords, referred to the special category status of prisoners in the Maze prison, or the Long Kesh as it was, which led to the hunger strikes. And I think that special status means, certainly to a unionist, something less than being part of the United Kingdom. And that's exactly what it would be. The fact remains, you are either in the United Kingdom or you're not. And I know of what we have tried to design in the Belfast Agreement, and I thank my noble friend Lord Trimble for giving myself and noble Lord Kilclooney the opportunity to be part of the team that negotiated that. We found ways through that agreement of resolving these very difficult issues. And the problem with leaving the European Union, it's not breaches of the Belfast Agreement that the problem is. The political problem is leaving the European Union. And that is what is upsetting a lot of nationalists and is upsetting a lot of people in Dublin. But that is not actually relevant to this bill. So while we have the clear, and I want to get down to finishing off by saying to the ministers on the front bench, and I've raised this with them numerous times, privately and in this House, when it comes down to it, we need assurances that there are red lines, yes, red lines, in the negotiations that are coming before us. And one of those red lines must be that there is no internal border within the United Kingdom. Because we've been talking about the border with the Republic, and I agree totally with an open, free border. And I had the privilege of being a minister who started up, the Northern Ireland minister who started up Intertrade Ireland and Tourism Ireland, which are two of the North-South bodies. And I could say to people that nobody that I have come across wishes to see any border in terms of a physical construction. But ministers must also be aware. The Prime Minister says she is a unionist Prime Minister. She believes in the Union. She wants to strengthen the Union. Therefore, can we have an assurance that there is going to be no internal border within the United Kingdom, whether that be up the middle of the Irish Sea, at ports and airports? Because if you're saying to us today, we all want an open border with the Republic, you cannot then turn around and say you can have an open border with the Republic, but you can't have an open border within the United Kingdom. So, my Lords, I would say to you that I believe that the amendment, I understand the political issues that are behind this amendment. They are real. The concerns of nationalism is real. I spent many years in various types of negotiations, years and more years, and we're still negotiating. So all I would say is you cannot be ambiguous on these issues. There's either a United Kingdom of Great Britain or Northern Ireland, or there isn't. And I believe that our colleagues in the European Union get this. They will be helpful, I have absolutely no doubt, because they've invested a lot. They brought in a unique, and this is in Jacques Delors' time, a unique fund, the Northern Ireland Peace Fund. Nobody else ever got that. It's now currently still going in its fourth iteration, and I think we're all most grateful for the help we've received. I think Brussels has a lot invested in it because it set an example of an attempt to solve an internal problem within the European Union. And unfortunately, some people have been invited into the European Union before some of their constitutional issues were sorted out, and that was in breach of regulations. But when the euro came along, they breached regulations there as well. So all I would say to ministers is, give us that assurance, be clear. I don't think bringing the Belfast Agreement into this bill is the right place for it. I think to contaminate it with linking it exclusively to leaving the European Union is doing a disservice to it, I have to say, because I think that we've got a unanimous view of everybody that we want to resolve our differences without having any borders. We should allow ministers the opportunity to get on with it and do it, and we will have, at the end of the day, an opportunity to pass judgment on what they do. And that's the correct role for this Parliament. But please bear in mind what the High Court in Belfast said and what the Supreme Court said. And I believe that given those two decisions, which were clear and unambiguous, I think the amendment is misplaced in this bill.
Afternoon this is. If we in this legislature were involved in trying to get rid of barriers, to get rid of borders, to get rid of frontiers between people, what a good day's work we would be doing, instead of which we're talking about creating new barriers, new frontiers between us and the continent, between Northern Ireland and the Republic, possibly potentially between England and Scotland. Very depressing thoughts indeed, all of them. My Lords, one of the advantages of committee stages is we can actually have a debate. It is possible to respond to what other people have said, and not only possible, obviously very desirable to take it on board. Can I first of all say that I thought that my noble friend Lord Hayne introduced his amendment number 2, which I strongly support, with a brilliant speech. I agree with every word of it except one sentence, a very important sentence, and it's a sentence to which Lord Empire, also a very powerful speech, just referred. And that is, I think, utterly intolerable and inconceivable that we should have an internal border within the United Kingdom. I would regard that as an utterly unacceptable solution. I think we need two sets of red lines in these negotiations. We must have no borders within the United Kingdom. We must have no border between the Republic of Ireland and the province of Northern Ireland, between the 26 and the 6 counties. I think those two things should be absolutely immovable desiderata and requirements of the British government in conducting these negotiations. And I hope that we would have, and I believe we would have, the understanding of Brussels and the rest of the European Union insisting on those 2 points. I was mystified by one of the things that the noble Lord Trimble said, and I was really quite shocked by another. What I was mystified by was when he said that freedom of movement in Ireland, called the Common Travel Area, is exactly the same thing, has been in place since 1923, so it would be nothing new if it was somehow modified or constrained. Well, the Irish Free State only came into being in January 1922 when the treaty was ratified, so there was never a border before then. Clearly, we're part of the same country. If there's never been a border since 1923, then there's only been 1 year on that calculation in the course of the last 800 years of Anglo-Irish history in which there's been any restriction on freedom of movement within Ireland. And I think that being the case, and I believe it to be the case, it would be, of course, profoundly shocking. It would be a traumatic effect if we suddenly started introducing one now. What a very sad thing to do after the last 20 years. My Lords, the thing that actually shocked me, though, was when the noble Lord Trimble appeared to be saying that the Irish Republic, if they were observing their own interests, would themselves leave the European Union. Yep. I remind him that the people of the 6 counties voted very substantially to remain in the European Union only a few months ago, and surely we should leave it in all courtesy to the people of the 26 counties to make their own decision on that particular matter, and not lecture them from the British Parliament, a habit which has become, I'm afraid, too bad a habit over too many centuries. My Lords, this matter this afternoon is particularly important because in the other areas we'll be debating in the course of the passage of this bill, like single market, which we've already had a go at that, and we'll come back to that, of course. If we make a big mistake here, and we may well be making some very big mistakes, we shall be the major sufferers. But in this matter, we shall not be the major sufferers or the only sufferers. The equal sufferers or substantial sufferers, certainly equal, maybe greater sufferers, will be the people of the island of Ireland. So I think we should have particular concern that we get things right. And I have to remind the House, some people, including probably the noble Lord Trimble, won't like what I'm about to say, but I have to remind the House that the history of our relations in this country and Great Britain and Ireland over the last 800 years have been just about as hideous as relations between neighbours could ever get. Right from the beginning, right from the 12th century, we imposed, the Anglo-Norman invaders imposed on the Irish exploitation, a form of apartheid-type discrimination against them. The Reformation that was followed by persecutions of different kind. We had the massacres under Queen Elizabeth. We had the massacres under Oliver Cromwell, the massacres of every man, woman and child in the cities of Drogheda and Wexford. Yes, I knew some people on the other side wouldn't like this, but they're going to hear it. We had the heartless expropriations of Catholic property by Oliver Cromwell and again in the 18th century, contrary to the Treaty of Limerick. We had the broken promises, a series of them, 4 major historic broken promises. The Treaty of Limerick itself, the promise made to Grattan's Parliament in 1782, the promise made by Pitt in 1800 to introduce Catholic emancipation, the promise made by Asquith to bring in and to live up to and to carry out the 3rd Home Rule Bill. All those promises were broken. Even at that point, the British government didn't get it. We didn't get the Ulster Rebellion. We tried to impose conscription on Ireland, even when Sinn Féin won every vote, every seat in the November 1918 elections, except I think for 2 in the 26 counties. We still didn't get it, and within 2 months we had the Anglo-Irish War, and we know what happened to that. And then after the treaty, we so neglected Irish matters in this House. We allowed Stormont to get away with an absolutely scandalous programme of deliberate job discrimination, housing discrimination, job discrimination even explicitly encouraged by a Unionist Prime Minister, by the way, and other breaches of civil rights. And of course we didn't get it, we didn't intervene, and after the attack on the civil rights march by Paisley's thugs at Blunthollet Bridge, we had the appalling violence and the terrorism from the IRA. And then just in the last 20 years, we've had a brightest moment in Anglo-Irish history that we've had in 800 years, starting with the Belfast Agreement. may be prepared before the Belfast Agreement in the great cooperation that took place between our two countries after we both joined the European Union. I remember Garrett Fitzgerald, a very, very great Taoiseach, saying to me once over lunch that that had transformed the position of the Irish and the British after 800 years in which we had been the patronising imperialists and the Irish had been the petitioners. We were equals, involved in the same programme, the same agenda in the European Union, the European Community as it originally was, and needing each other's support and votes to get our business done. And that was the basis on which a new relationship was created. And that's been a great asset and a great achievement of the last generation. And it is now at risk, if we go and gratuitously decide to impose upon Ireland, the beautiful country of Ireland, the proud people of Ireland, a border. It doesn't matter whether the border is a mechanical border, a human border, an electronic border, an analogue border, a digital border. It's a border, a frontier. That is the important psychological fact, and we can't get away from it. And there's no way you can get away from it. It's completely and utterly out of the question. And the government quite good at saying, we had a discussion on the last set of amendments about the government dismissing the idea of our remaining in the single market through being a member of the EEA. Why don't the government, as they should, dismiss the idea altogether of being a party at the end of freedom of movement in the island of Ireland, let alone, of course, within the United Kingdom itself?
Here, here. Sir John Major, we should remember Albert Reynolds, and we should remember that my noble friend Lord Trimble, together with John Hume, shared the Nobel Prize for what they did to create the foundation for a peaceful settlement. And there is no one in this country, in this chamber, who needs a lecture from my friend, the noble Lord Davis of Stamford, and a rehearsal of Irish history. And a very poor rehearsal, as my noble friend Lord Trimble interjects. My Lords, we've had some very notable speeches in this debate, and I pay particular tribute to my noble friend Lord MP and the noble Lord Allardyce, who gave...
Oh, not more. He's very welcome to correct me, and if I made a historical error, I apologise to the House, but will he tell the House what the historical error was?
Henry VIII. Well, he certainly left out Henry VIII, and there were many other things he left out. But, my Lords, Lord Allardyce put the thing beautifully in context, and he gave a very remarkable speech. And we are grateful, we should all be grateful to, again, my friend, the noble Lord Hayne, for introducing the amendment in the way that he did. But I would say to him, with great respect, and he knows that I mean that, because I had many dealings with him when he was Secretary of State, and I had the honour to be the Chairman of the Northern Affairs Committee in another place, and had members of 7 parties on my committee, and we remained unanimous throughout, even though we looked at issues like organised crime and prisons and many others. And he knows how closely we worked together as a committee. I would say to him that we owe him a debt of gratitude for the manner in which he introduced his amendment, but I hope he will not push that amendment to a vote, because what we need today, and I hope we will get it, is an assurance from my noble friend the Minister that the government truly does recognise the importance of the points that have been raised, recognises that Northern Ireland is not only in many ways the most beautiful part of the United Kingdom, but is also the most vulnerable. But we are not going to strengthen this procedural bill by hanging this particular amendment on it. There may well be a time in the future when we return in the context of the negotiations that will follow. And there may well be amendments later in this bill which I will feel I need to support, to ask colleagues in the other place to think again. But this is not one of them, and I very, very much hope that my friend the noble Lord Hayne will indeed withdraw his amendment at the end of the debate.
May I just say, as one who actually lives in Northern Ireland and who has lived there for the past nearly 50 years and who has experienced the Troubles personally, having lost a child in a bomb explosion and having nearly lost a son to a sectarian attack, I want to say to you that Article 50 is about taking the United Kingdom out of the European Union. It is not about the Good Friday Agreement, and it is not about the security of Northern Ireland. And to attempt to introduce it in this haphazard and hasty way, with great respect to noble lords, I think does not serve the interests of the country. I think the interests of the security of the United Kingdom and the economy of the United Kingdom and the security and the economy of the Irish Republic will be best served if these things are dealt with in the course of negotiations with complete flexibility, and that we should not in any way attempt to fetter that discretion of the Prime Minister. So I would say to noble lords that I think this is not an amendment which would benefit the United Kingdom or any part of it.
My Lords, on behalf of these benches, I would like to speak very briefly in favour of Amendment 2. As has been said by other noble lords, the people of Northern Ireland voted to remain in the European Union, and there has been a commitment by all of no return to a hard border. The years of hard-earned peace have become an example to the rest of the world, and we should acknowledge that this process has in no small part been aided by UK and Irish membership of the European Union and the equality of status that this has granted at European Council and Council of Ministers meetings. And yet, when the Government announced its intention to remove the UK from the Customs Union, the result is that the Northern Irish border with Ireland de facto becomes the EU's external border. Under EU law, a bilateral customs union between Ireland and the United Kingdom is not permissible for Ireland as an EU member state unless special status is granted by the EU. The people of Northern Ireland deserve clarity on how this will work in practice before Article 50 is triggered. I welcome that President Juncker said last week that the EU does not want to have a hard border. We want land borders being as open as possible, he said. There has been concern that there is a lack of awareness in Brussels about the complexities involved in maintaining the Good Friday Agreement post-Brexit. My greater concern, however, my Lords, is that there is a lack of awareness of these complexities amongst many British politicians, most particularly among the hardline Brexiteers, who all too frequently have a very English focus. There are so many unanswered questions, my Lords, on how all of this will work in practice. As Lord Hayne has said, there are 200 crossing points on the border, with 177,000 lorries crossing the border per month and 1.85 million cars. Since the Good Friday Agreement, there are increased shared public services, with school and hospital provision frequently being based on the nearest available services, irrespective of the borders. And there are unanswered questions too about the freedom of movement of people within the EU. How will the promised frictionless Northern Irish border work with the promised curb on the freedom of movement of EU nationals announced in the Daily Telegraph today? When visiting my friends, my Lords, in Northern Ireland last month, I was very struck by the very real concerns that people feel about the future and maintaining the progress through the Good Friday Agreement after Brexit. At the very least, the Government needs to give much greater clarity on exactly how they propose to maintain a genuinely open border before they trigger Article 50. The people of Northern Ireland deserve no less.
My Lords, to briefly comment on one or 2 points. For example, Lord Davies, in his historical analysis of Ireland, forgot the Battle of the Boyne. I'm amazed. And secondly, he forgot the fact that there used to be no Irish living in Ireland. They invaded the island. It was the Scoties who lived in the island originally. And the Irish invaded our island and drove the Scoties out, and they went away 20 miles to a country now called Scotland. That's where it gets its name from. The Scoties who were driven out of the island of Scotia, as it was, and when the Irish invaded it, they then changed it into Hibernia. Read Magnuson's book on the history of Ireland. My Lords, I live near the border. I'm the one member here who lives near the border. I don't want to see a hard border. I want to see the common travel area preserved. And I speak as one who was a very active European. I was chairman of the European Youth Campaign in Northern Ireland. I campaigned strongly in the EEC referendum. I then became an MEP for 10 years, and after that 7 years in the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly. And likewise, living near the border, I was very keen on North-South relations at a time when the Dublin government refused to even recognise that Northern Ireland existed. And when I became chairman of the Young Unionist Council in the middle of last century, I said, we will meet people in Dublin to see if we can start improving relations. And we got an arrangement to have a meeting in Dublin with the Fine Gael party, the central branch. The Ulster Unionist Party went crackers. They said I would get expelled. We shouldn't do it. How can you talk to somebody who doesn't even recognise that you exist? We went to Dublin, had our meeting. I lifted the Irish Times 3 weeks later. What did I see? Party branch expelled. I thought, my goodness, it was the central branch of Fine Gael that had been expelled from meeting the Unionists. That's life in Ireland. I listened to Lord Kerslake, and he was quite right in what he said, that the Southern Irish are petrified at the impact of Brexit. Petrified. And I see it every day where I live. Thousands and thousands are now coming every day from the Republic into Northern Ireland. For the obvious reason. The depreciation of pound sterling means that they're all coming up to do their weekly shopping. The ladies are coming up to our border towns. Our border towns are now not exploding, that's the wrong word to use, but they're absolutely thriving. And people along the border who are thinking of economics are saying, what a great thing Brexit is. But worse still for the Republic of Ireland, it depends, the largest section of its tourists come from England. And because of the 15% depreciation, tourism is now going into decline. Secondly, meat cannot be exported from the Republic to Britain because, once again, meat prices are down 15%. Farmers are now demonstrating outside supermarkets in the Republic because of the collapse of beef prices. Mushroom plants are closing down. Hundreds have already lost their jobs in the mushroom plants because of the same reason they can't export mushrooms. Of course, special status is required for someone, but it's not for Northern Ireland. It's offensive to suggest there should be special status for Northern Ireland. It's special status for the Republic. We must keep the common travel area there, and we must get Brussels to recognise, as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Ireland has already stated, that the Republic is more seriously damaged than any other nation in the European Union. It is going to suffer badly. Suffering already, but what will it be like in 2.5 years' time when the United Kingdom leaves the European Union? The Republic of Ireland needs special status, and we should be supporting them to get that in Brussels. As one living on the border, I say, keep the common travel area. And by the way, since I was involved in the negotiations of the Belfast Agreement, I have an original copy here for Lord Hill. And you will know the 5 articles in the back. There is not one mention in any one of the 4 articles of the European Union. There is, of course, human rights, but that's the Council of Europe, nothing to do with the European Union. I will be opposing the amendment.
Yeah. My Lords, it's been a fascinating, almost 2-hour debate, and I'm making a guest appearance at this dispatch box as the Minister for Political Development, who partly chaired the peace process 20 years ago now. And when I look around this chamber, and I can't look behind me, but they're there, there are a very large number of noble lords who took part in that particular agreement in the talks. Now, I don't propose that the amendments, certainly in my name, are there to frustrate in any way the passage of this bill. And it's unlikely, because I'm sure that the Minister will give us proper undertakings, that I will move them. However, I think noble lords would agree that the quality of the debate and the numbers of people who spoke in the debate indicates the importance of the subject. I don't think anything more important in my political lifetime has been the Northern Ireland peace process. And the second most significant, even though I was a Remainer, process is what we're debating today, Brexit. And the interrelationship between the two is extremely important. And I see today's debate as a starter, a reminder to the government that there are huge issues which the government has to address with regard to Northern Ireland and to Ireland. And in the few minutes available to me, I'd like to touch on them. In this debate in the other place some months ago, or weeks ago, Owen Paterson, who I regarded as a very committed Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, but I disagreed with him on this. He said that he wanted to correct the narrative that the European Union played a key role in the Northern Ireland peace process. Now, when I was appointed the Talks Minister, I was also appointed Minister for Europe, and that was no coincidence, because it was playing a huge and significant role in the peace process. And to Lord Clooney, Strand 1, Strand 2 and Strand 3 of the Northern Ireland talks did in fact refer to aspects of our membership of the European Union. But I'd like to comment on my noble friend Lord MP, who said, quite rightly, that it isn't about the legalities of this issue that matters. It's about what produced the agreement. And it was the politics and the international treaty between the two countries that produced it. It was the will of two countries, and above all else, of course, the commitment of all the political parties in Northern Ireland to come to the arrangement which we call the Good Friday Agreement. It was our joint membership of the European Union, as opposed to any legalities or technicalities, which meant that ministers from both countries were able to meet, the Taoiseach and the Prime Minister, ministers at Council of Europe meetings, members of Parliament through the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly, or its equivalent in those days. And I remember taking the entire Northern Ireland Assembly to Brussels at the invitation of the European Union, so they could see how important Europe was to the future of Northern Ireland. And the excellent report which has been produced by the House's European Union Committee on British-Irish relations post-Brexit says that joint membership has been a vital ingredient in British-Irish relations. Of course it is. Money was important too. Northern Ireland had Objective 1 status. That was significantly important to the people of Northern Ireland. And of course, as members, noble lords have said, there was the peace money too, unique in the whole of Europe, money designated by the European Union to ensure that they could help the process of making peace in Northern Ireland. And it wasn't simply the money itself, it was how that money was distributed. I remember when I was Secretary of State going around Northern Ireland and actually talking to the groups which received the money from Europe, but which had to spend the money between them. As Unionists and Nationalists, Catholics and Protestants, together meeting to distribute this money. And that in itself broke down barriers in Northern Ireland. Now, I think that my noble friend Lord Hayne made a very powerful speech, and there's no question that the border, over the last 20 years, has diminished visibly and psychologically. And I believe that the lack of a hard border allowed nationalists in Northern Ireland to develop a sense of common identity with their fellow European Union citizens across the border. So in the same way, and I remember vividly the meetings in Stormont House, when there was a reluctance on the part of the Unionist parties to accept devolution in Northern Ireland, Strand 1. But as soon as we had in Great Britain as a whole a Parliament in Scotland, an Assembly in Wales and an Assembly in Northern Ireland, that meant too that it was easier for the Unionist community in Northern Ireland to accept it. We had to make these compromises. I've been reminded too by my noble friend Lord Rooker about the milk travelling back and forth Northern Ireland to the Bailey's plant. I remember vividly because I opened the plant many years ago, and I never appreciate the international nature of the milk. But of course, if you think about it, it's not just the milk, but it's the sheep and it's the cows and the whole of the agriculture industry, which comes back and forth a border which has no match anywhere in the rest of the European Union. And so I think that the issue of the border is hugely significant, and I know that the government takes it seriously too. It's an issue that can't be allowed to drift. It has to be top of the agenda. The brightest minds in the Foreign Ministry in Dublin and at the Northern Ireland office in Whitehall, not to mention the officials in Brussels, should be engaged on how to deal with this very tricky issue. Now, I've got an amendment number 30, I have no intention of moving it, with regard to what happens if there's a united Ireland. And incidentally, I'm not in any way advocating a united Ireland. I am not advocating a united Ireland either. That's my neutrality in all this. But what if they did? Because the principle of consent is actually so important into the Good Friday Agreement. What if they did in years to come? The Irish government undoubtedly will raise this issue. And so we need to be prepared as a British government how to react to it. What happens if there is a vote for a united Ireland, Northern Ireland goes into Ireland, and what happens to their membership of the European Union? It's not a huge issue, and it certainly isn't going to happen for a very long time if it happens at all. But it's an issue. Noble Lords will, of course, also understand that Northern Ireland citizens can, if they so wish, post-Brexit, become citizens of the European Union by becoming citizens of the Irish Republic. That's an issue which is to be raised. And all this, my Lords, against the backcloth of an election on Thursday, the issues that have been touched upon in this House will be dealt with there. And to remind ourselves that the people of Northern Ireland actually voted to stay in the European Union. The people of Northern Ireland voted to accept the Good Friday Agreement. The people of the Republic voted for that too. But the people of the United Kingdom voted to come out of the European Union. It's a tough task, and I wish the government well in it.
My Lords, can I first welcome the Noble Lord Murphy to the front bench. He played a hugely important role in negotiating the Belfast Agreement, and I think he brings huge authority to this debate. And I would also like to thank all those who have taken part in the debate on this group of very important amendments relating to Northern Ireland. All the contributions have been thoughtful, sincere and passionate. And I would also like to pay tribute to the work of the EU Committee, and in particular its report on Northern Ireland, as has been mentioned by a number of noble lords. My Lords, the whole House is very conscious of the political situation in Northern Ireland and the need to provide support to the parties there, with Assembly elections this Thursday and the aim of re-establishing strong and stable devolved government. And I'm sure we're all united in this place in our sense of duty to the people of Northern Ireland, who support the devolved institutions and want to see the forward momentum of the peace process maintained. Because the people of Northern Ireland have seen the benefits that flow from it: a reduction in violence, although still far too prevalent, economic and social progress, and the gradual normalisation of everyday life. Around this chamber, on each side and in every part, there are noble lords who have made such significant contributions to the peace process and to the progress Northern Ireland has experienced over the last 20 years or so. I've said many times from this dispatch box that we have enjoyed the longest unbroken period of devolved government in Northern Ireland for 45 years. A period that started in 2006 on the watch as Northern Ireland Secretary of the Noble Lord Hayne, who opened this debate. In our House and in the other place, Support for establishing, re-establishing and then maintaining the devolved institutions has been a bipartisan effort. And the government recognises and is grateful for the level of bipartisan support that the parties opposite continue to provide. It's for the Northern Ireland parties to work together to form a functioning executive, and we all have a role in supporting those efforts. Everyone in this House wants and is working for the same outcome. My Lords, the Government is very conscious that as we negotiate the United Kingdom's exit from the EU and secure our position as an open, successful trading nation, we need to make certain the unique interests of Northern Ireland are protected and advanced. There can be no doubt about the priority the Government attaches to the interests of Northern Ireland, and as Lord Leicester noted, to provide strong reassurance to the people of Northern Ireland. The Prime Minister's Lancaster House speech and the White Paper set out the 12 principles that will guide our approach to the negotiations. 2 of these refer explicitly to the needs of Northern Ireland. The first makes clear that the Government remains fully committed to the Belfast Agreement and its successors as part of securing a deal that works for all parts of the United Kingdom and strengthens the Union. The second highlights the importance of protecting our strong and historic ties with Ireland and maintaining the common travel area. Nobody wants to see a return to the borders of the past. The border is clearly a vitally important economic and trade issue. We recognise that the Northern Ireland economy is deeply integrated with that of Northern Ireland, as well as, of course, the rest of the United Kingdom. The issue of milk has been raised on a number of occasions very vividly, so I'm not going to repeat what has already been said. But this is more than just an economic issue. It's a social and psychological issue as well. For example, it's about families who use hospital services or may be signed on with a GP across the border, or the coaches of Northern Ireland rugby supporters travelling to Dublin to watch Ireland play in the Six Nations. It's about the ease of everyday living and how you feel about the place in which you live. The open border for people and businesses has served us well, and none of us wants to see the border issue become a renewed source of tension or division between different parts of the community in Northern Ireland. We want to ensure that goods and people can still move freely across the border, and the Prime Minister has been crystal clear. The Government wants trade across the Irish and Northern Ireland border to remain as frictionless as possible. Now, of course, I recognise that this raises practical issues of the sort that the noble Baroness Earl and others raised at second reading about what specific solutions might be put in place to achieve our desired outcomes. And questions on that have been raised again today. As we've said before, and as Baroness Earl expressed it so succinctly and eloquently, this is a straightforward bill that gives the Prime Minister the power to start the process of withdrawal, not the wider negotiating process that follows, or the bills that will come before this House and the other place on such matters as immigration and customs to give effect to what is agreed. And to address the point raised by Lord Headley, we will look to negotiate the best possible deal to secure practical cross-border cooperation on matters of justice and security. However, we start from a position of shared interests and common ground. The relationship between the United Kingdom and Ireland has never been closer or stronger than it is today. There is a very strong joint commitment from the Irish Government, the Northern Ireland Executive and the UK Government to find a practical solution that recognises those unique circumstances on the land border between Northern Ireland and Ireland and all the social and political and economic implications that flow from them. I believe the EU will be sensitive to the specific challenges around the border between Ireland and Northern Ireland. Only last week, the President of the European Commission, following a meeting with the Taoiseach, said, and I quote, "During the Brexit negotiations, the EU and Ireland must look to minimise the impact. We don't want hard borders between Northern Ireland and Ireland. And I also welcome Guy Verhofstadt's comments about prioritising the specific needs of Ireland and Northern Ireland, and Michel Barnier's remarks about doing the utmost to uphold the success of the Good Friday Agreement. This reflects, I think, an acute appreciation in Brussels and in other European capitals of the important role of the European Union and the role it has played in helping to ensure and preserve peace in Northern Ireland, a point touched upon by Lord Alderdice, and I hope this will continue. Now, before I turn specifically to the amendments, I want to address a point raised by both Lord Hayne and Baroness Randerson on the even-handedness of the way in which the UK government deals with the political parties in Northern Ireland. Let me be very clear. The government recognises the importance of establishing good working relationships with political leaders representing both unionist and nationalist traditions. We have always said that we govern in the interests of the whole community in Northern Ireland. And I would just point out that in recent years, two very significant cross-party agreements, Stormont House and Fresh Start, have been reached, which demonstrates our ability to work effectively across the community with the major parties in Northern Ireland. I now turn to the three amendments. The Noble Lord Hayne's Amendment 2 seeks to put on the face of the bill an undertaking by the Prime Minister to support the maintenance of the open border between Northern Ireland and Ireland. No such undertaking is necessary in this bill, as my noble friend Lord Trimble and Lord Howe have made clear, particularly in light of the strong assurances I have given and our desire to keep this bill clean and simple. The government's intentions on this matter are already clear, and there is no fundamental difference between us on the outcome we seek. Maintaining the common travel area and protecting the high level of operational cooperation that underpins it will be an important priority for the UK in the talks ahead. As has already been pointed out, there has been a common travel area between the United Kingdom and Ireland for many years. Indeed, it was formed before either of our two countries were members of the European Union and reflects the historical, social and economic ties between its members. Similarly, we recognise that Ireland is by far Northern Ireland's biggest trading partner, with goods exported worth £2.1 billion and imports of £1.6 billion in 2015. And this underlines, I think, the strong mutual self-interest that exists. So we will work closely with the Irish Government and the Northern Ireland Executive to find practical solutions to keep cross-border trade as seamless and as frictionless as possible. In finding solutions to the land border between Ireland and Northern Ireland, my noble friend Lord MP sought reassurance that we do not create an internal border between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. I can give my noble friend firm assurance. This government is clear that we must do nothing that makes any citizens of our country feel strangers in that country. And our guiding principle will be that as we leave the EU, our intention is that no new barriers to living and doing business within our own union are created. Amendment 10 seeks to exempt provisions derived from the Belfast Agreement. The Government's commitment to the Belfast Agreement and the three-stranded approach, which makes clear that the Government of Northern Ireland will be determined by consent, is rock solid, including to the principles that recognise the birthright of all people of Northern Ireland to identify themselves and be accepted as Irish or British, or both as they may so choose. The United Kingdom's departure from the EU will not change this. The institutions, including the North-South Ministerial Council and the 6 implementation bodies, remain intact. So whilst the Government does not disagree with the core sentiment lying behind this amendment, namely unwavering support for the Belfast Agreement, there is no need to legislate for it. Amendment 30 seeks to make it a priority for the Article 50 negotiations not to impede the ability of people on the island of Ireland to exercise the right to bring about a united Ireland and to be treated as a European member state. The Belfast Agreement makes clear that the constitutional position of Northern Ireland will be determined by consent. And while this government fully supports the Union and Northern Ireland's place within it, Northern Ireland's constitutional future will always be for the people of Northern Ireland to decide. We will always back the democratic wishes of the people. The majority of people in Northern Ireland continue to support the current political settlement, so the requirements in the Belfast Agreement for a border poll are therefore not met. If a majority of people of Northern Ireland vote at some point in the future to become part of a united Ireland, the UK government will honour its commitment in the Belfast Agreement to enable that to happen. This amendment is therefore unnecessary and also not appropriate for a short and simple bill that is designed to initiate the process of withdrawal, not the wider negotiating process that follows. My Lords, in conclusion, we must now work closely together to ensure that as the United Kingdom leaves the EU, we find shared solutions to the challenges and maximise the opportunities for the United Kingdom and Ireland. We want to build on all the progress that has been made on the island of Ireland, not set it back. The outcome of the referendum will do nothing to undermine the absolute commitment of the United Kingdom government to the settlement in the Belfast Agreement. As this debate has shown, there are clearly a number of crucial matters for the upcoming negotiation which are recognised in the government's white paper. But I ask that noble Lords accept the will of the people and the decision in the other place and pass this bill unamended so the government can make a start on these important negotiations.
My Lords, I think brevity is called for, and I want to briefly just respond to clarify a point made by my noble friend Lord MP. I did not advocate the devolution of immigration to Northern Ireland. I simply quoted from your Lordship's European Union Committee that said that might be one of the issues on the table. The paradox I find is that everybody's actually agreeing with me, or so they say. Except, as I think the noble Lord Kerslake pointed out, the harder the Brexit, the harder the border. And I do hope that the Minister who responded very ably and encouragingly will bear that in mind, and that the noble Lord Hannay said there is no plan B in that respect for the border. And the trouble is, if we get this wrong, and it's enormously complex, as everybody's understood, then for the United Kingdom it may be perilous, but for Northern Ireland it could be politically lethal. That is the problem. And so, in the light of the Minister's firm assurances and undertakings that he's given, I will withdraw this amendment.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that this amendment be withdrawn? Amendment by leave withdrawn. Amendment 3, Lord Newby.
My Lords, this is a very simple amendment which would require the people to ratify in a referendum any agreement reached by the government pursuant to triggering Article 50. And I'd like at the outset to thank my co-signatories from across the House who are supporting it. My Lords, I set out the arguments for such a confirmatory referendum in my second reading speech. Fundamentally, we believe that the people, having initiated the Brexit process, should have the final say. It's clear that the government's preferred option was that they should have the final say. Under pressure, and no doubt as a result of votes we shall have in your Lordship's House, they'll be dragged slowly but inexorably towards giving Parliament a final say on all the options. However, whilst this is better than the government simply taking the final decision itself, it simply won't do. As we saw with Parliament's votes in advance of last year's referendum, its track record on judging the public mood on this issue is poor. And whilst as a general principle it's accepted that parliamentarians should exercise their own judgment and not simply echo that of public opinion, on this issue Parliament has already said that the issue of our membership of the European Union is for the people to decide. Trying to take back power at the end of the process, having ceded it at the outset, is both devoid of principle and likely to stoke further public dissatisfaction, whichever way the decision goes. Secondly, and flowing from this, is the fact, in contradistinction to what the Prime Minister asserted in the White Paper, that the country is more divided than ever over Brexit. This is largely because those who were in favour of remaining in the EU were relatively passionless in advance of the referendum, because they complacently thought that they'd win it. They were wrong, of course, and now many of them are angry about the issue for the first time. No small part of that anger is caused by the fact that they believed that many people were decisively influenced in the way that they voted by what they see as a number of misrepresentations, most notably on NHS spending, which were assiduously asserted by the Leave side, including, of course, a number of members of the current Cabinet. They're also angry that the government has chosen, by leaving the single market and customs union, a particularly harsh form of Brexit. They believe, as a result, that the people should have a vote on the final deal, when it will be impossible to conceal the real consequences of leaving the EU, as happened last summer. The Noble Lord the Minister asked me at second reading why such a vote would help bring the country together. The answer is that such a vote, conducted in the full light of the facts of the deal, would produce a result which could not be questioned in the same way as last June's vote, on the basis that the people were misled. And I believe that this would apply to the losing side as well as the victors. My Lords, at second reading, the Noble Lord Lord Butler asked why those who base their arguments for Brexit on the will of the people are now opposed to consulting the people on the outcome of the negotiations. Do the government, he said, regard the views of the people on the outcome of the negotiations as irrelevant to our departure? In reply, the Noble Lord Lord Bridges said that the government opposed a referendum on the terms, on the grounds that it would dash the certainty and clarity which we need. I agree we need certainty and clarity, but nothing would give greater certainty and clarity than the people having expressed a final view on the deal. The government's attitude is that if the views of the people were to change significantly against Brexit over the next 18 months, the government would still ask Parliament to ratify any deal they reached or simply crash out of the EU. How could that be justified? They're basically saying that the people are not allowed to change their mind, an approach which is the antithesis of democracy, which is that the people are regularly asked to express their preferences and do indeed regularly change them. And this, from a government many of whose members have very publicly changed their minds from being convinced Remainers to cheerleaders for Brexit. My Lords,
maybe he's coming to this in a moment in his speech, but the first requirement of his amendment is that any agreement must be laid before and approved by both Houses of Parliament. In his amendment, that's the first requirement. I just want to ask him this specific question, that if one House says, yes, we agree with the agreement that's been negotiated, and the other House says no, what happens next?
My Lords, we'll be spending a lot more time on Wednesday discussing this particular issue about the role of Parliament. The point I was making in my amendment was that Parliament will want to express a view before the vote goes to the people again. We will be talking in great detail on Wednesday about how it might do it, and that part of the amendment is not the central part of the amendment. My Lords, some have argued that if Parliament rejected the government's Brexit deal, the will of the people could be tested in a general election. My Lords, I think this would be extremely unsatisfactory. We all know that general elections are about many things. And any election, for example, called by the present Prime Minister with the same Leader of the Opposition would not be simply or even primarily about Brexit. It would be about who was best fitted to lead the country. And we all know the answer to that, my Lords. So, my Lords, if the people are to be consulted, it must be through another referendum. And, my Lords, the people should certainly be consulted.
I'm grateful. He was talking about people changing their minds. Could you tell us when he changed his mind, having campaigned for a real referendum in 2008, in or out of the EU, when he changed his mind, decided that we shouldn't accept the judgment of this last referendum?
My Lords, I'm arguing in favour of the principle that when events change, people change their minds. I don't consider that to be a dishonourable practice, or else when I look at the government front bench in either this House or another place, where I see person after person who apparently had a miraculous change of mind, either just before or just after the referendum, I accept that that's sometimes what people do. I'm sure the noble lord possibly has never changed his mind. But most people in your lordship's house have a greater flexibility of approach, and I think that's to be welcomed.
I can imagine two circumstances in which a second referendum might be justifiable.
Have you moved? Excuse me. Have you moved your amendment proposed? Page 1, line 3 at end. Insert the words as printed on the Marshall list.
My Lords, although I oppose this amendment, I can think of two circumstances in which a second referendum might be justifiable. The first would be after we'd actually completed the negotiations, left the EU, and then people decided they wanted to have another referendum. That would seem perfectly justifiable. The second might be if the original referendum question had been framed in such a way as to say, do you wish the government to enter into negotiations about leaving the EU and then to put the result of that referendum to a second referendum later on? That would be a situation in which a second referendum would be well justified. But that was not the question on the ballot paper. The question on the ballot paper, as we've heard endlessly, was remain or leave. It was quite unambiguous. My Lords, what it seems to me we're doing is slipping into the habits that the EU itself has with referenda. Mr. Juncker famously on one occasion said, if the people vote the wrong way, we must go on voting until we get the right answer. And that, I suspect, is the real motivation behind the amendment being put forward. We saw this in the EU with the referendum on Maastricht. After the Danes said no, they had to vote again. We saw it with the Treaty of Nice, when Ireland said no, we had to have another vote, and then that reversed it. And we saw it most blatantly of all with the European Constitution as proposed, which was rejected in recommendations by both France and Holland. And then, in order to avoid a referendum, that was then translated by a device into the Treaty of Lisbon. But it seems to me that we absolutely should not go down that road. My noble friend wanted to intervene.
Well, I'm most grateful for my noble friend, but if we had a second referendum and the question was, do you want to stay out or go back, how could that be asked realistically unless we knew they wanted us back?
Well, I think the question of whether they want us back is a very real one, and I wanted actually to come on to that very point. But I did want to say in passing that at the second reading, I quoted the noble Lord Ashdown as having said that he was firmly opposed to a second referendum. Well, he's shaking his head. If he wants to correct me, I will gladly be corrected, although I have three other press reports of where he said a second referendum was neither desirable and shouldn't take place. One in the Times of 20th of September, report from Asia House of his speech there on the 6th of September, and another one of his speech at Asia House as well, and then also Somerset Live, the 24th of June. I've got quite a lot of... the noble lord may have been misreported, but if he's been misreported once, I apologise to him, but he seems to have been misreported several times.
I'm very content. No, I misquoted by the noble lord. I'm very content to be able to intervene, not least because my words have been used in the past. I shall make an intervention later on in which I shall clarify this position during this debate.
Well, we will look forward to that clarification. I may say that also, if we wanted to quote, there are many other Liberals, but not least Mr. Vince Cable, who I'm sorry is not in this House. He said very clearly that he thought there should be no second referendum. The public have voted. I think he said it's seriously disrespectful and politically utterly counterproductive to say, sorry guys, you've got it wrong and we're going to try again. I don't think we can do that. My Lords, as my noble friend Lord Cormac made the point, there is also just the assumption that the EU definitely wants us to remain in. There is also the assumption behind the amendment that Article 50 is reversible. Now, as I understand the position, this is legally quite an open question. The Supreme Court, as I understand, did not actually opine on this because the two parties to the case, Mrs. Miller and the government, agreed that they would not argue about that issue in front of the court. So the Supreme Court did not take a view about that. And as I understand it, lawyers are divided about this, but it is by no means clear that Article 50, once it has been invoked, is reversible. And regardless of what the legal argument is, politically, it does seem to me very difficult to believe that Article 50 would be reversible. Will the EU really want to negotiate with a country that is saying, well, we'll get some terms from you, then we'll put them back to the people, and then we may come back and ask for a better set of terms if they're not satisfactory? Also, it seems to me, if on the other hand, the noble Lord Cormac and I am wrong about this, and the EU definitely 100% wants us to remain in, they'll give us the worst possible bargain, knowing that it has to be endorsed both by Parliament and by a referendum. So, my Lords, it seems to me that this is a very opportunistic amendment that has been proposed, and it is one that doesn't really have any logic at all.
Lords, the will of the people is a phrase much bandied around in the wake of the referendum. It's taken on a totemic significance. Anyone suggesting that the country should not now blindly leap off the cliff into the unknown that is hard Brexit risks being accused of trying to defy the will of the people. When the Supreme Court judges examined the government's plans to ride roughshod over the principle of the sovereignty of Parliament, they met with a disgraceful headline labelling them enemies of the people. Their determination to stand up for the rule of law rather than the rule of the mob was seen as defying the will of the people. Well, my Lords, I don't wish to defy the will of the people. Amendment 3, as so persuasively introduced by the noble Lord, Lord Newby, is proposing the opposite of defying the will of the people. It's about upholding democracy, not denying it. It simply proposes that, once the terms of our withdrawal from the EU are clear, the public should be given the final say on whether or not to accept them. And as I said at second reading, I can't understand why even the most devoted Brexiteer wouldn't wish to give the public the final say on the terms on such a momentous decision, unless they feared that the terms might not be acceptable. The process would demand simply that Parliament should approve the terms by a resolution of each House, and of course, in the ultimate, in answer to Lord Grocott, it would be the vote of the Commons which was decisive. we know our place in this chamber. If there is no deal, however, and the government simply decides to withdraw from the EU, this too should be the subject of a resolution of both houses, and I'll be supporting a later amendment that calls for that procedure. But I believe it to be absolutely crucial that if the government believes that it has secured a good deal for this country, then it should be put to the public in a referendum. My lords, we're a proudly democratic country. We hold elections, and we abide by the results, even if the majority is wafer thin. The party with the largest number of MPs gets to govern. But the difference between a general election and the referendum is that a few years down the line, the country has the chance to change its mind, to think again. People judge the efforts of those they have elected, and if they're not satisfied, they throw them out. A parliament is not for life. But now that the country is embarking on one of the most momentous decisions ever, a decision that will affect our children and our children's children, there seems to be a perverse determination to insist that the people have made their bed, and no matter how uncomfortable it is, they're jolly well going to lie in it in perpetuity. My lords.
On the subject of being uncomfortable, is my noble friend comfortable with the many press reports that followed the referendum, which reported her as saying she would use her position in the House of Lords to prevent and reverse the decision taken by the people? Is she comfortable with the idea of unelected members of this House using procedure to try and frustrate the result of the referendum?
My lords, I just said I've no intention of defying the will of the people, merely giving the people a chance to exercise their will, which some of you may not wish to do. When a majority of those voting... My lords, I don't believe that we should not give the people the final say. When a majority of those voting voted to leave the EU, they had different visions of what that would entail. And in answer to my noble friend Lord Lamont, I don't think that the original referendum was perhaps drafted with the benefit of hindsight as well as it might have been, because I do think that people were voting for different things. Some might have favoured an arrangement that continued to give us strong trading links with Europe. Others might have been voting with the view that we might remain very close to the single market. Others might have hoped that our students would be able to continue their education throughout Europe. Others, particularly those in the financial services sector, would almost certainly have been hoping that what they were voting for would be an arrangement that would allow their products to be passported into Europe so that they could continue doing business as they do now. That looks increasingly unlikely to happen, with dire consequences for our exchequer. The one thing on which most voters would have surely agreed is that they were not, as others have already suggested this afternoon, voting to get poorer. And so, my lords, it seems the most logical solution that once the terms of departure are clear, the public should be able to weigh them up and decide whether they actually want them. Do those who oppose such a suggestion not believe that the British electorate is capable of examining a deal and judging it on its merits? To take that view certainly would be to show contempt for the electorate, and I don't. My lords, I'm not a fan of government by referendum. Nevertheless, once one has embarked on that route, it seems to me that only a referendum can complete the process. This is about listening to the will of the people, not defying it.
Certainly wasn't intending to speak to this, but I need to because no one so far has addressed specifically the terms of the amendment that's before the House. And I might say there's no element of sarcasm in this. Believe me, this is uncharacteristic of Lord Newby, because I did ask him a very specific question about his amendment. And uncharacteristically as well, Baroness Wheatcroft was making a speech which was not based on the terms of this amendment. So let me simply remind the House very briefly of what the amendment says. And there are three conditions laid out in the amendment. It says no agreement with the European Union may be ratified unless, 1, it has been laid before and approved by a resolution of each House of Parliament. Now, I don't know what meaning that has, other than it has to be approved by a resolution of each House of Parliament, which, let me just deal with it, which Baroness Wheatcroft said, this isn't a problem because we always defer to the lower house. Now, if that's the case, it needs to be in the amendment.
The Noble Lord for getting away on this point. But if he would be good enough, subsequently anyway, to look at New Clause 32, which is in my name, and is going to be debated on Wednesday, he will see that this point has been addressed by using the phrase both houses. I take the point that the Noble Lord is making with regard to each house, but would he agree that if the phrase both houses was substituted, the point is met?
Well, I'm a long way from reaching Clause 32, I'm afraid, Amendment 32, but I shall certainly look to see to it in good time. So the first requirement, before we get to any question of consulting the people, which has been the thrust of Baroness Wheatcroft's comments and also Lord Newby's comments, it has to clear that first hurdle of being passed by both houses, approved, I should say, by both houses of Parliament. And we do need the answer to the question, what happens if one house says yes and the other house says no? Because it does occur to me that there's a considerable possibility that the House of Commons, with a Conservative majority, being recommended by the Prime Minister, might well agree to approve of the Prime Minister's recommendation. There's also, of course, a considerable possibility that in this House, not being so bound by recommendations of Prime Ministers of whichever party, will decide no, it doesn't agree with the recommendation that the Prime Minister and the Government has made. So that's the question. What happens if one says yes and the other says no? So that's the first hurdle that has to be cleared before there can be a referendum. But there's another. B says the Prime Minister has obtained authority to put it to a national referendum. Now that requires a bill and an Act of Parliament. So that's the second hurdle that has to be carried by the House of Commons and the House of Lords before we can reach the third stage, which is the referendum itself. And the third stage has been approved by such a referendum. So I simply say to those who've spoken so far that unless there are rather better answers to the question, particularly about the two houses, but subsequently to the answer to the question...
Just, my noble friend, on the issue of the two houses, I mean, I actually agree with the amendment, although I'll vote against it. And my... No, the central issue, and I say to my noble friend, that the flaw of this amendment is, in this bill today, are we seriously going to send, or attempt to send, an amendment to the other place, which requires the accession of, say, 15 to 20 Conservative members of Parliament to vote with the rest of the opposition to keep it in the bill? That's the only audience we've got today. It's not ourselves or the people, it's the 20 Tories in the other place who would be prepared to vote for what we send. So they're not going to vote for this, are they? So why are we going to try and send it there?
After the best part of 40 years, my noble friend and I being in this House, we don't disagree on much, and I'm delighted to see that we clearly don't disagree on this amendment either. And with the absence of any satisfactory answers to the questions I've put, I hope that the House, should it be put to a vote, will decide against it.
Briefly, in opposition to this amendment, I do so because, in fact, referring to the new clause down the track, which I hope will be discussed on Wednesday, I have moved a new clause which enables Parliament to direct a referendum. But the amendment that we are currently discussing requires Parliament to hold a referendum. And that seems to me to be fundamentally different in kind. If 2 years down the track, after the negotiations, public mood has changed, then I, for one, do believe that the public's opinion should be tested in a referendum, and that Parliament will then decide. Alternatively, if down the track, in 2 years' time, Parliament decides not to approve agreed terms, then I fancy Parliament would at that stage decide that its decision
had to be underwritten by a referendum. But that is different in kind to what we are now discussing, which is the amendment made by the noble lord, because that requires Parliament to direct a referendum whether or not there is a change in opinion. And that does seem to me to be fundamentally undesirable, because we do know, my lords, that referenda are profoundly divisive mechanisms. They are, in fact, the policy of last resort. And if there is not a perceptible change in public opinion, or if Parliament is not minded to vote down the agreed terms, I see no requirement to require the holding of a referendum. And this is a mandatory amendment, and I'm against it for that rather narrow reason.
My Lords, Lord Newby is one of the most distinguished members of this House, and I have to say to him, or gently say to him, that I don't think I've heard him defending an argument on such threadbare circumstances. We have been lectured over sometimes about the fact that we have a representative parliamentary democracy, and now we seem to have developed referendumitis. What about the implications of this proposal for Scotland? What would it do to the Scottish nationalist argument, which said we were having a referendum for a generation, a lifetime? And that opens the door, oh, well, if they can do it for Europe, they can do it for us. Second time this afternoon. And I have to say also, my lords, the ball was dropped, if dropped it was, when the referendum bill came to this House. That was the opportunity to put in a backup clause to say that we would put it to a test at the end. And for those of us who have had referenda, border poll in the 1970s in our case, the Good Friday Agreement in 1998 and the potential of another one. If we're going to do this on an ad hoc basis just to suit a party management situation or whatever, or a bright idea that somebody happened to have come up with, you're going to destabilise the whole constitution of the United Kingdom. And I would caution members about this. Look, the time to fix this was when we started it and put it in the bill. This House, if I recall, was silent when it came to the question of the bill. And that was the opportunity to do it. There was nothing. The question that was asked was amended by the Electoral Commission, if I recall correctly, and they produced the clarity in the question. There was no caveat, there was no qualification. And, I mean, I just feel that by trying to do this, if you send ministers to Brussels to negotiate with Michel Barnier and so on, we're not...
I wonder if my noble friend would allow me to intervene. Further to the point he's making, I remember spending long hours discussing the referendum bill in this place. And one of the things that we particularly discussed was the need to make sure that this was a decisive result that was accepted by the losing side as well as the winning side. Those of us who then went into the campaign with all sorts of disadvantages because of the government's ability to spend and so on, were nonetheless at that point just about content that if we lost we would be able to accept the result. The other side appears to have not had that conclusion.
I'm grateful to my noble friend. Perhaps I should have rephrased my question. In terms of amending the legislation to provide for a second referendum, we were silent. And therefore, the Electoral Commission changed the wording and it was accepted to get the clarity that we need. So I just would fear that if we go down the road of trying to send ministers to Brussels against the backdrop of a number of these amendments, we're not sending ministers with whom Brussels is going to negotiate. We're sending a second team, a second 11. We're sending delegates. We're not sending ministers. And I have to say, for somebody who's been in a prolonged negotiation, it requires stretch on behalf of both parties. Now, if you're sitting in Brussels, and if you were minded to try and reach an agreement with our ministers, why would you risk or stretch yourself outside of the four freedoms, or to take a big leap if you thought that A, you were not dealing with people who could actually make agreements with you, and B, you would be shut down because there'd be people in this Parliament or in this country who could undermine you having made the effort to reach agreement. I think, noble lords, we need to think very carefully about. There's a number of amendments along these lines, and I do think we need to think very carefully of the mechanics and the atmosphere around the negotiating table.
I thank the noble lord. Just in the territory he's talking about, what I can't understand is that if there have been negotiations that have gone on 2 years or more and finally agreed all these thousands of things that need to be agreed, how can you possibly then put it to a vote after that? The whole process of negotiating the deal with the EU doesn't work if you have a vote at the end.
Well, if we'd have made it clear that we were going to put things to a vote at the end, that would have been one way of dealing with it. But now we're in a position of risking getting any kind of meaningful negotiation from Brussels because we'd be sending people there who are incapable of making an agreement. Now, we understand that it has to be approved by Parliament, and the European Parliament has to approve it, let's not forget. And that's not going to be a pleasant experience if anybody's had experience over there. So I would just caution the noble lord that I understand what he's trying to say, but
I'm most grateful. But isn't that the point of the amendment, is to undermine the negotiations and, in fact, reverse the decision?
I can't attribute the motivation. The noble lord has his view, but I'm simply saying that if we're going to send people to Brussels to do a good deal for us, and whether they can or cannot, I do not know. But the one thing you cannot do is saw their legs off before they go, otherwise we'll get absolutely nothing.
Yes. But the noble lord will recognise that that is already the case under Section 20 of the Act of 2010. Every treaty has to be ratified by Parliament. And if that is true of every other treaty, why not of the present negotiations?
No, I'm not opposed to the concept. Of course, we've already said it's going to be ratified by Parliament. The point I'm making is that if you insert these amendments, and there's others on the order paper to be dealt with at a later stage, we're going to send a team of people to negotiate on our behalf who clearly people in Brussels will say these people actually don't have the juice to do a deal. So why would I take a political risk as a Brussels negotiator to stretch out towards them, which is what's going to be needed on both sides, because you know you have no chance of getting a deal at the end of the day?
My Lords, we have already seen this afternoon in our very serious debate about the implications of the present situation, let's put it neutrally, for Northern Ireland, that the referendum was in fact about a matter of the greatest constitutional importance and about the integrity of the United Kingdom, a great worry to any of us who come from Northern Ireland. But I would say this, although I agree with my noble friend Lord MP that we should not tie the hands of negotiators and that a referendum at the end is a bad idea, and indeed that one constitutional error can't be remedied by making another constitutional error, nevertheless something needs to be said about the possibilities of no deal or of a bad deal. Those are two realistically possible outcomes, and I think that at this stage it should be possible for the government to say a bit about its plans in the event of either contingency.
My Lords, I've added my name to this amendment, and I thought the noble Baroness Wheatcroft, and the noble Lord Newby set out the case pretty well. I don't want to go over that ground again about a second referendum, but what I would say to the House is I'm a strong believer in the sentiment that those that giveth can also taketh away. And it seems to me that that is an underlying principle about if the people have spoken but they're given new information, they can change their views at the end of this particular process. But I want to say a little bit about why I gave my name to this amendment. Because for that reason is, I think, a theme which will keep coming up on some of the other amendments. It will certainly come up on the Amendment 8, which is in my name, and that of the noble Lord Oates. And that is, do we actually trust the government to conduct these negotiations unsupervised after what we have seen of their behaviour so far. And I have to say, we are entitled to be fairly sceptical about that. And we have no reason also to think, my lords, if I may say so, that there in Whitehall, and I speak as an old Whitehall warrior, there is no reason to believe there is this crack team of negotiators who we are going to send across the English Channel, and they're going to do this fantastic job without any involvement in Parliament, and they're going to come up with a solution at the end of this process, which we will all sit here and nod very sagely and say, fantastic, you've hit every particular button. The world on the whole doesn't work that way. We all have views about how to conduct negotiations. We've all had a go, in many cases, people around this House, at conducting those negotiations. We all have our own approach. Sometimes, I've actually thought it quite useful in negotiations not to have too much flexibility, that I've got a mission that I want to deliver. And it's quite good to be able to shelter behind that kind of instruction about the way I conduct the negotiations. I have to say, as a former senior civil servant, I certainly didn't want a lot of ministers telling me to go out there and do my best. I'd like to have a bit of guidance. And I would have thought often as a minister, and I've been a minister, I want to know what the government and what the public are likely to accept while I do those negotiations. So I see nothing wrong in principle with the approaches which are in this this amendment. And what I would say to the noble Lord Grocott, he knows as well as I do, he's been a Chief Whip, it is often the case in committee that we put down an amendment which may be technically a bit defective. We're trying to have a debate about a principle, an issue, and we often withdraw them and then come back at a later stage in taking the bill through with a rectified amendment which meets the concerns that have been expressed. That doesn't mean it is wrong in principle to actually put these issues before the House and see what people's views are on it. I support this amendment, and I think we should be thinking very seriously about, as we discuss further amendments in this bill, whether we really do believe that it is safe to actually send the government into these negotiations without any requirements about the involvement in Parliament during that process.
My Lord, the noble Lord has actually made the central case for this amendment. Do you trust the government in the way that they have used the vote on the Brexit referendum or not? And frankly, we do not, for very good reasons that I shall seek to explain in a moment. That is not to say, my Lords, that we challenge the fundamental decision made in that referendum. Since I've been substantially misquoted on many occasions, let me say what I said on the night of the referendum, because government ministers have been frequently using this as though somehow or other we had behaved in a way inconsistent with these words. I will forgive no one who does not respect the sovereign voice of the British people once it has spoken. Whether it is a majority of 1 or of 20%, when the British people have spoken, you do what they command. Either you believe in democracy or you do not. Those are my words, and I stand by them, because we do believe in democracy on these benches. We accept the sovereign voice of the British people. Well, noble lords may laugh, but this is the fundamental question. Do we challenge the yes or no outcome of that referendum? No, my lords, we do not. And this amendment does not in any way. We accept the decision that has been taken, and the decision is that we should leave. We are naturally bitter about that and sad about it, but whatever our personal feelings, the judgment of the British people have spoken. But to say we leave is not the same as the British people providing a mandate unto what solution this government will choose in order to leave. And what the government has actually done, it has taken what it claims to be a mandate to leave, which we concede you have, the government has, of course, but it has turned that into a mandate for the most brutal form of leaving that is possible. Now, I asked noble lords to look back to the conduct of that referendum, in which many of us took place. I had a number of interesting debates with the noble Lord Forsyth, and very good they were too. Every single occasion during that referendum, we asked those who would propose Brexit to say what kind of Brexit. Did it mean leaving the single market? Did it mean a complete ban on immigration? Never, never were we given an answer. I have Mr. Hannam, a well-known lion on the Brexit debate, on the record many times. There is nothing about this that says you must leave the single market. If I recall, in the meeting that I had with the noble Lord Forsyth, I don't think I'm wrong, at the meeting we both attended, he too said that it wasn't necessary to leave the single market. So we accept, well, by all means, yes.
What I said, as the noble lord will recall, was that there was a difference between being a member of the single market and having access to the single market, and that those who were arguing for Remain were deliberately deceiving the people.
Recall the conclusion I reached and the audience reached, but we probably can't go over this now, was that you were believed that it was not necessary not to continue with access to the single market. But that is what the government has now done. My lords, we accept the government has a mandate to leave the European Union. But what mandate do they have to leave the single market, or indeed to leave the customs union? None. The Conservative Party manifesto at the last election committed the Conservative Party as a manifesto promise to continue to stay in the single market. And they have taken the British people's votes. I will.
Would the noble lord please correct what he said about the Conservative manifesto saying we'd stay in the single market? That was said in the context of the negotiation that the Prime Minister was promising to undertake, and was on the assumption that he wanted people to say yes and remain in the single market. If the referendum went the other way, it was made perfectly clear that the single market would no longer encompass Britain.
That's right. The Lord could have been much quicker if he said yes, but we just changed our mind, which is exactly what the government has now done. My lords, the government has a mandate to leave. They have no mandate whatsoever for this brutal form of leaving that will damage this country. None whatsoever. And by the way, what I believe they have done, and this is the undemocratic, it's not us that's being undemocratic, it's the government that is being undemocratic. They have taken the British people's vote and they have hijacked it for their anti-European prejudices. And that is why now they need to have a referendum on the outcome. Not a second referendum on the inner right, but a referendum on the deal. Because no lords will understand, this House will know, that the difference between the hard Brexit, that, if you'll forgive me just for a moment while I finish, if the difference between a hard Brexit, as the government proposes, no access to the single market, no membership of the customs union, and maintaining access to the single market is enormous for the people of this country, for our influence in Europe, for our influence in the wider world, for jobs, for our industry, for our economy. The difference between these two options is huge. Now, maybe the government has got it right. Maybe their judgment, their guesswork, that the British people are content to leave the single market is right. But let them test that, because they have no mandate from the referendum outcome whatsoever for that solution. I give way to the noble lord.
Thank you, noble lord. Surely the most brutal form of leaving would be to leave with no deal at all. And the problem with this amendment is that it doesn't say we should have another referendum on whether we stay or leave. It says we should have a referendum on whether we accept the terms of the deal. If we say we do not accept those terms, that does not mean we stay in the European Union. Article 50 is very clear about that. So be very careful about what you wish for.
So grateful the noble lord has led me on to that, because I'm coming to this next. Now, the government says that this is the deal they're going to do. It's going to be the hardest possible deal. No access to the single market, huge damage done to our industry, done to our jobs, done to our influence. And the alternative, if they can't get that, is to take this country and tow it out into the middle of the Atlantic, into some kind of mid-Atlantic Singapore, where it's a total free market, where there are no regulations at all, that the Foreign Secretary has been very clear about that outcome. So the difference between these two things is basically asking the people of this country and the Parliament of this country to say either yes or jump over a cliff. That is not an option that is reasonable to put. When the High Court said that Parliament should have a say, I'd like to make a bit of progress, if I may. When the High Court said that Parliament should have a say, it meant a real say, not an option between take it or leave it. That, my lords, is not the kind of solution that will produce the best outcome for this country. Our proposition is very simple. We accept the case that has been made, the judgment of the British people that we must leave. We do not accept that the government has a mandate for a brutal form of Brexit which will damage our country's influence, will damage our country's economy. They have no mandate to take this country out of the single market whatsoever. If they want to test that proposition, let them do so before the court of the British people.
My Lords, if we get back to the amendment, I thought we'd segued into the next debate for a moment then. But, my Lords, this is an amendment on a second referendum ratification amendment that I think for a number of noble lords it initially sounds quite attractive. When you look at the actual amendment, I think it is flawed. Firstly, the point made by the two parts of the amendment. The first part of the amendment, Part A, as the noble Lord Grocott says, fails to recognise the primacy of the other place. And that it has to be laid before and approved by resolution of each House of Parliament, which is not how we've handled this bill or other issues. And on that point, I think our later amendments on a meaningful vote are a better way to judge parliamentary opinion and for Parliament to deal with this issue. But, my Lords, demands for a second referendum started even before the polls closed on the first one. Online parliamentary petition called for a second referendum that should the first have less than a 60% vote for either remain or leave on a 75% turnout threshold. Now, that was setting a high bar and it received around 4 million signatures. Now, we don't, my Lords, require that level of support for governments, and the last time we had a turnout of higher than 75% was back in 1992, nearly 25 years ago. Now, this amendment doesn't seek such conditions, and I agree it would be strange to set new and different conditions for a second referendum than for a first, but I think the point has been made previously in debates for such a major constitutional issue to be decided by a simple majority is something that has caused concern. My Lord, national referendums are rare in the UK. As we know, there have just been 3 UK-wide ones. In 1975, Harold Wilson called a referendum on remaining in the European community or leaving. Then in 2011, during the coalition government, we had a referendum on whether to change first past the post to the AV voting system, and then we had the EU referendum in 2016. Now, I have to confess, I am naturally cautious about politicians demanding a national referendum on issue. And if I was a cynic, and of course I'm not, I'd suggest it is rarely on a point of principle. It's more often because I think it would endorse a position that we take and give us the result we want. I have to say, though, I do feel differently when there is a public demand for a referendum. And I accept it's not always easy to judge that. Certain petitions and polls are not satisfactory, but it does become clear over time. And the polls of referendum we had is evidenced by the turnout. Public support we've had for those referendums, if you look at that, in the EU referendum in 1975, 64% voted in 75. That was probably depressed by most people thinking it was clear that UK would remain. And it was 72% in the referendum in 2016. Yet when we had the referendum on the voting system, for which there was no real public demand, it was politician-led, it motivated fewer than half of our fellow citizens with a turnout of just 42%. And my fear now is that with no significant public demand for a second referendum at this time, it's being seen as a campaign to challenge the result of the first referendum. And that in itself creates a mood of opposition and hostility from the public. And the Noble Lord Newby reinforced that view, and he did it in his speech, but in the House magazine he said, "It's implausible not to grant a second referendum if public opinion shifts in favour of the EU." Well, what if it shifts away and more people are opposed to the EU? Is that still grounds for a second referendum? Not according to his article. And indeed, throughout the Noble Lord Newby's speech, and indeed the Noble Lady Baroness Wheatcroft, they spoke of having a second referendum so people could express a change of mind. And that is not solely the reason to have one. In the coming months of negotiations, as the previous debate illustrated, I thought very clearly, it's going to be complicated and it's going to be complex. We're pressing the government to ensure that Parliament is kept fully engaged, that it's kept fully informed throughout the whole process, and that Parliament has the opportunity for the final say, a real final say, a meaningful final say on the exits, arrangements or deals. And I think Noble Lord Newby did make a good point on this when he said the government didn't want to engage Parliament with a vote. They had to be persuaded to do so by a court judgment. But Parliament is going to have to make that judgment on that, and MPs who make that judgment will be accountable to their constituents. And that's what parliamentary sovereignty means. It means taking responsibility. And I have to say to the Noble Lord Newby, I think the logic is flawed. Because he and others from his party, though the Noble Lord Ashdown just refuted this, but I find that hard to accept, that there was no need to expect the result of the referendum, and I don't, as the Noble Lady Wheatcroft said, to call it the will of the people. I'm not sure referendums do express the will of the people, but it's a clear result of that referendum. Their party said there's no need to respect the result of that referendum and have voted against it in the House of Commons. And they're now calling for a second referendum. Is that to be the same, to be seen as advisory, or do we just accept what a second referendum says? And I do find it hard to see in the circumstances in which a second referendum can deal with all the detail that will be required on the terms of an exit deal and not just be a rerun on the principle of continuing the process to leave or staying in. And that is, in effect, rerunning the first one. The final judgment on the deal, on the exit, has to be a very measured one. It's going to be dealing with forensic detail, and it can't just be an appeal to the motions without hard, accurate facts. The first referendum was one on which we saw different sides campaigning, and they lobbied around the principle of staying in or leaving. I'm on record, my lords, as saying I was deeply unimpressed with both campaigns for staying in and for remain and leave. But I've not yet been convinced that the approach of a referendum works well when dealing with the detail of negotiations over the past 2 years. And I think we have to have some faith in our members of Parliament and in your Lordship's House to make a serious, factual judgment on the benefits or otherwise of a final deal. And I agree with the Noble Lord Warner. Lord Warner asked, did we trust the government? And I think I've been clear time and time, I do not trust the government to wave them off for 2 years and come back. And that's why we have later amendments about parliamentary engagements and the votes. But I also say to Noble Lords that there is no impediment if, as time and negotiations progress, there's genuine evidence of widespread public demand for a second referendum, that should be listened to. But at this stage, our priority has to be that Parliament has the final say.
My Lords, I'd like to speak briefly, you'll be delighted to hear, as I get the sense that many of your Lordship's minds might already be made up on this issue. So I'm going to explain why the Government believes this approach would be wrong in principle and wrong in practice. And a number of your Lordships have already made a number of good points, but which I won't repeat. My Lords, I'd like to begin by just taking a step back and to consider people's trust in politics today. It is at a somewhat low ebb. For many people, there is a sense that too many politicians say one thing and then do another. There is a sense, my Lords, that Parliament is divorced from day-to-day life, and this frustration and this disillusionment with mainstream parties encourages them to look to others to represent their views. This, my Lords, is the backcloth to the debate on this bill and this amendment. And let us not forget the democratic path that has brought us here. The Conservative Party promised to hold a referendum and respect the outcome. This Parliament gave people the choice whether to leave or remain in the European Union. A choice, my Lords, without caveat, without condition. a choice the people exercised, having been told by the government, and I quote from the leaflet sent to every household in the land, the government will implement what you decide. And, my lords, the majority voted to leave. To leave, my lords. Not to have a second referendum, not to think again. The people have spoken, and this bill delivers on their wish. So, my lords, my first question to you is, would it help build trust in politics if we, the unelected chamber, were to tell the people, we didn't like your first answer, please try harder? I think not. Quite the reverse. And, my lords, when Parliament, forgive me, I'm going to make some progress. When Scotland voted against independence, what was the response from many politicians, my lords? Let me quote one. You have to abide by the outcome. I don't think reopening old wounds would be good for Scotland. Those, my lords, are the words of Mr Nick Clegg. And whatever the cynical machinations of the Scottish nationalists today, I believe that what Mr Clegg said was true then, and as regards Scotland, and is true today as regards Europe. My lords, we promised a referendum, not a never-endum. The government leaflet said the referendum was a once-in-a-generation decision, not a twice-in-5 years decision. We cannot, my lords, keep asking the question until we get the answer some want. Oh, I will.
The case that the one we didn't ask, which is, shall we have another referendum on in or out? We accept that's not going to happen. Would the Minister please tell us, we accept the government has a mandate for a Brexit. Can he tell us what mandate they now have for leaving the single market?
My lords, I'm sorry to say, but the noble lord is just making my point for me. We had a referendum in which people were asked very explicitly, did they want to leave or remain in the EU? The leaflet I have here said it very, very clearly, and many, many people in this House and outside it, on both sides of the argument, made the case a vote to leave was a vote to leave the single market. That was the choice. People were aware of it, and that was the decision they made. And we are going to come on to this, my lords, to debate it, I'm sure, in the next hour or so. Furthermore, my lords, people on both sides of the argument, leave and remain, many of them are now coming together to make a success of our exit from the EU and to forge a new place for our nation in the world. Why, my lords, would we want to open up all those old divisions again by holding a second referendum, as this very debate has just shown, my lords? Well before last June, a number of politicians argued...
I'm most grateful for giving way at this stage. When he says about the advisory referendum, which was giving an opinion, that was a result which we had to respect at the time. Of course, there are comparisons with other European countries, and in the process of the European Constitution and then the subsequent Lisbon Treaty, it was very interesting that in France, Denmark, and the Republic of Ireland, there was always, under the compulsory written constitutions, a no vote in that first referendum. Each one was reversed by the governments because they knew it was a vote about the unpopularity of internal politics, nothing to do with Europe.
The Lord is saying, but I'm sorry to say that boat and all this argument sailed when we passed the referendum bill, my lords. I mean, that is just simply the fact. If I may continue. Well before last June, my lords, a number of politicians argued a referendum on our membership of the EU was needed precisely because Europe was poisoning the body politic. And one politician said some years ago, it was time we pulled out the thorn and healed the wound. Time for a debate politicians have been too cowardly to hold for 30 years. Let's trust the people with the real question, in or out. Again, my lords, the words of Mr Nick Clegg back in 2008. And I agree with the Nick Clegg of 2008. And now, my lords, we have had that referendum. I would argue that another referendum would put that thorn back into British politics and rub salt in the wounds. I will indeed.
The Minister for giving way. Since it's an occasion for quotations, can I remind him, John Maynard Keynes said, when the facts change, I change my opinion. What do you do, sir? Is it the government's position that if, after these negotiations, it decides that no deal is better than a poor deal, the government will not put that to the people of the United Kingdom?
Is very clear. We are absolutely going to stand by the instruction that was given to us by the British people to leave the European Union. That is the decision, and that is the government's policy, and that is what it will remain. And I will briefly.
The real reason that people are putting forward for a second referendum is that one side lost and they don't like it. Then might it not be the case that somebody would lose another referendum? We'd have to hold a third referendum. And indeed we might even have to have a fourth referendum to decide which referendum had been the real thing.
I agree with my noble friend, and this is why we have the prospect of a never-endum. And this brings me straight to the concept, can I make progress, my lords? With time is powering on.
Think that the British people had any idea at all what it would mean if there was no deal and they ended up in the arms of the WTO and all that that means.
Sorry to say, I dispute what the noble Baroness is saying. The British people voted to leave. The British people there was a very, very loud and passionate discussion with lots of people issuing lots of papers about what it would mean to leave. And the British people made a decision. Now, my noble friend raised the issue of a never-endum, and this brings me, my lords, to the issue of certainty. My lords, I think one thing we all agree on is the need for certainty. So, my lords, let us think of European families here, of British families in Europe, of the thousands of businesses right across this country who are listening to our debate. For them, the prospect of another referendum at some unknown date, years ahead, with a bill, as the noble Lord Grocott said, and a question we still don't even know what the referendum would be, my lords, this would simply create more uncertainty. And let me say here a word about business in particular, given my noble friend Baroness Wheatcroft, I think, edited the Wall Street Journal. I would like to draw the House's attention to a report just issued by the Institute of Directors, and it recommends that, and I quote, "A measure to boost political confidence and certainty for business would be for all parties to rule out a second referendum over the next Parliament, either a repeat on EU membership or the final terms of the deal." My lords, the IOD is a body that represents 35,000 businesses which employ hundreds of thousands of people. They are saying they want certainty. So, my lords, let me then finally come to the point on... My lords.
Clarification. That the Minister says that people want certainty. Is he saying that if that certainty is to a business, yes, indeed, you must move your headquarters? If that certainty is to a business, yes, indeed, you must take jobs out of this country? If the certainty is that you will have higher prices to face, lower opportunity, less opportunity for your children, if that is the certainty, is he saying it is this government's decision that that is what it will choose to make the British people live with and to have no voice to challenge? Just one...
So I have many interesting discussions. I just dispute the backgrounds on which she's approaching this. We have set out very clearly, and to provide a lot of clarity and certainty, a view as regards what we wish to achieve in the negotiations. That has provided a considerable amount of certainty and clarity to many of the businesses I've spoken to and in nation-states across Europe. And I think that that is exactly what we now need to deliver on. My lords, I'd like to just quickly turn to the issue of parliamentary scrutiny, which the noble Lord Newby slightly dismissed. My lords, Parliament will be heavily involved in the process of our leaving the EU. This bill, the bill to repeal the European Communities Act 1972, primary and secondary legislation, statements, select committee appearances, the list is quite long. And on top of that, the Government will bring forward a motion on the final agreement to be approved by both Houses of Parliament before it is concluded. So, my lords, forgive me, I need to finish. The nub of this matter, my lords, is very, very simple. On the 23rd of June, people voted to leave the EU. It was a choice that this Parliament gave them, and it is a decision that, having been made, we must obey. So I hope the noble lords will withdraw their amendment.
He has deployed with great moral strength the argument that the people have spoken. May I just remind him that the majority of those who voted have spoken. Barely a third of the potential electorate in Britain, in fact, has voted. The situation is not as absolute as he likes to suggest. And may I say to you, noble lordships, that this is a very good reason for taking very seriously the argument that the road of referenda is a very dangerous road indeed.
My Lords, the points that the Minister was making a moment ago, that the decision would come back to both Houses after there has been an outcome to the negotiation.
What if both houses reject the negotiated settlement that is forthcoming? Does Parliament then overrule the people, or do the people have a chance to have the final decision?
Very good question. My Lords, my Lord, the Minister is entitled not to wish to answer the question, and I can understand why. I'd just like to make three points. The first was, I'm sorry, the noble Lord Grocott, that I was so hard on him earlier on, because I should, and indeed do now, welcome his intervention, because he's given me some very helpful drafting advice, which I reflect in the amendment that I'll be bringing before your Lordship's House at report stage. Secondly, I just, as far as the noble Lord Rook is concerned, I have never heard him so defeatist. If this House took the view that the House of Commons might not accept an amendment which we passed, we'd hardly ever pass any amendments. We'd certainly not have passed the amendment on tax credit. And therefore, I'd urge him to take that as a precedent and think that we might, so impressed by the quality of our arguments, those 20 Conservative backbenchers, that they would change their mind in an instant on reading our Hansard and that we get the victory when it went to the other place. And as for the noble Lord MP, and this was a point there's a number of noble lords raised about the parallels or differences with Scotland. This is a completely different situation to that which obtains in Scotland. The SNP want a second bite at the same cherry. We want a vote of people on a firm proposition, rather than a vote which did take place on 57 varieties of proposition, which were assiduously and separately propounded by different people on the Leave side. So it's completely inapt parallel, and really I can't accept it. My Lords, we are putting forward a very...
When he says the Scottish situation is completely different, what the Scottish Nationalists are arguing are that people didn't know what they were voting for because of Project Fear. Surely it's precisely the same argument as being used by the noble Lord.
I'd the greatest respect to the noble Lord, but I'm afraid that argument simply doesn't hold water. My Lords, the principle that we are putting forward in this amendment is very, very straightforward. Who decides at the end of a process initiated by the people? Our view is that the people should decide, and nothing that any noble lord has said this afternoon makes me question that principle in any particular regard. Oh, but my Lord, for today, I will withdraw it.
It's withdrawn. Is it your Lordship's pleasure that this amendment be withdrawn? Amendment by Leave withdrawn. Amendment 4, Lord Hay? No?
May I just say, because there has been quite a bit of running around, and this would be normally the time when the House would be looking to do the dinner hour business, I have spoken to the noble Lord, my noble friend Lord Hodgson, who has a regret motion for debate in the dinner hour. He has agreed that we should adjourn that debate to a future day on which we can discuss it, so that we can carry on with this bill, because obviously there's lot to talk about. The noble lords who have expressed an interest. I've spoken in usual channels, and we all agree that that's the right course of action. I hope the House agrees.
Amendment 4, Lord Hay.
My Lords, I wish to move my Amendment 4, and also sponsored by my noble friend Lord Monks and the noble Lords Oates and Wigley. And since I hope to divide the House later on, I'll be briefer than I thought I would before proceedings went on. The hard Brexit the government seeks will be the worst possible outcome for the United Kingdom, and for which the referendum gave them absolutely no mandate whatsoever. Cutting us off from our largest market and seeking new trade partners elsewhere will cause huge job losses and many business closures over the next 10 years or so that it will take to adjust to the shock of exiting the single market, we must expect a pound of pain for every ounce of gain. When the country voted by a narrow margin to leave the European Union, the single market was not on the ballot paper. Voters were never asked about it. In fact, the Conservative Party manifesto in the run-up to the general election of May 2015 promised, and I quote, to safeguard British interests in the single market. We say yes to the single market, the manifesto said. We want to expand the single market, breaking down the remaining barriers to trade and ensuring that new sectors are opened up to British firms, the Conservatives promised. Absolutely nobody is talking about leaving the single market, said leading Leave campaigner Daniel Hannan MEP. Only a madman would actually leave the market, said ardent Brexiteer and ex-Tory Cabinet Minister Owen Paterson MP. Some Leave leaders said the UK could quit the EU while still remaining a member of the biggest, richest single market in the world, accounting for nearly half our trade. Others talked variously of Norway, Switzerland, Canada, or even, bizarrely, Albania. There was the very opposite of clarity on this issue. And I know, because I knocked on many, many hundreds of doors in the referendum campaign, and people voted to leave the European Union, not the single market. Reaching an agreement on withdrawal from the single market within 2 years of triggering Article 50 will be difficult, if not impossible, and extremely complex. And in my drafted speech, I was going to go into the many complexities. It will also need to be followed by subsequent trade agreements, and not only with the remaining 30 EU and European Economic Area member states. New agreements under WTO rules will also be required with around 52 third countries outside the EU with whom we have existing trade deals at present through the EU. Trade deal outcomes are about relative economic power and weight, and contrary to breezy and, I think, complacent claims by government ministers and their Brexit acolytes, the UK and the EU will not somehow be equal partners in any negotiation of new trade agreements. The UK depends on the EU for 45% of our exports, whereas the EU exports only 8% of its produce to the UK. We have a trade surplus in services, mainly financial, with the rest of the European Union of 17 billion. The Chancellor said if the United Kingdom loses access to the single market, it would consider, in his words, abandoning a European-style social model with European-style taxation and regulation systems and becoming something different. Not only would this clearly mean lower labour and environmental standards, it would also mean even further more savage cuts in public services. That is why leaving the single market poses a threat to the social progress and increased prosperity which we've seen in this country over the last 40 years. My Lords, fears about immigration were undoubtedly one of the main motivations for Brexit, as I discovered, if I didn't know it, on the doorstep. However, the right to free movement has never been unconditional. Even under current European Union rules, the UK has had a number of effective tools which are used by other countries in the EEA to manage migration effectively if we wish to do so. Rather than turning our backs on our largest export market by leaving the single market, would not a more constructive approach have been to try to agree a new interpretation of free movement of labour? It is quite possible to impose restrictions on immigration, reflecting a country's needs, whilst remaining in the European Economic Area and therefore in the single market. Belgium, for example, does precisely this by returning to their European Union country of origin each year thousands of migrants who no longer have jobs or never did. Leaving the single market will cause untold harm to the economy and people's jobs, which will be felt most keenly in the already disadvantaged nations and regions where I live, Wales, for example. A hard Brexit will therefore have damaging consequences for the union of our United Kingdom and also for the island of Ireland. My Lords, can I just address a paradox that we find ourselves in? Both the government and I may say, sadly, my party leadership in the other place, have effectively put the migration issue ahead of jobs and prosperity. And I think that's fundamentally mistaken. Of course, human rights and of course migration issues have to be addressed. But to put that first, to put migration first, and I'll vote for our amendment on European Union citizens, of course I will. But if we're to put that first, ahead of jobs and prosperity, which depend on the single market, is perverse in the extreme, in my view. And then it is said, if we remain in the single market, we will effectively have no representation. Well, that is true. That's why it's not as good an option, in my view, as remaining in the European Union. But we are where we are. And you have to go for least worst options. And Norway, for example, and this is really important, which is in the single market but outside the European Union, has considerable unofficial influence when new rules of the single market are drawn up. They may not be in the Council of Ministers, because you need to be in the European Union to be in the Council of Ministers making the rules and influencing the Commission. They may not be in the European Parliament for the very same reason, being outside the EU. But they have considerable unofficial influence. And is anybody telling me that the United Kingdom, with a massive economy, the third largest in the European Union, as we've heard in this debate before, will not have substantial influence on the shaping of the rules of the single market? I just don't think that that's credible. And of course, it is not ideal to stay in the single market without the benefits of being in the European Union and on the central inner core decision-making bodies. Of course, it's not perfect. But I believe it is the best solution, given we are due to leave the European Union, and turning our backs on that single market could be catastrophic for the prosperity and jobs, especially of our most vulnerable citizens in this country. And that is why I am putting this amendment to the vote, if with permission of the House later on.
Amendment proposed, page 1, line 3 at the end, insert the words as set out on the marshalled list.
My Lords, I rise to support Lord... Okay.
At the outset of this debate, well, of course, the whole focus is on the concept that as members of the single market, we have benefited and will continue to benefit, and that merely outside and only having access to it, like every other exporting countries into the European region, we would be vastly disadvantaged. I'm afraid I am going to say something which is probably unpopular on both sides, and which really asks your Lordships to look more closely at what is actually happening in the patterns of both European trade and world trade now. I'm not talking about 1990. I'm not talking about the world of globalization in the last century. I am talking about the fantastic revolutionary disruption and transformation of the pattern of trade that's gone on in the last 5 or 10 years. And unless we understand that and the impact that is having on trade throughout the region and the relevance and nature of the single market, which has changed beyond recognition from the single market of a decade or so ago, I don't think we're going to reach very sensible conclusions. I think Lord Keynes was being quoted earlier, and he said many things. One of the interesting things he said was that his real quarrel was not with those who disputed his economic theories or arguments, but with those who persistently failed to see what was actually going on. And that really is the theme I wanted to develop, because we can spend enormous indignation on the assertion that in the single market everything is going to be okay, but out of the single market, disaster. Indeed, Noble Lord Haynes has put that with great eloquence, and he clearly believes that to be the position. I think we really do have to grasp what is going on in the nature of the flow of trade to see just what the disadvantages would be if, instead of having membership of the single market with all the standards and regulations and the access and the areas that are tariff-free and the coordination of regulations and so on, we were outside the single market, but still obviously being able to trade into it like any other country. I start from a rather remarkable statement made by the chief economist to the Bank of England, I think last week, in which he remarked that, from his point of view,
it would make no material difference, I quote as well, no material effect on the growth of the UK over the next 3 years. You put a time on it, no material on the growth as to whether we were inside the single market or outside the single market. A rather remarkable statement from a very high authority, not someone known to be biased one way or the other, but speaking totally objectively. And I had to ask myself, how could he come up to that conclusion? Haven't we been told that outside the single market it's all going to be disaster, and we must somehow stay in as full members? And this raises all the other issues which we've so vigorously debated, and raises the questions of problems in the island of Ireland, and raises many other issues as well. And the answer, if one begins to look at the detail, is a very interesting one. I suspect what he has seen, and possibly what your lordships might turn their eye to, is that the whole nature of international trade is shifting at record speed in two directions. One, to a vast growth in services, digital information, data transmission, and information exchange. So much so that McKinsey's are telling us that more than half the wealth generated worldwide by data transmission information comes from data and information transmission, and not from goods trade at all. So the old world of trade being dominated by containers or great ships sailing out of Felixstowe or whatever it was is rapidly disappearing. Services are the huge growth area in every aspect of international trade, including into the European Union. Lord Hayne's quite right that services sales into the European Union have been large. They're about a third of our total export of service earnings throughout the world, and frankly they're not doing very, very well. In as far as they've got into the single market, services have got in, not of course through tariffs, because you can't put tariffs on those services. They've got in through a bit of a struggle, through all sorts of local and national regulations and controls, and they've been pretty flat over the recent years because, frankly, there never was a glorious single market in services. We've struggled for 40 years to improve one, got nowhere at all, and the chances are that countries which are outside the European Union did rather better with their service imports into the European Union than we have. And it may be that in the future, outside the single market, this may be in Mr. Haldane's mind, we can do rather better with services in Europe. And anyway, if we can't do better in Europe, because it's very, very difficult, because of all these local restrictions on how things are set up, then we should look to the areas where service developments are really growing at a very fast pace. And this, of course, is right across certainly the part of the world that deals in the English language, common legal, political and social and ethical practices and cultural practices, which tends to be the Commonwealth network and the English-speaking nations, including the United States of America, which of course is much our biggest export market of all. For where we have no single market with America, we have no free trade agreement with America. They are far our largest single market of any country. So that is the first point, that the services are growing at a phenomenal exponential rate and now dominate world trade and are beginning to dominate our own earnings overseas. Secondly, services do have no boundary, they know no tariff barrier. So the services we sell into Europe, and this again may be in Mr. Haldane's mind, are not actually going to be very much affected by whether we're in the single market or not in the single market. It's a tough area anyway. We sell about export gross, about £89 billion worth of services of every kind, including financial services, into the European market, and that's about a third of a much bigger degree of service exports all around the rest of the world. So it's not a question of tariff barriers. The tariff barriers anyway are extremely low, except for one or two things like car components where they are at 10%. We'd have to think about that. But generally we're moving into a zero tariff world, quite different to 1990, when developing countries and southern countries and eastern countries were taught that they had to have high tariffs. That they all had to have high tariffs and heavy investment protection. Just let me finish the sentence. The culture of pre-1990 was high tariffs and protection against foreign investment, which was deemed as colonial. The culture of the last 30 years has been the opposite: low tariffs all around the world and direct investment agreements to encourage more investment. I give way.
The noble Lord giving way. I'm listening to him with great attention, as I always do. He's making the case that for certain aspects of the digital services market, it doesn't so much matter whether we're part of the single market or not. But does he not agree that in the case of manufacturing, which is about 10% of our GDP, the imposition of tariffs would be extremely serious? And does he also not agree that in the case of financial services, which I've already mentioned in different contexts, accounts for about 10% of our GDP as well, that the loss of the passports would enable us to trade in the single market would equally well be catastrophic?
That although manufacturing is very important, it's a smaller, diminishing proportion of our export earnings, as I think the government white paper puts out, there are embedded in the value of any manufacture or product at least 33, I think that they have figures 37% of services. So when you think about manufacturing, you've got to think about something that is really not quite a manufacture or a service. It's a product of the service and high technology. A good example for the noble lord is the Japanese product Uniqlo, which is a garment produced not out of Japanese manufacturing, but out of Japanese technology and services. And of course, all around the world, this is developing in this pattern. So what I'm trying to bring before your lordships is the realization, yes. Sorry.
The noble lord, is he aware that Section 9 of the White Paper shows the growth in goods and services exported from this country? The highest one is Liechtenstein at 40%, and within the first 20 of the only 21 countries that it shows in the White Paper, the United States doesn't even get a mention.
The power or logic of that particular point, but it's certainly true that of the 20 fastest growing countries in the last 10 years in terms of exports, only 3 of them, I'm afraid, are members of the European Union, and we're not one of them either. I just want to, without delaying your lordships further, point out that, in the words of the European Commission themselves and their analysts, 90% of world demand over the next 10 years is going to be generated outside Europe, and I suspect at least a half or 2/3 of that is going to be generated from the fantastic explosion, and a disruptive explosion of transfer of know-how, information, and digital technology of every conceivable kind. This is the world of the very near future. We may have arrived there already. What it means is that this apparent, what's been called a cliff edge or disaster or dividing point between being inside today's single market and being outside it, but dealing in many things that don't have a tariff on them or are services which have no national boundaries and can be transmitted regardless of distance, whether to the nearby European region or to the other side of the world. This is becoming a completely new pattern in which we have to operate. And to operate effectively, we have to think in terms of vast increase in our improvement in skills, massive increase in every kind of condition to accelerate innovation, and to find our way into the gigantic new growth markets of the future, which I'm afraid are going to be largely outside the European Union. Our Europe remains very important to us. The bilateral arrangements we have with the European countries remain important to us. We're not at all sure at this moment, which underlines the absurdity of trying to tie down the government. We're not sure who we're going to be negotiating with, how much power Mr. Barnier will have, what the say will be of the 27 capital countries. I notice the Visegrad Group 4 at the moment are coming together and say they want a separate treaty. They don't agree with the approach of the European Commission in Brussels. They're thinking about separate arrangements because they're not satisfied with the general approach. We all heard day before yesterday, one of Mrs. Merkel's chief spokesmen saying they dislike the whole aggressive approach of Jean-Claude Juncker and the Brussels Commission. We have no idea what is being brewed up and developed as a position the other side of the channel to approach us, or who we're going to be dealing with. What we do know is that these trade trends which I've described are proceeding at a great pace. They're driven by technology at an exponential pace. with the development of Moore's law, Metcalfe law, and all the other aspects we know. And this is what we should take account of. So all I plead to your lordships is, before using too much indignation on whether we're inside the single market or outside the single market, one might just reflect that, in fact, as we proceed in this entirely new pattern of international trade, we can do pretty well in dealing with all the aspects, and that will be complex, of all the industries and all the services which are going to ensure our survival and prosperity in an extremely competitive world.
This side, please, this side. Can I, my lords, just address the question of the single market, which the noble Lord Howell has just been talking about, and rather discounting its importance both currently and in the future. I don't know whether he and other noble lords have actually noticed there's rather a tide of protectionism running through the world at the present time, not least in the United States of America. America first. And that's been said a lot of times, and just remember that. That's the context in which we're operating in. And the figures, I'm not going to bandy too many statistics about, but if 42% of our exports are going to the EU, that's compared to 15% to the United States of America. Now, still a lot on both counts, but you don't throw 42% into some lottery for the future. You hang on to what you've got and you seek to improve elsewhere. I agree with the noble lord about the need to improve our game, raise our skill level, our innovation level. Business investment, which by the way is going down because of the uncertainty which is around in the future of the British economy at the present time, is a major worry. We're not innovating to the extent that we should be, and we're not innovating to the extent that certain other Northern European countries are doing as well. So chucking away rather lightly in the hope that we will catch a surfer wave of innovation and become the new Silicon whatever it is island seems to me to be a rather fanciful notion. And don't forget too that I'm not familiar with what Mr. Haldane said. I did read it, but I didn't get the same impression as you just got. But something like the Treasury most recent forecast is that if we collapse out of the single market, then that will cost us 7.5% of GDP after 15 years. Now, I don't know which is right and which is wrong. I'm not an expert. But just bear those facts in mind. Now, I'm not going to speak for very long. My noble friend, Lord Hayne, covered it very well. And in the earlier debate about the EEA, which was moved by my friend Lord Lee, that covered it too. But I just want to remind, particularly members of the Conservative Party, about why they should consider the single market to be important. After all, Mrs. Thatcher was, as much as anybody, the originator of the single market. She, and with Jacques Delors adding on the social bit, basically came up with the idea of a big single market. I remember, and Lord Lee will remember too, Jacques Delors explaining the conversation the two of them had at a conference at the TUC. She said, I want a big market. And he said, you can. I'll do my best. He added in some helpful social things which the trade unions like, and about the only reason we like the single market, to be honest. We may not like a free trade agreement that doesn't have any social protections. That would be a NAFTA type agreement would certainly not suit us, because that becomes a race to the bottom on labour standards and on welfare and social considerations. And let me it's not just Mrs. Thatcher. Let me, my noble friend Lord Hayne reminded the other side about the number of people in the referendum campaign who did speak in favour of staying in the single market, not least the current Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson, who said he'd vote for the single market. So he differentiated between the single market and EU membership, and that is what we're seeking to do tonight with this particular amendment. And it's important for inward investment, which is the point that was so important in the 1980s. It's important for companies' supply chains. We heard about the milk in Ireland earlier, but there are many examples where things are going backwards and forwards in the car industry, Airbus and so on. And let nobody dismiss these as old technology which the digital revolution is going to make redundant. They're not. They're absolutely fundamental to who we are, what we are, and the kind of country we are and are going to be in the future. And avoiding tariffs, the tariffs on some goods are very substantial if we collapse into the WTO system. And the passporting issues in the City of London, there's already signs of banks establishing extra offices, extra staffing within what's going to the European Union, in Paris in particular at the moment. Even HSBC, our biggest bank, is doing it. So don't be complacent about this particular issue. And of course, membership of the single market would ease the problems that we debated earlier in Ireland, and maybe would remove at least one reason for another referendum in Scotland. What's at stake here is jobs, living standards and rights. And bear that in mind. We're playing poker if we go down the government route with the people's livelihoods on a very, very big scale. Are we likely to get that comprehensive free trade agreement within 2 years? I've not met anybody yet who knows anything about trade negotiations who thinks that's the case. And I do think that before we ditch the single market, we should be very, very careful. And I was very disappointed when I heard what the Prime Minister said at Lancaster House, and also in the government white paper, that the government are moving in that direction. I hope they will keep the scope to change direction. And perhaps bear in mind the point that Lord Liddell made earlier, which is this an issue which could be an interim transitional provisional measure while we negotiate the trade agreement? Is this something that we could put in place that would continue? Well, not put in place, it's in place. Why do we have to give it up if it's in place, by the way? But it's something that's in place, and we try and hang on to that pending the negotiations which the government seems so keen on. So that's my plea tonight. Have a look at this amendment. Have a look at keeping our membership of the single market. Hopefully, I'd like to see us keep it on a permanent basis. But if that's not possible, then on a transitional, provisional basis might just be possible. It might, in fact, be the only game in town when you get to the end of those 2 years.
My Lord, purpose
between access to a market and membership of it. But most of the speeches made on behalf of Remain, which they really are on behalf of, make that confusion. Nobody is arguing, I don't think, I've never met a person who says we shouldn't have access, we shouldn't do business with the single market, in the same way as they'll want to do business with us. The question is whether we want to be members of it. And I so agree with what my noble friend Lord Howell said about the fact that the world is changing now. I mean, for a start, the single market is a trade bloc. And it has a long and, I was going to say, noble history of being a trade bloc, but it's based upon German technological protection and French general centralisation and protection. That's the foundation of it philosophically. And Britain is a high seas trading nation and shouldn't, I think, be part of that. But it should be, of course, trading with them. No one argues that. Though, of course, one has to point out that it's a fairly sluggish market. It's a protected market, but a sluggish market. Now, I think my noble friend, Lord Howell, was absolutely right in saying that the world is, of course, my turn to
the noble Lord giving way. But on that point, before he goes into his next one, this idea that you can choose between access and membership. Membership has some obligations, what you've got to do on standards, etc. And it's Alice in Wonderland, is it not? Would the noble Lord like to reflect on this? To say, oh, we would much prefer to have access but not membership.
I mean, the choice is there. And in fact, it's been said from the front bench today, where by leaving the European Union, the public certainly believes that we would have left the single market as well. Of course they will make that choice, and of course they will want to choose whether or not they will want to continue trading with us. But since we're one of the largest markets, the answer is likely to be yes. Now, the other point I just wanted to just turn to is your I think absolutely, my noble friend's absolutely correct diagnosis of the markets changing. And the fact is that so much now of what is being up for grabs for negotiation is outside the terms of the single market. But to take one example, which the proposer of this amendment and I have had discussions about in the past, the air service agreements. Now, people talk about the open skies, which I was the Minister of Aviation who started to negotiate those open skies. But I did so on a bilateral basis, and the ACAs are outside the terms of the single market. It's just an example of what my honourable friend, noble friend was saying, in terms of other aspects of trade, the services industry and so on. So, really one has to look at this thing, I quite agree with what my noble friend said, in detail and in its contemporary context. And in those contexts, I think it becomes far less important, in fact, unimportant to be members of it. And, of course, we must have the biggest trading relationships as we can with it. And so much confusion, I mean, the noble Lord Afshar made the same confusion, in my view, about access and membership. And I really think we've got to get that sorted out.
My Lord, Amendment 4, which was so effectively moved by the noble Lord Hayne, and to which I also have grouped Amendment 5, standing in my name, which covers some of the matters already discussed in Amendment 1 debate. The issue here is absolutely vital to so much manufacturing industry in the United Kingdom. I'm very grateful to the noble Lord who spoke a moment ago for emphasising this. The EU market is absolutely critical for manufacturing, and while this is generally true throughout the UK, it's particularly true in Wales, where manufacturing represents a significant part of the economy, and the service sector is somewhat smaller than it would be in other parts of these islands. So while I note the points made by the noble Lord Howells, and I respect the points he makes, those arguments don't carry so much weight in Wales, given where we are at this point in time. And that, my Lords, is why the Welsh Government, led by Labour First Minister Carwyn Jones, and indeed jointly with the official Plaid Cymru opposition, led by Leanne Wood, have taken the unusual step of publishing a joint white paper securing Wales's future, and this has been endorsed by the National Assembly for Wales as a body. The Assembly white paper calls for us to have, and I quote, a new relationship with Europe. And as such, it obviously accepts that, as a result of the referendum, we are leaving the EU as it's presently composed, something that I greatly regret, but that seems to be the reality. The central theme in the white paper is encapsulated in the following summary paragraph, and I quote, "We believe that full and unfettered access to the single market for goods, services and capital, including our key agricultural and food products, is vital for the forward interests of Wales and the UK as a whole, and we urge the UK Government to adopt this as a top priority for negotiating with the EU." The reason for putting so much emphasis on this dimension is simple. When the old heavy industries in Wales declined as a source of employment, the replacement strategy adopted by successive Labour and Conservative governments in London, and thereafter by governments of Wales in Cardiff, and central to the highly successful work of the WDA, that strategy was to maximise the inward investment to Wales by companies from America and Asia wanting to secure a manufacturing base in order to sell to the EU market. This approach has been the key strategic element which has helped Wales build a new manufacturing economy over the past 3 or 4 decades. And I personally saw the merits of this at first hand having worked before entering politics with 3 American corporations, Ford, Mars and Hoover at Merthyr Tydfil at that time, and then having helped set up a small company, Alpha Dufferin, which I chaired for 9 years, and this company was the sprat which caught the mackerel and secured now the Siemens factory at Llanberis, where it employs some 400 people, and it was established to sell to the European market. What I know of all American companies coming to be based in Wales, companies like Ford at Bridgend, they do so to sell to a European market of 500 million customers. If such companies had to overcome tariff barriers or technical barriers, they would think twice before locating in Wales, or indeed in North East England or Merseyside or the Midlands, and they would certainly be thinking twice about increasing the investment that they've got. Such unhampered access is equally relevant to key Welsh industries such as agriculture, where 90% of our exports of beef and sheep meat go to the European market. Now, the Welsh Government are not being blind or deaf to the outcome of the referendum. They recognise that 2 elements which influenced some, though not all, of the outvoters were, firstly, migration levels from EU to the UK, though this only amounts to 2.6% of the population in Wales, and secondly, the wish to avoid what some saw as unnecessary regulation. And these 2 may militate against our continuing full membership of the single market, though we note that this is a price Norway finds worth paying, as has already been mentioned. And some of those campaigners to leave the EU actually argued that we would be able to seek a Norway-type relationship during the campaign, as has been mentioned. The Assembly White Paper states explicitly that the Welsh economy, and I quote, will continue to need migration from EU countries to help sustain our private sector economy and public services. This is true of the tourist sector, of food processing, of the university sector, and of much more. So as far as immigration is concerned, it is both in the interests of Wales and of the EU to reach an agreement which allows barrier-free access to the single market in return for an agreement to allow EU migrants to come to Wales to work. And I emphasise the words "to work." That is the key element in the Assembly White Paper approach. It states explicitly that, and I quote, the freedom of movement of people is linked to employment. That should be the requirement, and that should be acceptable, and it should be acceptable both to EU countries and ourselves. Now, what we ask in these amendments is that the government commit to such an approach in their negotiations with our 27 EU partners. Equally, with regulations that may be needed to avoid market distortion, it should be possible to agree for the UK to legislate for such regulations as may be needed to maintain a level playing field. In fact, the House of Lords EU Committee recognises this in its report, Brexit, the Options for Trade. And if I may quote very briefly from that report on page, I think it's 76, paragraph 43, and I quote, the report seems to have an ability to collapse, and I quote, the notion that a country can have complete regulatory sovereignty while engaging in comprehensive free trade with partners is based on a misunderstanding of the nature of free trade. Modern FTAs involve extensive regulatory harmonisation in order to eliminate non-tariff barriers and surveillance and dispute resolution arrangements to monitor and enforce implementation. The liberalisation of trade thus requires states to agree to limit the exercise of their sovereignty. And I think that that was a very pertinent paragraph in the context of these amendments. My Lords, what is being sought by this cross-party approach in Wales is neither unreasonable nor impractical. Indeed, the wording of the Government White Paper leaves a small chink of light that suggests they may, in their hearts, be amenable to such an approach. In fact, they actually state in paragraph 8.3 of the White Paper that a new negotiated agreement, and I quote, may take in elements of current single market arrangements in certain areas, as it makes no sense to start again from scratch when the UK and the remaining member states have adhered to the same rules for so many years." Unquote. But precisely. So why won't the government accept one or other of these amendments as a token of their sincerity in that approach, or at least bring forward their own amendment at report stage along these lines? Industry, business and agriculture would then sleep very much easier, and so would the Government of Wales.
Thank you. Lord Wigley, that a good trade deal or a fair trade deal is important for Wales and indeed for all parts of the United Kingdom. My problem with these amendments is that it would fly directly in the face of what the people voted for. Since the referendum, many Remainers have been peddling the myth that the people voted to leave the EU, but not to leave the single market. Yeah. The single market was not on the ballot paper, they say, and so the people could not have voted for it. They just wanted to leave the EU, but stay in the single market. And we heard that point put very passionately by the noble Lord, Lord Ashdown, a few moments ago. And they've accused my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, of opting for a hard Brexit. My Lords, I submit that is nonsense. The Prime Minister has not opted for a hard Brexit or a soft Brexit or any sort of squishy Brexit. She's merely attempting to carry out the wishes of the people to leave the EU. And that automatically means leaving the single market. Because if we stay in the single market, we're still in the EU to all intents and purposes. You give way.
Would the noble Lord respond to the notion that the people decided they wanted access but not membership? So this is what the 52%, now let's get this right, the 52% wanted membership of the single market and the 48% wanted access. Is that like, was that on the ballot by any chance?
In other words, I think it would be difficult to respond to that without tying myself in circles, because I think the noble Lord has got it slightly wrong. But I will come on to that point about that people said you could access the single market. I will come on to that in a moment. So, my Lords, indeed, I'll come to it right now. At one point during the campaign, and it may have been my right honourable friend Boris Johnson, who said, oh, you know, we could leave the EU and we could still access the single market. And what happened, my Lords? All hell broke loose. It's not that we were shot down, but the government and their advisors dropped the equivalent of all their bunker-busting bombs on us. They said, no, no, said the Prime Minister, said the Treasury, said the BSE campaign, if you vote to leave the EU, then you're out of the single market, you're out of the customs union, you can't have one without the other, said all the government spokesmen. You can't have your cake and eat it, they said.
They did.
On that occasion, that's what the government said. So opposition members have quoted various Leave spokesmen and said, "Oh yes, we want to be in the single market and leave the EU, or we want to access the single market and be in the EU." But the response from the official BSE campaign, the Prime Minister and the government was, "No, you can't. Leaving the EU means leaving the single market too." On that occasion, my Lords, the Remain campaign were not economical with the truth.
Could I just make the point that the argument that Leave made was the Remainers were exaggerating and they were wrong. And to their credit, people believed them and voted on that basis. So if you were a Leave voter and you'd listen to Daniel Hannan, if you were a Leave voter and you'd listen to Boris Johnson, if you were a Leave voter and you were in any one of the many hustings that I went to, you would have heard the Leave campaign saying absolutely clearly that you would have identical access, indeed you would be in the single market, even if you voted Leave. Yeah. And that happened over and over again, and there are witnesses throughout this House.
I must say to the noble lady, if the Leave campaign tried that early on in the campaign, it was certainly shot down by the government and the Treasury and all their spokesmen very, very early on. And I must say to the noble friend, yes, sir.
I'm most grateful to my noble friend. Isn't the point a very simple one, which the noble lord doesn't appear to appreciate, that every country in the world has access to the single market? The issue was whether one was a member of the single market, which would mean that all businesses, i.e. 90% of the businesses in this country, would be bound by these rules and regulations, which would apply to exporters. That was the distinction that was being made.
My noble friend, as an expert in these matters, is absolutely right and puts it very succinctly. My Lords, please correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm very happy to be shot down on this point, but is it correct that if we stay in the single market, if we stay in the single market, then we have to accept what the EU calls the 4 fundamental freedoms, including open borders?
Yes.
My Lords, is it true that if we stay in the single market, we'd have to pay into the EU budget to a certain extent? My Lords, is it correct that if we stay in the single market, we'd have to let the European Court rule over us?
Yes.
My Lords, is it correct that if we stay in the single market, we'd have to accept laws made by a body over which this Parliament would have no say or control?
Yes.
My Lords, that's not leaving the EU, and those who advocate staying in the single market know it full well. It's staying in the EU by the back door, and that's not what the British people voted for. My Lords,
about that the people of Norway voted to not join the European Union and accepted all the things he said they'd accepted.
My Lords, the last thing I heard from Norway, I think, was in the news last week, where I believe a Norwegian minister or former minister said that whatever we do, don't join the EEA like they did. It was a terrible mistake. Now, I'm not here to answer for Norway's decision, but I'm here to support the decision of the British people, all 17.2 million of them. My Lords, I was part of the Leave campaign, a little junior cog, and afterwards, after we were successful, some detailed studies were done. Now, contrary to the public view that everybody voted Leave to stop immigration or control it, the vast majority of people, like 72%, voted Leave because they said we wanted control back of our country, we wanted sovereignty back. And it was only about 23% who put immigration at the top. Now, of course, admittedly, if you're taking back sovereignty and control and Parliament in charge, that does mean that Parliament's in charge of immigration and a lot of other things as well. But let's not pretend that people voted Leave purely because of immigration or because they wanted to stay in the single market. Well, Lords, I conclude with a comment I made in my second reading speech when I quoted my right honourable friend, Sir Oliver Letwin. And Sir Oliver Letwin MP was one of the government's foremost Remain campaigners. He's one of the Prime Minister's sort of guru in thinking about these things. And this is what he said in the other place on the 31st of January. He said, "I made it clear that an inevitable consequence of leaving the EU would be leaving the single market and leaving the customs union. It seems to me that the people voting to leave were voting with their eyes wide open, knowing that the consequences might be our falling back on the WTO rules." Unquote. My Lords, the government made it clear at the time that leaving the EU meant leaving the single market, and there's no excuse now to try and build in this amendment to thwart the decision of the British people.
Amendment 4. My Lords, I do so because it is beyond me what the government is doing in its extreme form of Brexit in taking us out of the single market, why it is doing it, and above all, why those on the Conservative benches who supported remaining are allowing them to do it. It's true that there was an instruction from the British people that we should leave the European Union, but there was not an instruction, however much the noble Lord Clancarty might wish there was, for us to leave the single market, for the very simple reason that, as the noble Lord Hayne has pointed out, that matter was not on the ballot paper. And the noble Lord Clancarty and other noble lords on the Leave side of this argument can speculate as much as they want about the reasons people wanted to vote, and I can speculate as well. But the truth is that none of us actually know. All we know is the instruction that was given on the 23rd of June. And the referendum campaign, I have to say, didn't help much. The campaign on either side, frankly, in terms of getting to the facts, was not terribly helpful. The noble Lord has quoted a whole number of Conservative politicians. And this is part of the problem. The referendum campaign was effectively a factional fight between two wings of the Conservative Party, which did very little to illuminate the facts, although tragically a very great deal to divide and damage the country. But what we do know, however much it may be protested by those opposite, is what all the mainstream parties promised the electorate at the time of the last general election, and that was that we would stay in the single market. And that was at a time when the referendum was a likelihood. It was indeed a pledge in the manifesto of the Conservative Party. And as a noble Lord Hayne also mentioned, the Conservative Party manifesto couldn't have been clearer. To avoid any ambiguity, it emphasised its clarity in the section that deals with this. And it said, we say yes to the single market. And it didn't caveat that in the way that people suggest. It said, we say yes to the single market. And so it's unclear to me why the Prime Minister has decided, given that she has no other mandate on this matter than that manifesto, why she's saying no to the single market. And I've heard the noble Lord Lamont and other, including some ministers, argue that the unambiguous pledge in the Conservative manifesto was somehow trumped by the fact that there would be a referendum and the government would respect the result. But you can respect the result of the referendum and withdraw from the European Union without withdrawing from the single market. Deciding to leave the EU does not mean leaving the single market, however much the noble lords opposite would like it to do so. And as has been mentioned, there are a number of countries which are members of the European single market but are not members of the European Union. And Norway, in particular, was raised by the noble Lord Headley. Norway, which sought to negotiate joining the EU at the same time as us in the 1970s. In the end, it had a referendum, voted against, but they became members of the single market. And we should be very clear that when Norwegian ministers were saying that's not the ideal thing, they weren't saying don't be members of the single market. They were saying, for goodness sake, stay in the European Union.
Yeah, you know that.
And to suggest otherwise is just nonsense. So it's absolutely clear it's possible to be both outside the EU and inside the single market. And the question, therefore, is whether it's desirable. And in my view, and my very strong view, it is. We know increasingly the issue of world trade is not tariffs, but it's non-tariff barriers.
Yes.
And as the IFS noted in its report on the single market, which was published in August last year, the service sector is particularly important to our economy and to our tax receipts, and particularly vulnerable. And the financial services sector in particular is likely to be disproportionately hit by loss of the single market. My Lords, for many of us, the decision to leave the EU is a tragedy that goes far, far beyond economics. But the tragedy is being compounded by the government's decision to pursue extreme Brexit, no matter what the cost is to our economy. We have the opportunity tonight to ask them to think again. My Lords, we should take it.
Yeah. Lords, I would like to reflect on...
I can be extremely brief, I assure you. I just want to take up one point that the noble Lord Hayne raised earlier. He acknowledged in his contribution the significance of immigration to the result of the referendum. He didn't say it was the main reason, but he acknowledged its significance. So it seems to me, therefore, that a key question is whether we can indeed stay in the single market and control immigration. And he mentioned, I think, that other countries, such as Belgium, have found a way to control immigration within the single market by removing people without a job. My point is this. The situation in the UK is entirely different from that, from Belgium. We have over 2 million European citizens working here, which is fine. But we can't skate over the fact that the whole situation is different. The numbers are much larger. People here may not know that last year 625,000 EU citizens took out national insurance numbers. They will be, I think, not all working, some will be short-term, but my point is that the scale of it is absolutely enormous. We know, of course, that the net migration is 180, equal almost to that from the rest of the world. So there's no prospect of any serious measures of control if we remain in the single market.
My Lords, I'm grateful to follow the noble Lord Green. And can I say I'm going to be brief, and I hope very brief. For far too long during the campaign and since, we've had the fear of the stranger, the fear of someone who comes from another country and nonetheless comes to this country and wants to play by the same rules. I have no fear of such strangers. Can I say I'm not interested really on what was said during the campaign.
It's not suggesting that I either have such fear or are trying to create it. I'm certainly not. For 15 years I've tried to bring to people's attention the broad facts on this issue, and I hope we will acknowledge that.
I acknowledge that fully, and I hope that the record will reflect that. I did refer to the campaign and since. I'm not interested, my Lords, really, in what was said during the campaign, who said what, where they said it. What matters is now, how we build on this. It was wonderful to listen to the noble Lord Howell, and he always listens with such generosity to others. But I'm going to take a slightly different approach. I want also to revisit something that was said by the noble Lord the Minister about people's trust in politics. And he's absolutely right. It was at an all-time low, and it's our duty to pull it back up. But at the root of that, my Lords, is a real fear. And I sense that fear is growing. People wondering about what's going to happen to them and their rights when we start to negotiate our way out of the European Union. It's a fear shared by UK nationals living in other countries, such as the over 1.2 million living in Spain. It's the fear of others who have come to this country to work, to live, to study, to contribute. And it's a fear that we must address, my Lords. And that is why I suggest that there is such a large number of amendments to this very simple bill, because it reflects a real deep concern outside, my Lords. There is a fear. I make no apology. My attachment to membership of the single market is because it gives social responsibility to a market. It gives rights to consumers. It gives rights to people who work within it. And as I said in my previous speech, it gives wonderful rights of non-discrimination, not the least in the workplace and in the access to training and vocational training. And it's the very fear, my Lords, that when we remove the freedom of movement that quite rightly comes from membership to the single market, then all of those rights that people enjoy, they don't take them for granted any longer. All of those rights that they enjoy will disappear. And that is why I attach great support to this amendment, as I will do protecting the rights of EU nationals. I'm happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to the noble Lord for giving way. In the light of what he has just said, does he share my dismay that the leadership of the official opposition appear to have set their face against supporting this amendment? Because at the heart of this amendment, surely, is an instruction to the government to put membership of the single market at the very heart of their negotiating strategy.
With brevity, I do share the noble Lord's dismay. I share that dismay for a very simple reason, which is when I negotiate and when I have a vision, it's not for the short term. It's not to pander to public opinion, but it's for the long term of where I want this country to be generations down the line. So, my Lords, let me finish. My deep concern is that when we no longer have access to the single market, that the rights that are currently enjoyed will not be replicated in their entirety elsewhere. It has been suggested that no deal would give us the opportunity to do whatever we want. That is not the reality, my lords. No deal will bring great costs. One of those costs or benefits, as has been suggested, is that we will become a tax haven. My lords, my deep and bigger fear is that we will become an offshore, unregulated sweatshop of Europe, and I'm happy to support this amendment.
Lords, can I rise to...
My Lords, I have listened carefully to all the contributions on all the various amendments so far, and I do feel I must intervene at this moment in time. I have been deeply troubled to try to understand why the government is so set on the idea that no deal is better than a bad deal, and that leaving the single market in the customs union is something that we can contemplate with some kind of equanimity. And indeed, it was the intervention of my noble friend Lord Howell that suddenly brought it home to me in his mention of a failure to see what is actually going on. And what that brought to mind was his eloquent description of how he sees the future of global trade and of global business, which is not manufacturing, which is in services. But that is a vision that is not shared on other benches across this House, nor indeed by myself. And indeed, I would argue that it is not shared by the majority of this country, because what the implication of his remarks is would be the destruction of our manufacturing sector and millions of jobs across this country. And I do not believe that is what the British people voted for.
The implication is not that at all. The implication is that the patterns of production are now being internationalised, and the patterns and processes within a product are being internationalised on a scale we've never seen before, so that even different stages in the processes of production are spread through fantastic new value chains that spread right across many nations. Of course, production will go on, but it is now very much an international affair rather than a national affair. That is actually happening now.
I do not disagree with my noble friend that that is what is going on. But by leaving the single market, what we are doing is hampering our manufacturing industry and putting barriers in the way which will ensure the destruction of millions of jobs. Unless we get some kind of access to the single market, we are sacrificing the integrated supply chains which so many of our smaller businesses depend upon. And it seems to me that if we believe no deal is better than a bad deal, what we are really doing is gambling millions of manufacturing jobs, 10% of our GDP, and peaceful developments in Northern Ireland, and I think our debate on Northern Ireland was particularly important this evening, in exchange for the hope that we will achieve the white paper wish list. And my noble friend the Minister did indeed set out what we wish to achieve, but we still have no idea what might happen if we do not manage to achieve that. We are giving up the integrated supply chains, Euratom membership, leaving the customs union, the EEA, EFTA, and the single market in the hope that we can benefit from the growth of services and technology. My lords, we need to recognise leaving the single market was never put to the British people. And I do believe that it will be hugely damaging to our economy. And if somebody buys a house or decides to buy a house, and then on the basis of estate agent details makes an offer that is accepted, and decides that's where they will move, if they then have a survey or discover, their lawyer discovers, some very unexpected legal small print, they do want the chance to change their mind. They don't want to be bound by that original decision if what they actually end up with is not what they imagined. And therefore, I believe it is the duty of this House to ask the other place to think again on some of these really, really vital issues that are bound up in what is, I agree, a very short and potentially uncomplicated bill.
My Lords, I'm very pleased to follow the noble Baroness, because I think that with her sharpness and her clarity, she has brought this debate back to earth with a bump. Whether or not we stay in the single market, yes, goes to the heart of the Brexit debate. But much, much more importantly than that, it goes to the heart of our future prosperity as a country, the lives, the livelihoods, the jobs, the standards of living of all our fellow citizens, and therefore we should dwell on it. My Lords, in the coming negotiations, I think that Britain should have three primary objectives. To secure, as far as possible, the continuity of our existing trade in the European Union. Secondly, to be in the best position to attract future supply chain investment in Britain by international companies. And thirdly, to optimise our ability to make future trade agreements with other countries. I believe that all these objectives would best be served by our continuing in the single market through the European Economic Area, as Norway did when in the 1990s its public rejected membership of the European Union, but seeking the economic opportunities that were available to it in Europe, decided instead to join the EEA. Now, I believe this very strongly. I have to say, not only in opposition to the government's chosen path, what I think has rightly been called Brexit at all costs, which I think is both desperate on their part and potentially very damaging indeed to our economy, but also in disagreement with the argument on grounds of sovereignty made by Keir Starmer in the other place, that staying in the single market through the EEA would make Britain subject to rules that the rest of the EU has made. My Lords, I think this is what lawyers would describe as a piece of Nelsonian knowledge. It's what happens when you intentionally place your telescope to your blind eye. I accept that, hitherto, the EEA shows what small countries, like Norway, like Iceland and Liechtenstein, were able to secure when committing to being part of the single market. But Britain is not of the same status, size or type of any of those countries. A British version of membership of the EEA, in my view, and I think this is an absolutely key point, would retain much more significance, influence, and much more clout in setting the standards for our largest export market. By removing ourselves both from the European Union and from the single market, we would only theoretically be more sovereign, and we would be considerably poorer. I'm reminded of what the noble Lord Heseltine said when he put it in this way: a man alone in the desert is indeed sovereign, but he is also powerless. Now, my Lords, I respect the result of the referendum. But where I part company from the government is in my belief that we now have an absolute duty to obtain the closest, best possible economic relationship with our largest export and investment market after we leave the European Union. Merely seeking a future free trade agreement between Britain and the EU that deals with tariffs and some customs procedures will fall far short of actually being in the single market. And yes, my lords, that is the difference that the noble Lord Spicer and the difference that the noble Lord Forsyth drew our attention to between access and actual participation through membership of a single market. The former, access, we have to beg for. The latter, we have by right. And that is a very fundamental difference. And if we simply do as the government is proposing, to try to seek a free trade agreement, I can tell you, I can assure you, as a former Trade Commissioner and the Trade Secretary in this country, that it will give us less trade, significantly less trade than we have at the moment, no automatic market rights in Europe, and a paltry means of enforcing those rights that we have. Believe me, my lords, I have negotiated these things on Europe's behalf with countries trying to access the European single market. I know how ponderous the European Commission can be when it comes to such negotiations. I know how difficult it is for third countries, and that's what we would be, to get access on the terms that they want and need. A free trade agreement would not cover all trade. It would not cover services as well as goods, and that's a fundamental point. And the agreement, if we ever get one, given how relations between ourselves and our European partners have gone downhill since the Prime Minister's October speech to the Conservative Party conference. That agreement, if we get it, will take a very long time to obtain, and it will certainly stretch way beyond the 2-year cut-off point of Article 50 itself. And that's why I think that John Major is absolutely right to have made the speech that he has this evening at Chatham House, when he has strongly and in vigorous terms attacked the government's approach to Brexit and called, quite rightly, for a little bit more charm towards our erstwhile partners and a little less cheap rhetoric. Now, indeed, in a number of key national capitals,
I'm most grateful. With his distinguished European background, why doesn't the noble Lord fight to keep us in the European Union, as Kenneth Clarke is doing in the Commons?
Why am I not fighting to keep us in the European Union? My word. Judging by the inbox in my email, I think the noble Lord must be the only person in this country who doesn't believe that I'm not fighting for Britain's continued membership of the European Union. But of course, being a Democrat, I accept, well, I respect. No, I'm sorry, there's no point in waving his hand in that sort of Edwardian way. We have had, I'm afraid, a referendum. But the point is this: we can now make a choice between leaving the European Union and wrecking our economy and leaving the European Union and making the best economic job that we can of doing so. Because, my lords, there is a huge difference between negotiating our future trade relationship from the safety of being a relative insider, which is what we would be as members of the EEA, as opposed to being an outsider, like any other country jostling for preferential access to Europe's marketplace, fighting with many others for access at Europe's border. Now, of course, the single market is not perfect, notably in its coverage of all services, but almost half British trade in goods and services takes place in the European market. Almost half. And it should be an absolute priority, therefore, for us to secure the continuity of that trade we already have. But, my Lords, there's another crucial issue for us, given the nature of our manufacturing sector in this country. Now, the noble Lords, notably noble Lord whose name is on the amendment, touched on this himself. The point is that the single market is not just a huge trading space. It is also a giant factory floor. Trade, increasingly, amongst mature economies, is less now in finished goods than in part finished goods, moving back and forth across borders, often many times as part of increasingly sophisticated value chains.
Why have we got such a massive balance of payments deficit?
My Lords, it's not a question of everything being hunky-dory. It's a matter of how desperately worse off we would be if we were not to remain in the single market. For goodness sake, please, can we just apply a little reality to this? You know, even President Trump may wake up one day and realise that given the nature of 21st century trade in the world today, that 40% of the content of Mexican exports to the US actually originate in the US. That is the reality of trade. That is the reality of the single market, and why I have no hesitation in describing it as a vast factory floor. And another thing that is changing in trade is that while tariffs and customs controls are important, as we will find out, increasingly so are product standards, copyright and intellectual property rules, investment rules, and yes, increasingly so, rules governing data sharing and transfer. In the single market, and here is the point, we have a single rule book that covers all these things. And therefore we have an even playing field across the entire European single market on which our businesses can conduct their business. Outside it, we will struggle, especially if, my Lords, in pursuit of a US trade deal, we choose to comply with equivalent American rules instead of European ones. The more we diverge from European rules, the more difficult we will find it to trade in our own vast home European market. And that brings me to my last point, my Lords, the government's version of global Britain. We are right, and they are right, to seek greater access to global markets for Britain's goods and Britain's services. I spent 4 years painstakingly doing this as Trade Commissioner. But let's be clear, we are not pushing against an open door in the international trading system. Many fast-growing emerging economies where we want to deliver our goods and our services in future are becoming more protectionist than ever, and public sentiment is hardly making the prospects for trade more positive in these economies. And President Trump will make things a whole lot harder. The policy of America first and the protectionism that comes with it will spread like a contagion, if we're not careful, across the international trading system, making new agreements even more difficult than they are now to negotiate in the future. And that, my Lords, is why I think the government is taking a huge risk in jeopardising the trade we currently have, the trade that we currently bank in the single market, for the sake of entirely speculative gains elsewhere in the future. And they are not gains, they are speculation of what we hope we will be able to achieve elsewhere in the world later. Let's remember, we cannot even begin to negotiate any sort of trade arrangement with the European Union until we've finally left it, and when we know what we will have to offer to other countries in other future trade negotiations will depend very largely on our future relationship with Europe's single market. If, like Norway, we entered the EEA, stayed in the single market, but left the customs union, as Norway has done, we could both trade more easily in Europe and form trade agreements with others in the rest of the world. My lords, that really would be having your cake and eat it. Out of the EU and the single market, on the other hand, it is not yet clear how the government will manage the negotiation. But if the word on the street is right, and that ministers will seek sectoral agreements, for example in automotive goods and financial services, I think they are going to be disappointed. I would be very surprised if the EU negotiated on this basis, partly because of their completely understandable objection to cherry picking, but also because of the sheer practical difficulties involved in creating customs arrangements that would be very problematic to design and introduce, and even harder to police. My lords, I have the feeling that the government simply does not understand what exactly it is biting off in trying to negotiate a whole new trade deal on the basis that they are with the European Union outside the single market. Perhaps they do understand how difficult it's going to be, and perhaps they secretly agree with the noble Lord, Lord Lawson, that when it comes to it, it would be better simply just to pay the bill and leave without getting a deal at all. I hope very much this does not happen. It would be an economic disaster for our country. But let's be clear, any deal on offer on the basis of the government's current approach would be highly suboptimal for us. That's why I support this amendment, to leave the European Union, if that is the will of the people and the will of Parliament, but to stay in the single market. Yes, it would mean compromising on some of the political objectives that many Leave campaigners hold dear. But, my lords, there is the whole country to think of, not just the ideologues amongst the Leave campaigners. And that is what Parliament is meant to do, to reflect and represent the interests of the whole country and not just one part of it.
It's a pleasure to follow on from Lord Mandelson, who speaks with great authority.
I think they're winding up. These benches, we fully support the amendment and the excellent arguments made by the original mover, Noble Lord Hayne, and the other signatories, Noble Lord Monks, Lord Oates, Lord Wigley, and indeed the tour de force by the Noble Lord Mandelson and the remarks of Baroness Altman. They are extremely convincing. And my noble friend Baroness Kramer answered the Noble Lord Blencathra, who said that it was clear that leaving the EU means leaving the single market. That is absolutely not the case. And the point was made by the noble Lord Hayne about the Conservative Manifesto of 2015. We say yes to the single market, and he answered very effectively the noble Lord Lamont. Now, the government claims that it wants free and seamless and frictionless trade, or at least as possible. Those two words, as possible, have great import and meaning, because it won't be possible to have free and seamless and frictionless trade if we are not in the single market and the customs union. And anything else is very much second best. And the noble Lady Baroness Altman summed up, as did the noble Lord Mandelson, it's about integrated supply chains. And if it wasn't important whether we're in the single market and the customs union, these car firms in succession, Nissan, Vauxhall, and now apparently BMW is about to move production of electric minis out of the UK. No doubt they'll be knocking on the government's door very soon to try and get a similar comfort letter out of the government. The noble Lord Howes talked about how goods sailing out of Tilbury was passé. Well, it doesn't seem to be passé to manufacturers in this country. And any alternative to being in the single market and the customs union is more bureaucratic and more cumbersome. And in addition, any condition, any terms for trading freely with the EU single market will mean compliance with product standards and other regulation, and data standards were mentioned, and that has caused a huge amount of problem for non-members of the EU, including the United States. And this fetish that the government has that we should be, pretend that we've never heard of the European Court of Justice, they're going to have to face up to the fact that it's one way or another, directly or indirectly, we are going to have to accord with EU law and the rulings of the court. And as I said the other day, there's going to be some kind of smoke and mirrors effect there. The noble Lord Wigley stressed how important the single market was to Wales, and I just want to pick that up because my noble friend Baroness Humphreys stressed that at second reading, and indeed I think she mentioned the Airbus factory in Wales, which must have the same integrated supply chain issues as was being mentioned. And the noble Lord Howe was dismissive of the EU market, which only takes 42 or 44% of our exports. Well, that's 3 times as many as the US market takes. And the point is that the EU is a battering ram to try and open up US and other markets. I mean, one of the problems is the state-level public procurement in the US, and with the Buy America being reinforced by President Trump, we're going to need all the help that we can get from a European base. We're not going to be able to open up those markets on our own. And the other red line besides the Court of Justice is the fetish of free movement. It's been made a red line by the government and, I'm afraid, by the Labour opposition. But it became apparent in exchanges we've had in the last few weeks in this House at question time that the UK government doesn't even know whether it's enforcing the existing restrictions on free movement. And it is refusing to explore the flexibility and change that it might be possible to get across the EU or the EEA. The noble Lord Green says there was no prospect of any serious measures of control. But what was interesting about the renegotiation of the former Prime Minister David Cameron was a quite extraordinary principle that was introduced there of the possibility to discriminate on the grounds of nationality, which actually was pretty revolutionary. So the government isn't even trying to explore the flexibility there, as well, of course, as ignoring the two-way street, the opportunities that it gives to British people. Just throwing away free movement is telling particularly our young people, as well as retirees, that they can dish any plans they had to work, study and retire in Europe. So from these benches, we fully support the amendment. I hope that the speeches from distinguished noble lords on the Labour benches and even not on the Labour benches and their dialogue will have persuaded the noble lady Baroness Hayter to join these benches in supporting this amendment.
My Lords.
What a nice invitation to have from the noble Baroness. It is almost impossible, my Lords, to disagree with my noble friends, Lords Hayne, Monks, Mandelson, and indeed most of the other noble lords who've spoken, certainly along this side but elsewhere, about the benefit of the single market to the UK's economy and social prosperity. And although, as many of you have had to hear from me far too many times, no, my commitment to the EU long predates the creation of the internal market. It was perhaps more, for me, the peace project referred to, I think, by the noble Lord Alderdice in an earlier amendment. I nevertheless believe that the internal market has contributed to these wider objectives in addition to the trade and prosperity that it has helped to generate. Indeed, the arguments we have just heard are exactly those that I used day after day during the referendum. But some of them, speeches today, I fear, were about trying to rerun that argument. And Amendment 4 is rather as if the referendum hadn't happened and the result was not for leaving. The bill before us is about authorising the Prime Minister to begin the process. It's not about going over the arguments. And what it demands is a statement from the Prime Minister contrary to her white paper. Now, I think she is getting the approach wrong, but that's different from making her statement from her. That only at that point could we trigger Article 50, because it is that statement that makes it conditional within this amendment. I think asking a Prime Minister to eat her own words before she triggers it is something that this House probably cannot and would not want to do. But anyway, our continued membership of the single market, once we're outside the EU, i.e. back in the EFTA, which we left in '72, is also difficult, as we would have to accept ECJ jurisdiction as well as free movement. Now, for myself, I can't see the problem with the ECJ. I simply do not understand the government's horror about accepting an international court. We're going to need some sort of adjudication system anyway in any free trade agreement with the EU. And whether the government's then going to complain about that, I don't know. It's true that during the referendum, I heard from a number of Leave supporters that they wanted the UK to make its own rules. But never once did I hear that they didn't like the ECJ. I think the government's just wrong on this, and if that was the only obstacle to EFTA membership, then I certainly believe we could win that argument. But, my Lords, with regard to free movement, we cannot simply airbrush this from the referendum decision. For if we turn round to those who voted out and we say, yes, well, we're out, but actually we're still having everything exactly as it was, we're still having free movement unchanged, I think that might evince some surprise. But more than that, this Norway EFTA option does contain a large democratic deficit. What my noble friend Lord Mandelson says is that this is Nelsonian knowledge. I had to ask what it meant, I have to say. But I've understood, and I don't think it is. I think there is a real democratic deficit in what would be on offer. It would mean that instead of being a member of a club that sets the rules, we'd be mere recipient of rules decided elsewhere.
Sorry, would my noble friend allow?
I don't think she...
On this particular one. On this particular one. I will give way if I can make one statement first. Which I think I'm allowed.
Carry on.
I'm not going to make the whole thing. What I wanted to say was it would make us mere recipients of rules decided elsewhere, as I found when I was working in the European Parliament. Those were the only words I was going to add before giving way.
We add very much with great respect. We would not be mere recipients, my lords. We would be large, senior, influential members of the EEA, negotiating our membership of the EEA on terms that would give us significant influence over policy making and rule making in the European Union. Everyone accepts that, and I cannot understand why my own front bench can't see it.
I wish that my noble friend Lord Mandelson was right on that. If that was the case, we might be in a different position. But it is, at the moment, a hope rather than a guarantee. My Lords, when I was working in the European Parliament, and any of you who may have been in the Commons at the time may remember when we saved the 1,000cc motorcycles, and we saved kippers and Scottish Arbroath smokies. The 1,000cc, you may remember, we had those wonderful big bikes going round and round Parliament Square before they headed off to Brussels, because it was, I think, Commissioner Bannerman who tried to ban the 1,000cc bikes, because, of course, it was only in Britain we were making them, other than in the States, and elsewhere they were making smaller ones, and they came up with this argument that these were inherently unsafe. Actually, of course, it turned out that they were safer than small bikes, partly because they're driven by rather safe drivers. But the reason we won, unfortunately, was not because of my great display of the bikes going round the Parliament Square. It was because we had a minister at the Council of Ministers, and we had MEPs. I think it's not here. My noble friend Lord Tomlinson, probably at the time, was the MEP concerned, and we were able there to change that, and we won that argument. Similar with the smokers, smaller issue, but some bright spark in the Commission thought that they should only ever stay below a certain temperature, and of course the way they're sent by post. In those days we used to get them early enough for our breakfast, and we managed to save those. But we did it because we had MEPs in the European Parliament, we had a Commissioner, and we had obviously had a Council Minister at the Council of Ministers. So what worries me, and indeed what worries me about the intervention just made, is that what we would become would be, rather like we saw a lot there, lobbyists around the corridors of Brussels, using others to make the arguments for us. What Norway said to us was, we use our Scandinavian friends, they have a very close relation for obvious reasons there, to make our representations for us. The other issue, of course, is that, as we're all beginning to see, these are the regulations that your noble Lord's House is soon going to have to put these into the Great Repeal Bill. Now, these have all been passed, obviously, through the European Parliament and through the Council of Ministers, all of which we are represented on as a member of the EU. But, my Lords, once we put those into the Great Repeal Bill, they will continue to be made. In the short term, there will be no problem. And, in fact, in the transition period, I think membership of the EEA is extremely attractive, because it will take a long time, if you like, before those are replaced. And certainly, if we remain in the customs union, which I very much hope we'll be able to do, we will have to abide by rules, even if we've not made them, on those elements with which we trade, and particularly on which we export. But that is different from being bound by the whole acquis and judged by the ECJ with no British member, on rules we haven't made, in a Parliament on which we have no seats, and in a Council on which we have no vote. I don't think that's what the referendum said. So, my lords, my heart is with the movers. My heart is with wanting to stay as we were. But I am also, occasionally, I have time to read books, and I'm a great fan of Lampedusa's The Leopard, with its famous advice: everything needs to change so everything can stay the same. Or in some translations, and the Italian speakers will know better than I, if we want things to stay as they are, things will have to change. My lords, I want things to stay as they are, in that we should continue to trade freely with the EU 27. But to achieve this, we'll have to change, negotiate tariff-free, encumbrance-free access to that single market and it to us. That's what we must aim for. We have a fight ahead of us to keep our position in the customs union, to ensure that tariff-free trade, and to work for the three objectives that have just been set out by my noble friend Lord Mandelson, and the closest possible relationship with that EU27. Our task is to persuade the government that they have set their sat-nav for the wrong destination, and that's where our energies must go. But giving people the unrealistic hope that staying in the market, single market, despite the referendum and our exit, is a possibility, is, I think, an unfair thing to make them think could happen. We need to continue to trade as freely as possible with the EU that we have to leave. And for that reason, we are not able to support this amendment.
I think I would like to say a few words, despite what Lord Mandelson says. I sense there's some division. So let me start by trying to mend some bridges. Pardon the pun. All of us in this House, my lords, wish our country to prosper, and we all want to see more investment and more jobs. And the question, the very simple question that these amendments raise, is a simple one. In light of the vote to leave the EU, how can we best do that? Now, I know that the noble Lord Hayne and Lord Monks and other noble lords whose name are on these amendments have long held views that the best route to achieve that aim is, at least in part, for the United Kingdom to remain within the EU and within the single market. Now, my lords, I respect their views and the steadfastness of which they hold them, and I fear that even though I will try my best at being eloquent, I'm sure that what I'm about to say will not deflect them and a number of other noble lords, such as the noble Lord Mandelson, from supporting this amendment. But let me just briefly set out why I believe why this government opposes this amendment. The first reason, my lords, and the most obvious one, is that these amendments have nothing to do with this bill. This bill has one purpose only: to enable the government to start the process of negotiation. It is not, my lords, a means to dictate the terms of the negotiation. Second, my lords, is the democratic arguments. And very briefly, as I said earlier, the government promised to hold a referendum and honour its results. And yes, I know the Conservative government did say it would protect our role in the single market in that manifesto. But, as my noble friend Lord Clancarty made out, the manifesto also promised to respect the result of the referendum, a promise which Parliament, this Parliament, endorsed by passing the Referendum Act. And as the noble Baroness Hayter said, the debate we've heard tonight has been in some major way a rerun of that campaign. And during that referendum campaign, my lords, as I said earlier, every household was sent a leaflet which spelt out the consequences of leaving as regards our membership of the single market. And a number of people on both sides of the argument argued we could not vote to leave and then try to remain in the single market. Criticising the Leave campaign
One of those arguing to remain said, and I quote, "Those advocating British withdrawal suggest we can, and I stress this, have our cake and eat it by staying within the single market to retain the great bulk of our trade, which is with EU countries." Those are the words of the noble Lord Hayne, and he was quite right. The four freedoms are seen by many across Europe as indivisible, and we should, my lords, respect their views. But much more than this, as other noble lords have said, remaining a member of the single market would mean complying with the EU's rules and regulations that implement the four freedoms without having a vote on what those rules and regulations are. It would almost certainly mean accepting a role for the Court of Justice of the European Union, and it would mean still not having control over immigration, not just relying on enforcement powers, but creating an immigration system, my lords, which this government intends to build, that allows to control numbers and encourage the brightest and best to come to this country. And as to the customs union, were we to remain a full member, we would remain bound by a common external tariff, and this would greatly limit our ability to strike our own trade deals and our freedom to determine the level of UK tariffs. And were we to remain within the common commercial policy, we would not be able to pursue freely our bold, ambitious trade agenda with the rest of the world. We would instead, as now, be ceding responsibility for this to the European Union. So, my lords, to remain a member of the single market and to remain a full member of the customs union would, to all intents and purposes, mean not leaving the EU at all. And as to the EEA, I agree with the interpretation that the noble Baroness Hayter said about it suffering from a democratic deficit. And once we leave the EU, as my noble friend said earlier, the EEA agreement will no longer be relevant for the UK. It will have no practical effect. But we do expect a phased process of implementation to cover our withdrawal from the EU, in which both Britain and the EU institutions and member states prepare for the new arrangements that exist between us. And this is intended to give businesses enough time to plan and prepare for the new arrangements. And those interim arrangements we rely on will be a matter for negotiation. Now let me turn to our approach to trade with the EU.
To clarify, does that mean you're not ruling out EEA membership for the transition?
My lords, I have nothing further to add to this other than it is a matter for the negotiations, my lords. It is a matter for the negotiations, and I'm not going to go further. And indeed, that is what I said as I checked the transcript of the Select Committee that the noble lord so rightly brought me up on earlier. It is exactly consistent with what I have said. Let me now turn to our approach to trade with the EU once we have left. First, as my noble friend Lord Howe pointed out, he pointed out the intricacies of this, and it's absolutely true, a basic point, that across the world, countries which are not members of the single market trade with Europe. And the single market is not a tablet of stone. In services, as the noble Lord Mandelson so rightly said, which drives so much of our wealth creation, the single market is incomplete, likewise on digital services. And so, my lords, with that in mind, the government has a clear aim: to seek an agreement for the freest and most frictionless trade possible in goods and services between the UK and the EU. And, my lords, I'd point out, we start these negotiations from a unique position. The EU exports to the UK £290 billion of goods and services each year. And on day one, we will have exactly the same regulations and standards as our negotiating partners. So the focus will not be about removing existing barriers or questioning certain protections, but about ensuring new barriers do not arise. And the scale of trade means that it should be in our interests and Europe's interests to come to some agreement. Now, my lords, as to achieving frictionless trade, some have highlighted non-tariff barriers, standards, conformity assessments, so on, that might arise when we have left. And these are indeed very important issues. They are intricate issues. They are complex issues. And I'm not at all going to dismiss what the noble Lord Mandelson said about the challenges that some of them pose. Let me just address one in the interests of time, and that is customs. Now, sophisticated supply chains, as noble lords will know, can operate between countries which don't, for example, have a formal customs union. The US and Canada do not have a customs union, but highly complex and integrated automotive supply chains, for example, operate across their borders. Next, there are many precedents of means to reduce border bureaucracy. The EU has agreements with China, Japan, the US and other countries to allow businesses with so-called authorised economic operator status access to simpler and faster customs procedures. And today, UK companies with AEO status account for around 60% of UK imports and 74% of UK exports. Next, my lords, we have already one of the most advanced customs systems in the world. 99% of customs declarations are received electronically and 96% are cleared within seconds. So, my lords, I'm not disputing that, that there are challenges ahead. I am, though, saying that there are precedents on offer and that we are building on a strong base. And what I would ask, my lords, is that those of your lordships who, like me, voted to remain, stop fighting the battles of the campaign, but come together to help us to think of ways in which we can continue to thrive, continue to trade, and to overcome some of these challenges. But, my lords, the issue raised by this amendment are indeed worthy of debate, but with the greatest of respect, this amendment has no place in this bill and would undermine the expressed intent of the British people, which is to leave the EU. I would therefore ask the noble lords to withdraw their amendment.
My Lords, respectfully, I completely disagree with the proposition that the Minister just made. Yes, I did say that the European Union was preferable to staying in the single market. I did. That was my belief. That's what he believed. That's what the Prime Minister of the day, David Cameron, argued. That's what all of us on the Remain side argued. Now our task is very different. Given we're due to leave the European Union, we have to make the best of a bad job. We have to rescue something from this which will protect jobs and prosperity, and that is what this amendment is about. It suggested this will add delay. No. It'll add no delay. Just look at what the text of the amendment says. It gives an undertaking to negotiate under the process set out in Article 50 on the basis of the United Kingdom retaining membership of the European single market. To achieve, to negotiate, it's to actually try to go down that road. And I tell the Minister, it's a lot easier and a lot quicker than the alternative under the WTO rules. And the completely unknown waters that we're about to sail into, and how difficult and how long that might take. If he's concerned about delay, then he should be supporting this amendment, because it will produce a lot simpler an outcome than the one that otherwise awaits us. And can I also say, remaining in the single market is not against the outcome of the referendum. The referendum was about leaving the European Union. That's the question that was on the ballot paper, not about the single market. If we retain our membership of the single market, there is a much better chance of Scotland staying in the United Kingdom. If we retain membership of the single market, there is a much better chance of resolving the problems that we discussed earlier on about the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic. And I do not accept the case put very eloquently by my front bench that the staying in the single market will result in a democratic deficit. The WTO alternative will result in a much, much bigger democratic deficit than is perceived by those who criticise this amendment. We will still, as my noble friend Lord Mandelson says, as a very large economy, have the opportunity to have significant influence, maybe not in the Council of Ministers, maybe not in the European Union, European Parliament, because that requires membership of the European Union, in which we will no longer have, but actually by having the clout that we will have in negotiation for future rules and so on in the single market. I think I make no criticism of my front bench. I think they have done a fantastic job in very difficult circumstances. My criticism is for my party leader, because I think he will be judged by history as being on the wrong side of this argument, of forcing us to do something in the Labour Party that we do not actually in our hearts really believe in. And what we will be doing, in my view, is nodding through a Conservative agenda for a right-wing, hard-right Brexit, Trump-like, of deregulation, low tax, small state, shrinking public services, and even more austerity. Yeah, they say. Well, there we have the confirmation. I do not lightly go against my party whip. In my 26 years in Parliament, in the Commons and here, I've only ever done this once or twice. But this, for me, is a matter of absolutely crucial importance to this country and to the future of people, their jobs and their prosperity. And the truth is, the Minister, with all due respect, he's doing a great job on the sticky wicket. But the truth is, he hasn't a clue, and the government hasn't a clue where we're going. They have no idea where they're taking us. I think for the sake of jobs, prosperity, our businesses, it is important to pass this amendment, and I therefore wish to divide the House.
My Lords, the question is that this amendment be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content? Not content. Clear the bar. My Lords, the question is that this amendment be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. Not content. The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. My Lords, the question is that this amendment be agreed to. My Lords, they have voted content 136, not content 299. The not contents have it. Amendment 5, Lord Wigley, not moved. Amendment 5, not moved. Amendment 5, not moved. Not moved. Amendment 6, Baroness Quinn.
Thank you, my Lords. I beg to move Amendment 6 in my name and that of the noble Lord Shipley. The amendment calls for the Government to lay before Parliament an impact assessment, both of withdrawing from the EU and of its negotiation strategy on the economy of the North East of England. Let me say from the outset that this is a probing amendment, and I'm not aiming to divide the House. But through this amendment, I do wish to highlight the particular situation of my own part of the country and the region where I live, the North East. I recognise, too, that in this group of amendments there are a number of other issues raised about taking various parts of the UK into account in the negotiation strategy and taking various issues into account in the negotiation strategy, and I support many of those amendments, although I am obviously speaking to my own amendment in this instance. In tabling the amendment, I was very conscious of the fact that the North East of England has a particularly heavy dependency on trade with the EU. Some 58% of its exports are destined for the European Union, and its largest trading customers by far are in the European Union. I'm proud of the fact that the North East has a positive trade balance. It is very unusual in that respect, as compared with other regions of the UK. But I am also very concerned that this situation is very much under threat because of the Brexit strategy being adopted by the government. In tabling this amendment, I am also seeking to ensure that the North East has a voice in the Brexit process and that the government is committed to taking the interests of the region to heart. I recognise that in many of the other amendments, the importance of consulting the devolved authorities is mentioned, and I would certainly not argue with those amendments in any way. Indeed, I also support the amendments before the House which refer to the importance of environmental protection in the Brexit negotiations, and I'm also in support of those which are very concerned that equalities provisions are not endangered in the Brexit negotiations. But I am concerned that in our current devolved structure, the regions of England, particularly the northern regions and the North East itself, do often risk being the Cinderellas of our political and economic system, and that they are easily overlooked, despite the fact that the size of their populations and the importance and potential of their economies should give them a more important say. My amendment is in line with some that were tabled in the House of Commons, in particular new clause 31 tabled there about the impact on regions, and new clause 163 on the importance of consultation with regions. I echo some of the words spoken in the other place, and particularly as regards the North East, the comments that have been made there by my honourable friends, if I can call them that, Catherine McKinnell and Phil Wilson MP. However, the amendments in the Commons overall received very little attention and almost no response whatsoever from the Minister in the Commons, no doubt because of the rush timetable and the programming which governed the Commons proceedings on this bill, and therefore I make no apologies for introducing my amendment and supporting other amendments that are before us this evening. My amendment is about process, so given that the Minister earlier kept saying that the bill should stick to process, I hope it will appeal to him. It is also an amendment which can't be criticised as giving away the government's negotiating strategy in advance or tying the government's hands in its dealings with our European partners. Where it is trying to tie the government's hands is in terms of committing itself to a proper structure for dialogue and consultation with the North East and with the rest of the United Kingdom. In the referendum, some areas of the North East voted Remain, Newcastle in particular, and some voted Leave. But I believe that all of those parts of the North East would not wish it to become less prosperous as a result of Brexit. And I believe that the government should bear this very much in mind. The government has a responsibility to do what it can to create a balanced economy throughout the United Kingdom and to ensure the future economic well-being of all parts of the United Kingdom, including the North East. Last month, the IPPR report, The State of the North 2016, was debated in this House, thanks to my noble friend Baroness Massey of Darwin, who is in her place. And that State of the North report expressed great concern about the possible effects of Brexit on the northern regions and called specifically for a North of England Brexit negotiating committee to identify how the North can thrive post-Brexit, given that it is more dependent on trading in advanced goods like pharmaceuticals and automotives than the south of England. I would like to know from the Minister what the Government's response to that proposal of the IPPR report is, and will the Minister ensure that if such a body comes into being, that all parts of the North will be represented and not just those who have directly elected mayors? I say this because I believe that the issue of Brexit is too important to be sacrificed on the altar of disagreements between the government and certain areas of the North regarding elected mayors. All regions of the North do need to have their interests taken into account. In conclusion, I can imagine that the Minister in responding will say something like, yes, don't worry, we will consult, we are very much aware of the regional dimension and so on. But I think I would like something more concrete in his reply. I'd like to know how the government is going to consult, when it's going to consult, and how often it will consult. Who will he consult with? And if he can't answer any of those questions, an undertaking that he will come back to us with these details very soon. We certainly need specific answers as well as kind words. We need clear answers and clear reassurances. I beg to move.
Yeah. Amendment proposed at page 1, line 3. At the end, insert the words printed on the martial list.
My Lord.
My noble friend, the Minister. Oh, sorry. No, please.
My Lords, I rise to support Amendment 6, moved by the noble Baroness Lady Quinn, but also to speak to Amendment 9, which is in my name and refers to all parts of the United Kingdom, not just the North East of England. And this whole group relates to the impacts of Brexit and the need for there to be assessment before the government goes much further. My Lords, first, in terms of the North East of England, it is estimated that around 160,000 jobs in the North East of England are directly linked to our being part of the single market. And that is because 58% of North East exports go to the European Union. against a national figure of 42%. And after 2019, with a hard Brexit, there will be no automatic access to the single market, which is the largest free trade area in the world. So I want to ask the Minister what the economic advantages are to the North East of England, or indeed to any part of the United Kingdom, in losing that automatic access. And I'd like the Minister to explain how the Government plans to protect it. Now, I understand the Minister met with the North East Chamber of Commerce last Friday, following an initiative by my noble friend Lord Beith. And I'd like to ask the Minister whether this will be the first of many such meetings. I ask because there are structures in London and in Scotland and in Wales and in Northern Ireland for the Government to relate to. But, my Lords, what about the rest of the United Kingdom, the English regions? There must be regular meetings held with those regions to put them on an equal footing with Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and London. And for that reason, I think we need regional impact assessments of leaving the European Union. And as an example of the problem, and as the noble Baroness Lady Quinn emphasised, the North East of England has a net balance of trade with total exports amounting to £12.14 billion in 2015. No other region does so well in having such a positive balance of trade. The trade surplus in 2015 was £3.4 billion in the North East, that is, the North East Local Enterprise Area and the Tees Valley Local Enterprise Area added together. Well, my Lords, I would submit that it would be a disaster for jobs for this surplus to be lost. Chemicals had a trade surplus of £2 billion, and the machinery and transport sector had a trade surplus of £2.3 billion. And some of the sectors had a trade deficit, which accounts for the overall surplus being £3.4 billion. But, my Lord, such a trade surplus is a very impressive figure for a small region in population terms, like the North East of England. And that is why I have concluded that the Government should establish resilience task forces in each part of the United Kingdom to work with the Government on the problems that will arise if we leave the single market and the customs union. Now, my Lords, the abolition of government offices in England has not helped this situation, and it has resulted in England being treated as a single entity run out of London. But England is not a single entity, and its differences should be reflected in the Government's work on Brexit. In terms of EU funding support, we could look at our universities. The North East universities are receiving £155 million in EU funding in the current programme period 2014 to 2020. They stand to lose access to much of that funding once we have left the European Union. So my question to the Minister is this: will the Government pick up the bill? Will it guarantee equivalent funding after 2020? And in terms of structural funding, the North East of England, including Tees Valley and the North East LEP, is receiving £590 million in structural funding from the EU in the 2014 to 2020 period. And as other examples, Cornwall will be receiving £476 million, Greater Manchester and Leeds City region over £300 million each. England will be receiving £5.6 billion and the UK as a whole over £8 billion. So, my Lords, could the Minister tell us what the Government's plan is to make this money available after Brexit? The question matters because it's the poorer parts of the country that voted more strongly for Brexit, but those are the very parts of the country that are in receipt of much higher levels of EU support. So, my Lords, this is the challenge for the Government. Has it in place any plans, 8 months after the Brexit vote, to make those poorer parts of the United Kingdom resilient in the face of Brexit? And the danger is that it's these very areas that will fall yet further behind once we leave the EU in 2019. So, my Lords, can the Minister tell us What are the government's plans in the face of Brexit to generate growth in the poorer parts of the United Kingdom?
Apologise to the noble Lord Shipley for attempting to get in before him. I had forgotten there were others on the order paper with amendments they wish to speak on. My Lords, I must warn my noble friend the Minister that I'm very tempted to support these amendments, provided he can give me two firm assurances. First, that these assessments will be carried out by the Bank of England, the IMF, and the same geniuses at the Treasury who forecast that by 2030 we'll be £4,322.15 worse off. And second, that he will send these assessments to Mr Juncker and Mr Barnier, and I can think of nothing more likely to completely mislead those with whom we will be negotiating. Or better still, he could perhaps get PricewaterhouseCoopers do it after their spectacular set at the Oscars last night where they couldn't count up a few hundred votes correctly. My Lords, in all seriousness, when have you ever seen an impact assessment attached to a government bill which was remotely worth the paper it was written on? They're meaningless rubbish and no one takes them seriously. I did take one seriously when I was asked to chair the Joint Select Committee on the original draft so-called Snoopers Charter Bill, which some other noble lords and members of the Commons served on. We went through that impact assessment in detail and we tore it to shreds. It was out by, it estimated about £900 million as expenditure. I think our committee calculated the real figure will be about 2 to 3 billion. So, my Lords, we all know that impact assessments are not very accurate. But on the other hand, let's suppose the government did manage to write a proper impact assessment. We could do it on a sector-by-sector basis for each industry. I suppose we could get the leaders of those industry and all their other experts to draw up a proper SWOT analysis, as we'd call it, where ministers had a pretty accurate assessment of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats to that industry of staying in or leaving the EU. So let's say those SWOTs were spot-on accurate. Does anyone seriously suggest that we should then publish those and hand them straight over to the EU negotiators so that they can spot all the weaknesses in our position and the strengths we want to exploit? It would be the height of folly to do such a thing. Indeed, it would be barking mad. But if we do that, let's not stop there, my Lords. Let's send Mr Putin a list of all our defence weaknesses and get MI6 to tell ISIL about any gaps in our security. Will Mr Barnier, when the EU give us a paper on their strengths and weaknesses, will they tell us their impact assessments of Britain? Well, of course not. Now, I'm not being totally facetious, my Lord, not at all. We are going to embark on negotiations which will determine the future of this country. The EU is reported to be demanding a £50 billion divorce settlement from us. Now, I hope we will strongly resist that. But if we are so daft as to publish any weaknesses in our arguments against it, then we could end up robbing the taxpayer of billions. Billions and billions are at stake. Now, I'm not against impact assessments per se. In fact, I do prefer the SWOT analysis. And indeed, I hope that our ministers and the Prime Minister have them. But I also hope and pray they're keeping them under the top secret cover, they're keeping them very close to their chest, and the last thing we want is to have them published or shared or laid before Parliament, which is probably even worse than just publishing them in the press.
My Lords, I wonder if I could be slightly less cynical than the noble Lord Clancarty on the subject of impact assessments. I wish to speak to the amendment number 22, which is there in my name and that of Lord Lenny and also Baroness Hayter and my noble friend Lord Kerslake. But as I say, I want to take a less cynical view about impact assessments. And just for the historical record, it might be interesting to your lordships to know that when we were negotiating our accession to the European Union, the first thing we tabled in Brussels was an impact assessment of the European budget on the United Kingdom, which of course had not been a part of the European budget till then. It was a very long way different from the one tabled by the Commission in return, but we were actually right. And the consequence of being right was a very long negotiation in the 1980s under the noble Lady Baroness Thatcher, which resulted in the rebate system. But the point I'm making is this.
when we were negotiating before with the European Union from the outside, we didn't have any hesitation whatsoever about producing an impact assessment, and thank heavens we did, because otherwise we would have not got the commitment from the European Union that if things went as we predicted rather than as they predicted, they would adjust the budgetary burden, which eventually they did. Now, I want to look forward now, not backwards, because it does seem to me quite odd. We're 8 months now from the referendum, a little bit over, and it does rather defy belief that the noble Lord, the Minister and his colleagues have not actually conducted some impact assessments by now. If not, I'm not at all sure what they've been doing, but since I know that he is an extremely hard-working person, I can assume that they have in fact quite a lot of impact assessments. So they're not sharing them with anyone else. It was rather odd, I thought, that when the Prime Minister spoke at Lancaster House, and even more so when a white paper was published, there wasn't a single blooming figure in either of those two documents, not one. Now, that was a trifle odd. It's not what the government normally does. It's even odder, of course, if they've got impact assessments. It could be that they're so awful they don't want to tell anyone about them. That also would not be hugely comforting. But I would like to just play the game by his rules, because he has argued several times that to publish impact assessments would be to give the game away, to provide the people we're negotiating with some deadly secrets which they're unable to get from anyone else. OK, let's play the game by those rules. In that case, there are 2 impact assessments that could be published which would not have the slightest possibility of doing damage to us. One is an assessment of where we would be in terms of our economy if we stayed in the European Union. That's not difficult to do because the previous government did it, actually, and if he looks to the papers that were published last March, he'll find it all there. And the second one, which is the other bookend, is he could perfectly easily publish, the government could perfectly easily publish, the impact assessment of the effect of crashing out without an agreement and applying World Trade Organization tariffs, non-tariff obstacles and all that. Why would that be easy? Because we're doing it already. Those are the rules we apply to third countries now. And those are the rules that if we crash out, we will have to apply to our markets in the European Union and they to us. So that could be published. That wouldn't be giving away a secret. That would just simply tell us what the 2 bookends are. Bookend 1, the impact assessment of staying in the European Union. Bookend 2, the worst possible scenario, which is the bookend which says that we crash out and apply World Trade Organization rules. I'm coming to the end now, so unless there's something really riveting that you want to ask me, I think the Minister's looking much happier if I finish. So I would like him to say why it is that they can't publish those 2, because if we have those 2, then we will be able to judge what the government is negotiating between those 2 bookends, and I don't think he's going to deny that they are going to be negotiating between those 2 bookends. There's somewhere in the middle there a mysterious thing called a bespoke agreement. Bespoke suits, if I remember rightly, are ones that take longer to make and cost twice as much, but let's leave that on one side for the moment. It'll be somewhere in the middle there, and when we get it, we'll be able to judge whether it's near one bookend or near the other bookend. So why not do it?
But it just, Lord Hannah, seems to place great faith in these assessments and forecasts, but they've almost universally been completely wrong ever since before the referendum. If you would like an example, I have from the House of Commons Library some comments on the Treasury. In May 2016, the Treasury published forecasts for the immediate economic impact of voting to leave the EU. It forecast for a recession to occur in the second half of 2016, with quarterly GDP growth of minus 0.1% in both quarters 3, 2016 and quarter 4, 2016. with quarterly GDP growth of minus 0.1% and a second severe shock scenario with even worse forecasts. In reality, the economy continued to grow at its pre-referendum pace, with quarterly growth of plus 0.6%, which has now been adjusted by the Governor of the Bank of England to close to 2%. Frankly, the assessments of the forecasts are absolute rubbish, and there's no point in publishing them.
Lords. Oh, Bishop.
Before I sat down, but I would just suggest to him that if that's what he was doing, because he started by addressing me, I would just suggest to him that the impact assessment he's reading from was, of course, produced by the government that he supports. He seems to have a little shame over that now, but it was produced by the government he supports. Moreover, if you look at the government legislation that comes through every day, there are hundreds of impact assessments produced by the government he supports. Is he saying they're all rubbish?
Oh, sorry.
My Lords. My Lords, I declare an interest as a member of the Court of Newcastle University. Baroness Quinn's and Lord Shipley's amendment asks for an impact assessment of the effect of Brexit on the economy of the North East. And when we think about the economy of the North East, perhaps our thoughts turn first of all to the funding, the EU funding the economy receives, and then to manufacturing sector. But the City of Newcastle is deeply enriched by the presence of two first-class universities, and there are 50,000 students in the City of Newcastle. Tomorrow, a report will be released to the media which demonstrates the extraordinary contribution of Newcastle University to the economy of the North East. The university adds £1.1 billion to the economy overall. Newcastle University alone, not including all the other universities in the North East, is the fourth largest employer in the North East, and the university accounts for 6% of all jobs in Newcastle. In addition, research grants totalling £105 million have helped support major investment in research, ranging from research into ageing to subsea and offshore engineering on the banks of the Tyne. I do hope the Government Minister will be able to reassure us that the Government will assess the impact of Brexit on our universities, and in particular our universities in the region, which quite clearly are major players to our economic flourishing. If our universities are undermined by not being able to attract students from this country, Europe and beyond, with limitations on immigration, if they're not able, as Newcastle University does at the moment, to go for staff who are at the top of their field and not seeing nationality as a limiting factor, and also, of course, being able to attract the funding, the EU funding that Lord Shipley referred to, that is going to impact on them not just from being world-class institutions, but also to impact on their contribution to the economy of a place like the North East. The University of Newcastle, and others will be the same, is a major player, the fourth largest employer in the region. So I hope the impact assessment will value the economic significance that universities have and when they make to our economy, as demonstrated by the report that will be out tomorrow about Newcastle and the North East.
Speak to my three amendments, finally. 13, 14 and 15. And these are not about negotiations. These are not about going to the EU and begging for a decent Brexit. These are about the things that we have to do here in the UK to make sure that we have enough environmental protection for the future. So, Amendment 13, this amendment would ensure that in relation to the EU-derived environmental protections, the UK judicial system would be ready, following departure from the EU, to effectively perform the enforcement functions currently undertaken by institutions of the EU. As has been already noted by many members of this House, the environmental protections currently guaranteed by our membership of the European Union rely on an established and robust system of monitoring and enforcement provided by EU institutions and agencies. We must make sure that we replace these with something. The most important part of this system has been the strong pressure to implement the law and to do so within a specified timescale. This incentive to adhere to the law arises from the monitoring role of the EU agencies, the Commission acting as the guardian of the law and responding to legitimate complaints. If the government is serious in its ambition to be the first government to leave the environment in a better condition than that in which it found it, then ministers must give details on how this complex and robust system of legal enforcement is going to be replaced here in the UK. Amendment 14 is on environmental regulators, and it would ensure that following withdrawal from the EU, the UK's environmental regulators and enforcement agencies, that is the Environment Agency, Natural England and the Department for the Environment and Rural Affairs, are adequately funded and authorised to effectively perform the regulatory functions currently undertaken by EU institutions. Effective and, again, robust environmental protection relies on well-funded, well-staffed institutions to monitor compliance with environmental law. It also needs powerful regulators and courts to ensure that breaches of the law are challenged. For the last 40 years, this system of environmental enforcement in the UK has been grounded in the institutions of the European Union, the European Commission and the European Court of Justice. And so far, there's just been a few offhand comments from ministers and one line in the white paper giving no detail about how this important system of checks and balances and safeguards is going to happen once we're out of the EU. The government's basically asking us to vote blindly and without caveat for a major upheaval in the way that our countryside and wildlife and natural environment is protected. We still don't know if the government intends to rely on existing regulators to fill the gap of our leaving the EU. I think it's time to be very clear about what we're going to do, because there are millions of people that care about that. And Amendment 15 is access to justice relating to environmental legislation, so that the UK government would remain committed to providing access to justice on environmental issues for citizens of the UK following withdrawal from the EU. The enforcement mechanisms established by the EU legal framework have been sophisticated, and if a member state is deemed to be non-compliant with EU environmental law, the European Commission can bring infringement proceedings which can ultimately lead to large fines. This independent accountability mechanism has proved quite effective, and the risk of penalties for non-compliance has been particularly important in motivating governments to act, albeit rather slowly at times. But there's been little indication so far as to what institutional mechanisms would perform this role. And, of course, many of us are concerned that there'd be no mechanism at all. I've listened to most of the debate in this House, either in this chamber or from my office, and I did want to say one thing that to combat one thing that I heard earlier. Somebody from the opposite benches said something about the will of the people is that this bill passes unamended, and I do think that is complete nonsense. It is a government dreamt-up bill, and although I feel that I understand exactly why the government's made it this simple, in fact, it is our duty to amend it, because it simply isn't enough. And somebody else mentioned that it was quite anti-European to be talking in these terms. And I personally am very pro-European. I can manage to get by in 2 European languages, 3 if you count English, and I have many friends who are from the European mainland. And so I would like to dispel this myth that what we're doing from these benches in trying to amend the bill is in any sense against the will of the people.
Is against the will of the people. And the noble lady is quite wrong. I mean, this bill is about setting the starting gun to bring forward what the people voted for, which is our withdrawal from the European Union. And the mechanism which the government has chosen is the use of Article 50. Now, I have some sympathy with some of the amendments, including hers, but these are matters which will become the responsibility of the United Kingdom's Parliament. And the government's made it perfectly clear that the... actually, one of the amendments I'd like to make is to the long title of the so-called Great Repeal Bill. As a name, I can think of nothing more appropriate. The short title, yeah, the short title. I've been corrected by my noble friend. The actual name of the bill, I think, is misleading, because what it will do is enable us to bring into UK law, under the jurisdiction of this Parliament, all kinds of measures. May I ask the noble lady a question? Is there any aspect of European environmental regulations which she dislikes?
Opportunity, yes, there's quite a lot I dislike. It's probably not for now. There are parts of the Common Agricultural Policy, the Common Fisheries Policy, that I dislike very much. But my point is that what we have to do is make sure that our standards don't drop. Because we as a nation have got used to very high standards. We now need to not only transfer the decent things, but make them even better.
The noble lady has very honestly answered the things that she would like to see changed. The great news is that as a result of this, she will be able to persuade this Parliament to do so. She can make as many speeches in this House as can people in the other place, and we do not have the power to change these matters. And that is the great breakthrough. So I'm surprised that, A, the noble lady is bringing amendments to a bill which is simply starting the process that will enable her to make the kind of changes which she wants, provided she can persuade a group here. The other bird which has been called is from a sedentary position. We heard from the Liberal benches, the noble lady's a leaver. We're all leavers now. Apparently we're not. Well, I've been listening from the Liberal benches, I've been listening to speeches telling us that they accept the results of the referendum, they respect the results of the referendum. I could wait.
Thank you for letting me intervene. Would he accept there's a difference between accepting the result of a referendum and changing one's own personal, passionate convictions?
Yes, right. Well, I don't think we're particularly interested in your personal conviction when, in the other place, more than 300 elected members of Parliament put aside their personal conviction and voted for this bill to come here to enact the will of the people. Right. And we had a very revealing glimpse there of how the Liberals are actually trying to refight the referendum campaign, when actually we should be following the lead of the amendments which have been put down by Baroness Jones and others, and thinking about what our policy should be in the future. But this is a completely inappropriate place to do it. There will be weeks and months ahead when we can devote these matters. But I do just want to ask Baroness Quinn a question, because perhaps I'm a bit stupid, but I cannot for the life of me imagine how the government could possibly do an impact assessment without actually knowing what the results of the negotiations are, and without actually starting that process. I mean, clearly, without actually knowing the Liberal benches say absolutely. Well, if they think that it's impossible to do an impact assessment, why are they putting down amendments asking for the government to do impact assessments? And the answer is because this is a wrecking measure, another attempt to actually delay this bill and prevent it from going forward. And, I mean, for example, the amendment in the name number 9 of Lord Shipley, where he lists all the regions...
Say at the outset that my amendment was a probing amendment to raise various issues which I thought it was important to bring to the government's attention. And I can't see the inappropriateness of doing that in this particular debate.
Lady, so I suppose then she'll be withdrawing Amendment 6, and I don't need to argue against it any further. And I completely understand why she as she has always been a doughty champion for the North East, why that should concern her. I'm simply making the point that this is not the bill in which to make that argument. When we get the Great Repeal Bill, I have no doubt there will be an opportunity to discuss these matters then and in the intervening period. And there is nothing to stop in either House of Parliament people putting down motions and pressing the government on any of these matters. What I was going to say is that Lord Shipley's Amendment number 9, which lists every region of the United Kingdom, and asks what the impact of withdrawing from the European Union was. Well, I mean, every penny of regional aid for any of these regions is our money. It is money that we've given to the European Union that comes back. That money is not going to disappear. And the difference will be, I mean, I remember as Secretary of State being forced into supporting projects which were not priorities for us because we had to get agreement that they were additional and that they represented whatever the prevailing policy at the time was of the European Union. The difference will be that we're actually able, in this Parliament, to decide how our money is spent on our priorities in each of the regions. And that is a great step forward. But I don't, for the life of me, understand how the noble lord could expect the government to come up with an impact assessment of that. It will depend on the negotiations. It will depend on how much of our money we get back. It will depend on a whole range of issues. Yeah.
Kind of give way. He said two things that I don't accept. The first is he said that the money that comes from the European Union is not going to disappear. My lords, there's a real danger that it will disappear because the country is going to be poorer and the government's tax income is going to be less. And there is no evidence at all that all the money that currently is used in terms of structural funds is going to carry on in the same volume. So I just don't accept that the money is simply going to be there and will be redirected again by the UK government. He also asked about who would be doing the impact assessments. Look, the impact assessments are being done for London, for Scotland, for Wales and for Northern Ireland because there are governance structures in place which can do it, and the government is having regular meetings with all of those bodies. My point has been that the rest of England is being left out from that process. That is what the problem is, and I'm hoping that the Minister can alleviate my concerns later.
I'm sure the Minister, in his excellent way, will respond to these particular details. I'm looking at this amendment, which says that we can't actually start the process of leaving the European Union until we have Her Majesty's negotiating strategy to withdraw on the economy, investment and regional funding of all these regions. That is ridiculous. That is absurd. And if I look at I mean, perhaps the noble lord's just put down the amendment to have a debate. Perhaps he's not proposing to press this matter. But to say to the government that you can't actually implement what the people voted for until you've done a set of calculations, which is impossible to do until you start the negotiations, looks to me like a circular argument and yet another device from these benches to prevent us getting on with what people voted for. I give way to the noble lord.
9 is a probing amendment, and I think the other amendments in this group are similar. But there is an issue here about whether the government is prepared to guarantee the levels of funding post-2019 and then again post-2020. And I hope very much that the Minister will assure this House that the levels of funding are not going to disappear.
Lord's amendment says. It's a very interesting argument, and I have to say, when he says the money is going to disappear because we're going to be poorer, that then brings me to the extraordinary amendment number 22, which appears to be being supported by a former Cabinet Secretary, which asks us that any existing impact assessments or economic forecasts relating to the United Kingdom's future trading relationships with the European Union conducted by Her Majesty's Treasury the Department for Exiting the European Union, and the Department for International Trade or the Office of Budget Responsibility. Well, I just say to him that the Treasury and the Office of Budget Responsibility, as my noble friend Lord Clancarty pointed out, told us that we were going to have a recession. They told us that we were going to have limited growth. They told us that unemployment would go up, that interest rates would go up, that mortgages would go up, all of which has not happened. We've turned out to be the most successful economy in the G7. And I have to say, this continuing running down of our economy and telling people that we're going to be worse off is not good for confidence, is not good for the government, and flies in the face of what people voted for. They listened to all these I'll give way in a sec. They listened to all of these impact assessments and they decided not to believe them, which is why they voted to leave the European Union.
Are you finishing?
Are you wanting to intervene?
No,
right. Yeah. Well, he's wanting to intervene. Yeah.
Lord, I just wonder if the noble lord would find it useful if one of the four noble lords whose name is on Amendment 22 spoke to them first before the noble lord responded to them.
Well, Lord Henry has already spoken. I did speak to 22 when I spoke earlier in the name of the others, and I'm sure my noble friend Lord Kerslake will now manage to deal with the aspersions cast upon him.
Except I've not finished. And finally, on Amendment 22, there is quite an interesting idea, which is in subsection 2, which is to find a way, and ministers have been extremely active in engaging with select committees, with both houses of Parliament. The my noble friend Lord Bridges has done an outstanding job in talking and engaging with everyone. There is an interesting idea that perhaps it is possible, as we go forward with this bill, to find some way of operating with committees of Parliament with some degree of confidentiality. Although experience tells me that dealing with Parliament with some degree of confidentiality is not always easy to achieve. I'm just about to sit down, but I'll give way to the noble lord now that he's away.
Giving former MPs in this place a bad name.
I have to say to the noble lord, at least I'm not asleep.
My lords, can I just build on what the Right Reverend Prelate was speaking about earlier, about universities, and link it into the whole debate that was taking place about leaving the single market and not leaving the single market. The Finance Minister of India is in the country, and he was asked a question today about free trade agreements between the UK and India, and he made it very clear that free trade agreements are not just about tariffs and goods. They're about goods and services and people. And he specifically mentioned students as well, and Indian students being able to study over here. And a report just came out on the 23rd of February. Almost a third of university academics are from outside the UK. And if you look at certain areas, engineering and technology, non-UK academics account for 42% of the staff. In maths and physics and biology, 38% of staff are non-UK, and most of these from EU countries. And then you have the statistic, and I declare my interest as chair of the advisory board of the Cambridge Arch Business School and the Chancellor of the University of Birmingham. Professor Catherine Barnard from the University of Cambridge told MPs that her own university had seen a 14% drop in applications this year from EU students. So there is already a worry about EU students and what is the future of EU students, EU academics and what is the future of EU academics. And one can't just say we don't do impact assessments. We'd be foolish. In business, if I make a forecast and I get that forecast wrong, does it mean I stop forecasting in future? I'd be foolish not to forecast. You have to keep trying to forecast. You may not always get it right. And where impact assessments are concerned, they're absolutely essential. And I think it's wrong to keep going on about this will of the people, and therefore we don't need to do anything. And the forecasts were all wrong, and therefore we need to ignore forecasts and ignore experts. Well, we're going to start sounding like Donald Trump and the elites, and ignoring the elites and ignoring experts? No, we must continue to forecast. We must continue to have impact assessments. And I'm concluding, unlike Lord Caradon speaking, I'm concluding my speech now. I think it's important that we need to make impact assessments and make forecasts and look at the concerns of our universities and our academics and our students and the potential loss of EU students in the future and EU academics.
Amendment 27. I'm very pleased that Bill Morris just said what he said about impact assessments, because I'm going to speak about impact assessments also, but this time on inequality. And I would support Lord Haney's views on impact assessment and on other issues. Of course they're not all rubbish. Of course they're not all rubbish. They're often a way of measuring and calling to account, and I think that's what we should be doing. The Equality Act of 2010 provides a basic framework of protection against direct and indirect discrimination, harassment, victimisation in services and public functions. It provides protection for people discriminated against because they are perceived to have or associated with someone who has a protected characteristic. It extends the provisions related to disability. It includes gender pay discrimination, private clubs and new powers for employment tribunals. The purpose of this new clause is to ensure that the impact of decisions on those with protected characteristics are considered, taken into account and debated at every stage of the negotiation process for Brexit. That's all. Just looked at and debated. The word equality and its implications is curiously absent from documents from the White Paper onwards. Given the various debates that Britain and Europe have had about race, disability, gender, sexuality, employment and so on, it does seem amiss to not be screening for discrimination in these and other areas related to equality. We must ensure regard for such potential discrimination through the process of our deliberations and in the final deal. This new clause would ensure that considerations of equality are at the forefront of government thinking throughout the withdrawal process and would inform the new arrangements. This is necessary to ensure a good deal for everyone and to ensure any negative impact on those with protected characteristics was presented up front and steps taken to deal with potential negative impacts. The Minister in another place responded to deliberations on this clause saying, I quote, "The Prime Minister has been clear. We want the UK to emerge from this period of change stronger, fairer and more united in our outlook than ever before. We want to get the right deal abroad, but ensure that we get a better deal for ordinary working people at home. In the White Paper, we set out our ambition to use this moment of change to build a stronger economy and a fairer society by embracing genuine economic and social reform. My Lords, what I am seeking in this amendment is a reassurance that practical measures, such as scrutiny of equality implications and assurance that protection will be built into the Brexit process for all, in all aspects of life, whatever their condition, is implied in what I'm saying. I beg to move.
My Lords. My Lords.
My Lords, I think we've had.
My Lords, I wonder if I could just speak briefly in support of my noble friend Baroness Quinn. But before I do that, I want sincerely to say a word of thanks to the front benches on both sides. They have to sit through all of these debates. They're obliged to, unlike those of us on the back benches. But I want to pay a particular tribute to my noble friend Baroness Hayter, who has had a very difficult job, treading a very difficult high wire, and she's done it with great skill, great good humour, and she deserves our thanks for doing so. Can I also say a word of thanks to Baroness Goldie? I don't think under normal circumstances she would have chosen this way of spending her birthday. But I'm sure we would all wish her many congratulations. If I can just say to the noble Lord Forsyth, you know, we got into this referendum. We were against it. Labour Party didn't want a referendum. Mr Cameron got us into it in a casual way, without any careful thought of the implications or the impact that it would have. And if we'd had impact assessments before the vote, then we might not have voted to come out. I think we would have known the implications of it, and that's when we should have had these. And we're going to have some very serious impact in Northern Ireland. We heard earlier on the impact, and in Scotland. We could end up, the way things are going, with this whole United Kingdom breaking up with Northern Ireland opting to go as part of the United Ireland and with Scotland as a separate country. That is what David Cameron, in his casual way, has let us in for. And I think he will go down in history as one of the worst Prime Ministers this country has ever had.
My Lords, I rise to speak in support of my noble friend Lord Hannay for Amendment 22. And I do so for one very simple reason. I have a passionate belief that open government is better government. If we want to get people to buy into what we're trying to do as those who are in charge, if you like, then we have to be able to trust them with the information that should be available to them. And I think this is particularly true in relation to Brexit. We know during the referendum campaign that it was a deep and divisive campaign. We reached a point where virtually no one trusted anyone in that debate. And I think that is fundamentally undermining to democracy. There is a growing gap between the governing and the governed. And one of the responses to that is to have transparent government. Now, we have heard two arguments this evening why a very simple amendment, which is to publish the impact assessments that can sensibly be published, that have already been done since the referendum, cannot be done. Number one, from the noble Lord Forsyth, is that you can't trust impact assessments. Well, not every impact assessment is good. I might even have been responsible for a few that weren't that good myself. But my view is, if that's the argument we're now making, that we won't publish impact assessments because they might be wrong, then that way madness follows. What about trusting the people and Parliament to make their own judgment about the quality of the impact assessment? That's what transparent government is all about. If we can't trust people to make their own judgments about the information, if we worry that they will be somehow depressed because they're too downbeat, then we've got something seriously wrong with our thinking. The second argument that we have heard is that it might in some way interfere with the negotiations. But it is possible that some information published might cut across the negotiations, and there has to be a responsible attitude to that. But I really worry that that argument is going to be rolled out time and time again to keep basically Parliament and the public in the dark about what is actually happening through the negotiating period, to the point where it's impossible to impact on what has become the outcome of that process. We have to have a better system than that. I quite believe that Vladimir Putin doesn't want to publish his impact assessments. But we aren't Russia. We are an open democracy that should trust the people to use the information that's made available to them responsibly. That's why I support this amendment.
Sandwich and then Crossbench. No. My Lords, look, it's not my job to do this, but I think the House needs to move on. I think we should hear from Lord Sandwich and then go to the front benches.
I don't see the need for any impact assessments in this bill, because the need doesn't arise because, as the noble my noble friend Lord Forsyth has said, this bill is not taking us out of the EU, but it's simply enabling the government to trigger Article 50. There is no impact to assess from that enabling. It is not the place to get into detail over the negotiations or the structures around them. And it's vital that we do not bind the government, administratively or legally, in their negotiations, because it will only undermine their ability to get the best possible deal for the country. And I appreciate that the noble Lord Hannay has said that my noble friend Lord Bencathra was being cynical about impact assessments. But I dealt with a number of impact assessments when I was working in government, and I was frequently frustrated by their lack of accuracy. This was in part due to the lack of management information in government departments. Non-executive directors of government departments appointed from outside the civil service were often shocked by the poor quality of the information on which decisions were based. My noble friend Lord Maud, who I see sitting there, made valiant attempts to improve the quality, but I fear there is a long way to go. Just last week, my right honourable friend Sir Oliver Letwin criticised the quality of advice from civil servants, in particular the concern that not enough of their advice was factually based. My concern is therefore a general one about the utility of such impact assessments. The other point I was going to make, but I think it's been made now, that they're inherently driven by a number of assumptions and predictions. I don't want to labour the issue, but the various predictions, not only by Her Majesty's Treasury, but also by the IMF, the IFS, the OECD and the Governor of the Bank of England, of the immediate consequences of Brexit failed to materialise. So my concern is that impact assessment could well be of dubious quality and accuracy. And that basis, my Lords, I would urge the noble Lords to withdraw their amendments on the need.
My Lords, I don't know what the Conservatives are worrying about. I honestly have listened to the noble Lord Forsyth saying the same thing again and again. We need to have open government, as Lord Kerslake, my noble friend, has just pointed out. We're helping the government. We are moving probing amendments. Baroness Quinn has given you a direct reply, and surely that should be satisfactory. Now, I'm not going to waste too much time. I'm going to speak about developing countries, because I believe we should have an impact assessment relating to the effects on developing countries. I've spoken to the noble Lord Minister, and I know that he's kindly going to reply to this, and I'll be as quick as I can. I won't repeat what I said at second reading, but my amendment number 28 reflects my concern about the effects of withdrawal on the least developed countries and the countries recovering from conflict. I've consulted the Overseas Development Institute and Tradecraft, who are the experts in this field. And I know one of the answers the Minister will give is that we simply cannot tell what the effect is in numerical terms at this point. But it might be of interest to him that the ODI estimates that the least developed countries could lose approximately £323 million annually if current preferential access is discontinued. And I accept there will be pluses and minuses. On the one hand, we may be sacrificing the interests of the ACP countries who currently benefit from association with the EU, especially the smaller states and the islands who are vulnerable to climate change. But some countries, like sugarcane producers, will have suffered from the EU's protection of its own markets and may well want us to abandon Fortress Europe in favour of bilateral agreements through the WTO or a new version of the generalised system of preferences, and I accept that. But not yet knowing the maths does not mean that we can take no action. The interests of LDCs haven't been mentioned in any of the documents relating to withdrawal. And my point is that the government must surely undertake a review of some kind and assess whether or not these countries are going to be damaged. And how we respond to that must be part of the negotiations. We may well have to introduce or reintroduce aid policies to make up for any losses in trade and investment. Aid agencies generally see fair trade agreements as more beneficial than aid, but they fear that Brexit will mean new free trade agreements or EPAs that could disadvantage poorer countries. They would like to see trade policies which are linked to the Sustainable Development Goals, so crafted that they're lined up with those countries' own objectives. My Lords, I quote Sir Simon Fraser's Tacitus lecture at this point. He says, "These EU trade agreements are vital for their development goals. The UK will no longer be able to champion their access to the EU market as we have in the past. We have a moral responsibility to address the concerns of these countries, which illustrate how Brexit may have unforeseen repercussions well beyond Europe." And finally, my Lords, I did mention security and enlargement and in Eastern Europe, and that's another area where we may have to use our aid programme to make up for shortfalls left behind. And NATO will not be enough. It's the economies in those countries which will suffer. we need to know the effect of our withdrawal on aid programmes as well. So those are the concerns I have. It's not asking a lot of the government, that they need to make some assessment. We've a considerable reputation as a trading and aiding nation, and we must take care not to damage our relations with countries who respect our values and traditions, both in the Commonwealth and in the rest of the world.
My Lord. My Lord. My Lord. No. That's your privilege. That's, my Lords, it's getting late. I'm going to try and be brief. But first of all, I want to congratulate the Lords and Baronesses who have put their names to the various amendments that are being discussed in this group, because probing amendments are an entirely appropriate part of our process. And it seems to me that every one of these amendments raises, reflects an underlying anxiety that exists in different sectors and in different regions of our country. And people engaged with activities from universities to working with less developed countries, so that their issues are not being considered by government at this crucial time when it chooses to trigger Article 50. And if they are not considered at this point in time, as the government consolidates its negotiating position, that those issues will never be properly considered anywhere in this process. And so I see this as entirely appropriate.
I do fear this is an entirely spurious argument, my Lords. I mean, we have wonderful select committees in this House which have produced outstanding reports. We've had debate after debate on these matters. We have opportunities for many other such debates. We have other legislation coming on. What we have before us is a one-clause bill. We've had 7 hours of debate and we're only on the 5th group of amendments. We have probing amendments which people say they have no intention to carry, and I believe there are other fora in this House to have those kind of discussions, and I believe we should get on with delivering what the people in the House of Commons have asked us to do.
Can I say to Lord True, I believe there is a real difference of opinion within this House, and that for many the point of triggering is a point at which they need that reassurance, and I hope that the Minister will take that on board. Because we've got quite a range of amendments that have come forward. Baroness Jones's amendments stand rather separately because they focus on issues around the regulation and enforcement of environmental protection under whatever will be the new regime. But nearly all of these other amendments that have been raised call for an impact assessment because we have regions and sectors of our economy who are concerned that the government has not taken their issues on board and does not understand the impact that the shape of its negotiations will have on their regions and those sectors. And Lord Shipley is exactly right to say that when it comes to impact assessments, government has thought that they are entirely appropriate for some sectors and some regions, including London, which is the sector closest to my heart. But that doesn't mean that that same degree of attention, engagement, and dialogue is necessary for other parts of the country and for the many varied sectors. And as I say, I hope the government will take that very much to heart. Now, a number of people have said impact assessments, they're absolutely pointless. Let us not hope so, because it is precisely on the basis of impact assessments that the government is shaping its trade negotiations and sending out its negotiators to talk with Mr Barnier and with the other members of the EU negotiating team. So if they have done them badly, we are all going to pay a price. And may I say, one of the ways to be assured that they have not been done badly is to pick up exactly Lord Carslake's point, which is to make sure that they are in the public arena so that there is proper dialogue around them, and where there are problems and issues, those are identified before mistakes are locked into a negotiating process. And I say this as someone who has watched government negotiations very close up on a number of issues, and I am very concerned about the closed thinking that quite often shapes government negotiations and becomes its inevitable flaw. Can I also say, because this is a point that has been raised, and it was raised by Lord Blencathra and Lord Forsyth, that to an impact assessment that shows where we have strengths and where we have weaknesses would undermine a negotiating position. My Lord, the first rule of any negotiation is respect the other side. And the assumption that Monsieur Barnier, with all the resources of the EU behind him, is incapable of doing an impact assessment in as much detail as the British government, or perhaps even greater, is a foolish assumption. The other side will know our strengths and weaknesses before we go into that negotiation, and that is something that our negotiators in turn should be very well aware of, and it means that a level playing field is established very quickly for negotiation. Sorry, Lord de Morley.
The noble Baroness. But the noble Lord Hannay told us earlier of a very specific example of where our impact assessment was completely different from the EU's impact assessment.
And you can have differences, but the point is it was by exposing those differences become relevant in the process of negotiation. Lord Hannay made it clear that by being clear about our impact assessment, we gain strength and opportunity, and we're able to position ourselves far more effectively in a negotiation. One of the things that bothers me as someone who has spent a lifetime in negotiation is constantly hearing negotiation discussed as if it was some sort of poker game. It isn't. It's a grown-up activity, and it seems to me making sure that our negotiators fully understand where they stand and what the issues are, and that is done best by transparency, is absolutely fundamental. And may I say to those who simply dismiss the fact that we need to deal with our weaknesses as well as our strengths, this strikes me as just an extraordinary situation, because if we don't understand our weaknesses, and we don't have those well discussed and we don't have those well recognised, I don't know how we put a negotiating position together. My Lords, I'm not going to continue because these are only probing amendments, but I do look very much to the government to take on board the underlying message, which is that many parts of the country and many sectors feel disengaged. The government has said it has certain priorities. When I talk with the financial services industry, they say we've been guaranteed top priority. Others will be sacrificed for us. Now, if that is the message, that is one that leaves people genuinely and appropriately worried. And it seems to me that that discussion has to take place. We need to know on what basis all of this moves forward. Impact assessments are a normal part of a normal process. Transparency around impact assessment is a normal part of that normal process. And I hope that the government will recognise that, rather than trying to pretend this is a poker game it's entering into, rather than a mature negotiation.
My Lords, what we're seeking in these impact assessments, what the Amendment 22 seeks, is to put us on a level playing field with government. We want the information that's already been published. The impact assessments that may have taken place have taken place since the referendum in the various departments listed. Nothing more, nothing less. And others have commented on other areas of work of the European Union where we stand to suffer a loss, and they are right to make their comments. The North East, the environment, equalities, etc., etc. The big issue on this in the Commons was about how we dealt with confidentiality. And we have made provision for that by the clause in Amendment 22, which gives a definition and a right of government to hold back that which it feels would harm our negotiating position in any way, for any reason, to hold back that from publication to a few wise heads. And we don't even define how that should happen. Privy Council terms, whatever other terms the government want to proceed on that, they can do so. And it seems to me entirely sensible way to proceed. So I'm not going to hold this House any longer, but I'd ask the government, the Minister, to respond to these requests in the spirit that they are made. They are probing amendments. They are anticipated to be useful amendments, and we look forward to a positive outcome to the discussion. Thank you.
Well, my Lords, I'll try and keep it brief as well. I pick up on what the noble Lord just said, and I do share the motive which I believe does genuinely and sincerely underpin many of these amendments, and that is to ensure that Parliament has the means to scrutinise the negotiations as they proceed. Now, my Lords, this is obviously the subject of the next group of amendments which we want to get on to, but let me say now that the challenge we, and that I mean government and Parliament, face is to get the balance right between, on the one hand, enough information to enable scrutiny, and on the other, ensuring our negotiating position is not revealed. Now, I would argue that some of these amendments fail this test, as they would expose the government's negotiating position. And the noble Lord Billamoria and others have spoken about business and business experience. And here I have to say I just disagree with the noble Baroness Hayter on this point. We have many amicable discussions, but I disagree with her on this. I do see it as a cardinal rule of any negotiation, my lords, not to tell those on the other side of the table how much certain scenarios and outcomes would cost or benefit you. But that, my lords, is what the publication of an impact assessment would do. Now, I fully accept that Amendment 22, which the noble lord just referred to, accepts that an impact assessment could be kept confidential. Now, this whole matter of sharing of information is the subject of the next amendment. All I would say at this stage is that this bill is not the vehicle to insert conditions on negotiations. My lords, since the referendum, the government has indeed been undertaking rigorous and extensive analysis to work to support our exit negotiations, to define the future partnership with the EU, and to inform our understanding how EU exit will affect the UK's domestic politics and frameworks. And this includes analysis of what it means right across the UK, and that includes regional analysis. Now, my lords, I realise that this House and the other place is obviously eager to know more. So let me repeat to your lordships what I and my fellow ministers have said before, and I think specifically of the noble Lord Haney when I say this. If and when we believe we can share further information, we will, so long as it does not undermine our negotiating position. And we will ensure that our Parliament receives at least as much information as the European Parliament. My lords, let me just now address some specific points that were raised. Amendment 27. This makes reference to the Equality Act 2010 and protected characteristics. My lords, we are of course aware that, that exiting the EU will herald a change in a whole host of ways, and I can assure the House that all the protections covered in the Equality Acts of 2006 and 2010 will continue to apply once the UK has left the European Union. The UK is already well placed to continue championing equality, thanks in part to the legal protection assured by the Equality Acts. And the public sector equality duty requires public authorities, in the exercise of their functions, to have due regard to the need to eliminate discrimination, harassment and victimisation, advance equality of opportunity, and foster good relations between people who share protected characteristics and those who do not. My lords, we will continue to comply with our legal obligations under that Act. I agree with the sentiments of Amendments 13, 14 and 15. My lords, the UK is fully committed to remaining an international leader on environmental cooperation, and as part of the Great Repeal Bill, we will bring current EU law, including the current framework of environmental regulation, into domestic British law. And any changes to it, as my noble friend pointed out, any changes to it would be subject to parliamentary scrutiny and approval. But, my lords, this is not the time to set down in statute anything on environmental regulation. As to the Aarhus Convention, this is a United Nations agreement to which the UK is a party in its own right, meaning that the Convention will continue to apply to the UK after we leave the EU. And many of those Convention's obligations are currently implemented through EU law, which, as I say, will be converted into domestic law. Now, turning to the noble Earl's amendment, Amendment 28, which refers to the impact of withdrawal on the UK's trade, security and aid policy towards developing and post-conflict countries. My lords, as I have said before, leaving the EU does not and cannot mean the UK turning its back on Europe, nor the rest of the world, and we will continue to face the same global challenges. And we want to work with our partners in Europe and elsewhere to alleviate suffering and hardship. Doing so is not just in our national interest, it is the right thing to do. So, my lords, we aim to enhance our strong bilateral relationships with our European partners and beyond, projecting a truly global UK across the world. And as your lordships will know, we are only one of a handful of countries in the G20 that has pledged to and delivered on spending 0.7% of GNI on overseas aid, and the UK will continue to be one of the most important global actors in international affairs. And as to trade, which the noble Lord the Earl referred to, the UK's exit from the EU creates a major opportunity to send a positive signal that our markets are open
and that we wish to forge new trade deals with nations across the world, both developed and developing. Now, I know that this House and the other place will wish to debate this in the months to come, and my door remains open to the Noble Earl and the Noble Lord the Earl and others to discuss this. But, my Lords, once again, now is not the time, now is not the place in this bill to commit to publishing a report on this prior to notifying on Article 50. As to Amendments 9 and 6, which call for impact assessments on the individual regions of the UK to be published before we trigger Article 50, my Lords, let me assure the Noble Lord, we, that is my ministers and I, and my fellow ministers and in my department and in other departments, we regularly talk to local government and regional organisations about a whole range of issues, and we are completely committed to securing a deal that works for the entire United Kingdom. Now, my Lords, just to give you some illustration on that, my Minister of State met the Chairman of the Local Government Association in January and will hold further regular meetings. He has held a joint meeting with the local government associations in England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. There are monthly meetings hosted by DCLG, including representation from local government, the Local Enterprise Partnership, the National Housing Federation, Society of Local Authority Chief Executives. And on top of that, my Secretary of State has already committed to bringing together the Northern elected mayors for a summit in York in the summer, to which the mayors of Liverpool, Greater Manchester, Tees Valley and Sheffield will be invited. So we are very engaged, and if the Noble Lord or the Noble Baroness wishes to meet me to discuss this and have further ideas on how we can do more, I am all ears. As regards funding, though, all I can say is, on this is that where we can, we will give as much certainty as possible. And my Right Honourable friend, the Chancellor, has confirmed that the Government will guarantee EU funding for structural and investment fund projects, including agri-environment schemes, signed before and which continue after we have left the EU. Funding for projects will be honoured by the Government if they meet two conditions: they are good value for money and they are in line with domestic strategic priorities. But when considering this amendment, my Lords, I repeat the point I made earlier. Such a publication of regional impact and assessments would not serve to strengthen our negotiating position any more than a general impact assessment would. So, my Lords, while I understand the wish and desire for more information, the Government cannot and will not do anything to undermine our negotiating position, and we will not accept conditions being attached to a bill that has a very simple purpose: to deliver on the result of the referendum. So I ask the Noble Lords to withdraw their amendments.
My Lords, as I made clear from the outset, my amendment, and I believe others in this group, were simply seeking to raise issues which we feel are important for the Government to consider, even at this early stage. And I am glad that I think that the majority of contributions to this debate showed that purpose was one that was worthwhile. I thank the Minister for his reply. I'm sure that I and others would like to take up his offer to have further dialogue on these important issues. I hope too that he and his officials will look at some of the points that were raised in this debate that he hasn't been able to answer in his wind-up speech, and perhaps write to us on those important subjects. Having said that, and repeating that it was at the outset a series of probing amendments, I beg leave to withdraw this amendment.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure this amendment be withdrawn? The amendment is by leave withdrawn. Amendment 7 was retabled as Amendment 9A. Amendment 8, Lord Warner.
Come at this late hour to an important group of amendments which provide for greater parliamentary oversight of the withdrawal negotiations. I support all of these amendments, but I will contain my remarks to Amendment 8 in my name and that of Lord Oates. As I hope I have made clear already, I am not seeking to delay the start of the negotiations, but I do believe strongly that there must be statutory provision for much greater parliamentary oversight of the negotiations before we reach the end game than the Government has so far been willing to accept. Amendment 8 rather kindly lets the Government get on with the negotiations after Article 50 is triggered for about half the 2-year period provided for in Article 50. That is in part because personally I'm not convinced from what I've seen from both the EU's and the government's likely approaches that there will be much settled that quickly. However, as we approach, if I may put it this way, the half-time period in this game, I suspect there will be more goalmouth scrambles and possibly even a goal, but in whose net I'm less than sure. So, my Lord, sometime after 9 months and before 12 months from the triggering of Article 50, this amendment requires the Prime Minister to lay before both Houses of Parliament for their approval a progress report on the withdrawal negotiations. It specifies 4 key areas that must be covered in the report: future arrangements for future trading relationships, and specifying 4 key areas that will be covered for the major UK industries and sectors. Future arrangements for the movement of EU and UK citizens between each other's territories, the cost and make-up of the exit charge to be made by the UK, and the likely implications for the devolved administrations. The amendment enables the Prime Minister to add to the report any other aspects of the negotiation she wishes, and to decide when, within this 3-month period, she actually reports to Parliament. But return she must, and secure Parliament's approval to the progress that's been made, or not, as the case may be, she must also do. The reason for this amendment is the deep scepticism many of us have about the capacity of the government to secure a satisfactory outcome from these negotiations that serves the best interest of the UK. As I said on Amendment 3 earlier, there are widespread concerns about the government's approach to the negotiations, even amongst those who voted to leave on the 23rd of June. Some of those people are saying to me and to others that they would not have voted to leave if they had realised how the government was going to go about the withdrawal negotiations, particularly the withdrawal from the single market and the customs union. Announcing that decision up front has only increased those anxieties and concerns and made people wonder what other mischief the government will get up to in the negotiations. My Lords, I believe there are big question marks over the quality and quantity of the UK's negotiating capacity. There has been, if I may say so, a great deal of swagger and bravado from ministers and their parliamentary supporters about the strength of their hand and how much the EU needs the UK, together with the glittering array of trading opportunities that await us once we are out of the EU. I haven't noticed, my Lords, that optimism being shared by many of the expert trade or EU negotiators. Most of the stories that have appeared have been about the lack of Whitehall's preparedness for the leave negotiations and the shortage of skilled negotiators available to the government. My Lords, there is no crack negotiating team just waiting to be helicoptered over the English Channel in the best traditions of the SAS. My Lords, we should be extremely cautious about allowing the government to effectively bypass Parliament on these negotiations until it is too late to do much about an unsatisfactory outcome other than to reject the deal. That is why, of course, my Lords, when we come to it, Amendment 17 on parliamentary approval of the outcome of the negotiations is so important. And I shall certainly be supporting that when we come to that amendment. But I would suggest, my Lords, that it's not sufficient to rely simply on Amendment 17, important though it is. Parliament needs to be more clearly and statutorily involved in the withdrawal negotiations at a much earlier stage, and to be able to sound warning bells if things look to be going seriously off-piste. That is why I hope that something like Amendment 8 or Amendment 18 is passed before this bill leaves this House. My Lords, I'm not a proud author. If it is more like Amendment 18, then I would be happy to support it. My Lords, if I may suggest, if I was in the Prime Minister's shoes, although perhaps that's not a very good metaphor, I would be secretly pleased that a load of parliamentarians were going to oversee these negotiations at some stage before the endgame, and some of the likely deals that might have to emerge. I would suggest that might give her a bit more political cover if things were going a little way awry and not where she wanted them to be. So, my Lords, I think this is a helpful amendment for the government, and I hope the Minister will consider it carefully. I beg to move.
Amendment proposed, page 193. Addend insert the words as printed on the Marshall list.
Rise to speak briefly, given the late hour, in support of my noble friend Lord Warner and the amendment that he's just moved. I think many of us have been deeply shocked by the approach that the government has chosen to take post the referendum. Clearly, none of us on this, in this part of the House were happy with the referendum result, but we did think with the new government, at least some of us, that we had a grown-up, to use the words, as a Prime Minister, and that the approach that would be taken would be a sensible, measured and thoughtful one. And I'm afraid that since the 23rd of June, the evidence has been absolutely in the opposite direction. And therefore, I think it is particularly important that Parliament has a proper role in this matter, and the noble Lord Warner has set out some of the key points in the amendment relating to our trading relationships, the movement of citizens, potential exit charge, and the implications for the devolved administrations. My Lords, the noble Lord, the Minister Lord Bridges, has said it a number of times, and he said just recently, that this bill is not the place to constrain the government's negotiating position. But I think there are many of us here who want to ensure that Parliament does have a role in constraint, because we are so alarmed at what has taken place since the 23rd of June. And that scepticism, I'm afraid, is one that has been caused by the actions of the government. And it has only itself to blame for that. I think that the government would benefit, Parliament would benefit, and the whole process would benefit from proper information being provided to Parliament in order that we can assess this process as it goes on, so we don't just get to a cliff edge at the end and find the sort of catastrophic position that some people have outlined in earlier debates this evening. So on that basis, I strongly support the amendment moved by the noble Lord Warner.
I rather support Amendment 18. All of these negotiations are going to be so complex and so long, and I think for the government to expect a respite from parliamentary scrutiny would be quite wrong. It would also, I think, raise the likelihood of, if we have a commentary, I think Parliament is more likely to accept the outcome, because there's nothing worse than something being sprung on you. And my noble, I was going to say enemy, but my noble opponent, the Viscount Wrigley, said earlier that the Leavers had actually come round to the thought that if we lost, then we would accept it. The result of the referendum. And I think that's partly because we talked through those things and we actually thought about it. And it will be true for the EU negotiations as well, that if the government gives as much information as they possibly can, then the whole nation is more likely to accept what has happened.
Partly on the basis that we don't need to put it in the bill, and partly because I think I've heard my noble friend say on countless occasions that we would have scrutiny after scrutiny after scrutiny in this House, and no doubt in the other place. We have no legislative requirement at the moment to scrutinise the EU, but, my Lords, does the Minister have at his fingertips, or will he be able to tell us in his reply,
how many oral questions we've answered on this. We seem to have one in the order paper every day about an EU issue. I think half the order paper have written questions on the EU. We've some excellent select committee reports from our select committees, and we seem to debate one every week. And we have countless other debates. We are having more scrutiny than I think we can cope with, my lords. And the worry I have is this. Once we trigger Article 30, this House will have nothing much to do next year. The other place will start with the Great Repeal Bill. All we will have will be the EU retaliating immediately after we've put in our bid and said, not having any of that nonsense, we want 50 million, thank you. We will have German and French elections and Dutch elections, well, the Dutch elections may be over by then, and we will have information coming from Europe, which will be from politicians, and it won't be helpful. And all we will have will be in the other place and in this place, colleagues rushing in, demanding urgent questions, putting down motions here, there and everywhere, demanding ministerial answers. My lords, if all we could have were the things in this amendment...
I think if the noble lord reads my amendment, he will see that the government will actually have a clean bill of health for at least a year before they actually need to come back to Parliament on any of these issues.
Exactly what I was about to say was, if we could have these amendments where we have an annual report or a quarterly report, I think I'd be happier to have that on a structured form, agreed between the government and the usual channels and the select committees, so we had proper structured debates on good nuggets of EU information, rather than the daily panics we're about to have as colleagues from all sides and in the other place, as I say, rush in demanding urgent questions on every rumour and scare story which comes from Europe. So, my lords, I don't think we need to put in the bill that we're going to have scrutiny. We can do scrutiny at the moment. We may be doing too much of it. Let's try and structure it to have sensible debate over the next 2 years.
Oddly, I'm in the very strange thing of mildly disagreeing with the noble Lord Clancarty, but certainly disagreeing with Amendment 18. I commented in my second reading speech that I felt anything that added to uncertainty was very bad news, and I had said that uncertainty where commerce was concerned was bad news because that was the root of our prosperity, which gave us our services that we put so dearly. And I felt that uncertainty for people was particularly bad, and we've had lots of uncertainty of people. We've talked about the people of Northern Ireland this evening, and there are lots of other people as well. But the other thing I particularly said was how powerful our select committees were. And I sit, as I remind the House, on the European Union Select Committee. We have delivered since Brexit 10 already, that's 10 in 8 months, reports for debate, and there are a further 7 reports for debate coming along. And tomorrow I'm sitting in a meeting talking about other reports that will come up before the anniversary. Amendment 18 reckons there'll be basically one debate every quarter. I can't believe that is right, and I feel the select committees are serving up things for the House at a good rate, and we are completely impartial. We're of this House, and as and when we identify matters that need to be debated, boy, are we down there like a rat down a hole. And we're making sure that they come before the House and the full sort of expertise of the House can be brought to bear. And I think putting into place a structure like this makes the work of the select committees more difficult. It makes it more difficult for us to get ministers and their staff and people before us and answering 2 hours and more than 2 hours sometimes of tough questioning from people who are intelligent and engaged in what's going on. And I think we will shut down opportunities for debate in this House were we to support Amendment 18. I don't think we should fetter the House at all, but I would say that the one thing that will keep the government right is not only will there be select committees, but at the end of this process, of course, or 1 year after the end of the process, I assume, there's an election. And if the government isn't right, they'll be flung out. And accordingly, I feel that the best way of handling this is not to have formal structures, not to have the quarterly meetings and all the other things in Amendment 18 and the other amendments, but to rely on our own wonderful system of select committees, the strength of those committees, and to use that and the threat of being thrown out at the next election to make sure that the government is fully held to account in this very difficult process, which will require all of us to cooperate.
Lords, I would just like to speak briefly to Amendment 24, which is in the name of my noble friend Lord Lee and myself. I would just like to reflect that in the last grouping, I thought that the response from the Minister to my noble friend Baroness Massey and my noble friend Baroness Jones on the issues that they raised was actually very helpful. And as we're in committee stage, it does seem reasonable for us to be able to probe issues that of concern to us, and I hope we'll be able to continue to do that. And this Amendment 24, in our name, is just really to ask the Minister whether the Government has considered what's going to happen to these 22 different agencies. There's probably an awful lot more, with a very wide remit, some of which we're going to be talking about the Euratom, I think, tomorrow on Wednesday. But what the Government thinks should happen to it, because it would still be possible under certain structures for UK to be represented on some of these, depending on what the future structure of our relationship with Europe is. But what I get from discussions with many different organisations, some of the ones here, in particular the railway ones, but quite a few other ones, is that it's the uncertainty that people, the manufacturers and the industry really worries about it. Because I think my noble friend Lord Mandelson spoke about it earlier in the evening. It's to do with standards and who administers them, and it affects whether a piece of equipment can be sold within the EU or operated within the EU or not. And I hope the Government has started thinking about all these ones. Some of them it obviously has or hasn't, because the medical agency, I believe, has already decided to leave, which is very, very sad. But each one is a fairly major agency in its own right, and it affects an awful lot of people's jobs and businesses. So I'd be very pleased to hear from the Minister what thought has been given to this. I can't believe any of it is really confidential, but I look forward to hearing his comment.
I would like from these benches to support this amendment, and a good case was made not only by noble Lord Warner, but by noble friend Lord Oates, and indeed Lord Clancarty made, I thought, a very good case for structured scrutiny instead of ad hoc questioning, and that's exactly what these amendments do. And I can't really see what objection there could be to laying down the parameters for progress reports, for access to documents, because that's part of particularly Amendment 18 as well. Today we have had a second former Prime Minister give a very interesting speech. And John Major has said that he's watched with concern as the British people have been led to expect a future that seems unreal and over-optimistic. And he urges the government to be realistic about the timescale and complexity of the huge undertaking that lies ahead. I think those are rather wise words, as I thought those of Tony Blair were wise. It's funny what kind of alliances one is forging in these times. So I think that those kind of warnings should be heeded. The complexity of the task demands the kind of scrutiny, the kind of reassurance that could come from this regular reporting. And I'm sorry to disagree with the noble Lord Kinnoul, who contributes so wisely on the EU Select Committee, and indeed the same subcommittee as I. I mean, Select Committee inquiries and reports are very different in type to the kind, because they're on certain topics and issues. It's not the same as regular reporting on the progress of negotiations and the detail of what exactly our relationship is going to be with all those agencies listed, as Lord Berkeley has done. So we from these benches believe that it is very important to lay down that overall framework of the regularity and content of reports and knowledge of documents. We've had these pledges about the Westminster Parliament will not be treated any worse than the European Parliament, evoked by my noble friend Lord Teverson from the Secretary of State. So I think there really can't be any objection to the government agreeing to these kind of parameters.
My Lords, what we're seeking in Amendment 18 is a quarterly report on the position the government has reached in negotiations across the European Union. And the reason it's a quarterly rather than a bi-monthly is that was dismissed from the Commons as being rather too frequent. So that's been looked at and extended, and it seems that the government, we want to make sure that we're at least as well informed in this place as in the European Parliament by the provision of the public documents that are available there during this process. And now is the opportunity, it seems to me, that the government said we will always be as well informed as the European Parliament. Now is the opportunity to prove it means what it says and to confirm that this will be an acceptable way forward. It won't be sufficient to come back at the end of the process with a take it or leave it deal. Much, much more will be needed in the intervening period. And the government should properly recognise the expertise available in this place, partly contributing today and partly in the debate that's already taken place and partly next week. Regarding the technical agencies that Lord Berkeley has listed, they are essential working bodies. They're bodies that the government volunteered to become part of. They exist because of a unanimity about their need to exist in the European Union. And therefore it seems to me a perfectly appropriate question to ask what on earth happens when we leave the European Union to those affected by the work that those bodies undertaken. So these are the two fundamental questions of these amendments, and I'd ask the government if it will agree to a quarterly reporting, and secondly, if it will agree to publish a report about continued cooperation with the agencies listed in the list from Lord Berkeley. Thank you.
Well, my Lords, restoring parliamentary sovereignty lay at the core of what the British public were seeking to achieve when they voted to withdraw from the EU. So it is right that Parliament must and shall play a key role in scrutinising and shaping our withdrawal. And as I said in my remarks on the last amendment, the issue is one of balance. Parliamentary scrutiny must not come at the price of exposing our negotiating position and jeopardising what is in the national interest. Now, my Lords, all the evidence suggests that we can find common ground on this issue and get that balance right. The EU Committee of this House produced a report last autumn that noted, and I quote, "Parliament can make a significant contribution to the development of the government's thinking using conventional means such as debates and select committee inquiries. But it also got to the heart of the matter," it went on, "when it acknowledged that scrutiny cannot jeopardise our national interest." And it said, "We agree with the Government that Parliament should not seek to micromanage the negotiations. The Government will conduct the negotiations on behalf of the United Kingdom and, like any negotiator, it will need room to manoeuvre if it is to secure a good outcome." And, my Lords, it's worth remembering that this is something that the other place agreed with overwhelmingly when it was put to a vote on the 12th of October last year. And furthermore, this approach is shared, just a note, by the European Commission itself. Its fact sheet on EU trade negotiations states, and I quote, "A certain level of confidentiality is necessary to protect EU interests and to keep chances for a satisfactory outcome high. When entering into a game, no one starts by revealing his entire strategy to his counterpart from the outset. This is also the case for the EU." So, before I turn to the amendments, let me set out some of the steps that the Government has and will continue to take to ensure Parliament is able to scrutinise Brexit. And let me start by answering a question that my noble friend Lord Bencathra asked me about what I have done since Brexit. Well, since the 23rd of June, my Lords, I have given 6 statements to your Lordships. I've taken part in 4 debates and answered 18 oral questions, which shows my willingness, and I enjoy every minute of it, to deliver on this commitment. On top of that, ministers, myself included in my department, have made no less than 13 select committee appearances. Now, my Lords, we believe that this approach is better than the one suggested by Amendment 18 for reasons that I'll come on to. We will continue to support and to welcome the Take Note debates which will tackle the most difficult aspects of our withdrawal, as well as the debates that emanate from the Select Committee reports that the Noble Earl referred to, produced across Parliament. And we're also continuing the programme of debates in government time in the other place. On top of that, DEXU ministers will continue to appear at the EU Committee after every European Council and General Affairs Council, in addition to the Prime Minister giving a statement to the other place and my noble friend the Leader to this House after every European Council. And ministers from across government will continue to give evidence at select committees on a wide range of withdrawal-related issues. Over and above this, we will also deliver on our commitment to ensure this Parliament gets at least as much information as the European Parliament. But, my Lords, Parliament's role goes beyond scrutiny. And this is a point that the noble Lord Warner, I would say, somewhat underplayed. For Parliament will also be a decision-maker. The Government will bring forward a motion on the final agreement to be approved by both Houses of Parliament before it is concluded. We expect and intend this will happen before the European Parliament debates and votes on the final agreement. And Parliament will also shape the legislation required to give effect to our withdrawal from the EU. And that's the bill to repeal the ECA and also the legislation that will be required for any significant policy changes. For example, we have said that we expect to bring forward separate bills on immigration and customs, plus a programme of secondary legislation to address deficiencies in the preserved law. So, my Lords, we entirely accept the spirit of these amendments before us today. But there are several reasons why the Government cannot accept them. Some are superfluous in what they are seeking to achieve, others are prohibitively inflexible, others are prohibitively broad, but most important of all, my Lords, none of them are really relevant to this bill, which has a sole purpose to trigger the process by which we leave the European Union. And let me briefly expand on these points. As regards Amendment 18, I recognise the desire to formalise a timetable for scrutiny of negotiations, but it is much better that the Government comes back to this House at the point at which it has something significant to update this House upon. And, my Lords, as I have said, we have shown our willingness to do that. Other amendments, 24 and 8, will delay us from triggering Article 50 until the Government has reported to Parliament about how the UK will continue to cooperate with some 16 agencies or institutions. Now, the noble Lord Berkeley is right to highlight the importance of these agencies. I'm more than happy to meet him to discuss them all. They are very, very important. They are flagged in the White Paper itself. But I just have to say to him, just looking at the direct words of this amendment, that I would argue that many people want us to get on with the negotiations. I don't think that they want us to hang around while the Government produces reports on agencies such as the Community Plant Variety Office, even though we are a nation of gardeners. Other amendments are problematic because they force us to reveal what should remain confidential and may well still be under negotiation. Amendment 8, tabled by the noble Lord Warner, requests Parliament's approval on a report about the progress of the negotiations some 9 to 12 months after we have notified, and it includes an impact assessment on how trade relationships with the EU will affect UK industries and sectors, and a report on the costs and make-up of the exit charge to be paid by the UK to the EU. It also says that these reports should be made for Parliament's approval, meaning that Government could be committed to an outcome from negotiations before we are able to judge what might be deliverable. Now, my Lords, plainly the Government cannot accept such prescription, and doing so, I would argue, would fall foul of that very concern that the Select Committee of this House raised, namely micromanagement and restricting the Government's room for manoeuvre. So, my Lords, the Government entirely accepts the need for parliamentary scrutiny, but these amendments are
unnecessary or detrimental and have nothing to do with the purpose of this bill, which is to deliver on the referendum result and to allow the government to trigger Article 50. I therefore ask that they be withdrawn.
Well, my Lords, I'm grateful for the Minister for his explanation. It doesn't totally surprise me what his attitude is towards this. But I have to say, the idea that there is one report back to Parliament halfway through a 2-year negotiating period hardly seems to me micromanagement of the government's negotiations. And some would say, I think, that I've been rather kind in waiting for 9 to 12 months before we got that report back. I will certainly read the Minister's comments and certainly consider what has been said. But I still think there is an issue about how we take an overall look at the negotiations at a reasonable period after they've started, but before we reach the end game. I would like to talk to other colleagues before the report stage, but in the meantime, I withdraw this amendment.
Your Lordship's pleasure, this amendment be withdrawn. The amendment is by leave withdrawn. Amendment 9, Lord Shipley, not moved.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now resume.
The question is that the House be resumed. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding